Luo Hou unexpectedly traverses into the world of pirates, awakening a remarkable ability to absorb the essence of all things for his own use. Pirate, you claim the celestial dragons are supreme? Apologies, but they have been driven to the brink of extinction. Adventure Chronicle. Holy Master, grant me 12 talismans, and I shall fulfill all your wishes. Resurgence of Earth's spiritual energy. You assert that the practitioners of the enemy are formidable? We'll discuss that after advanced soul banners. Primordial era. What the saints can achieve, so too can I. Journey to the west. I see that Guanyin Bodhisattva. You too possess enduring charm. Mr. Zombie. Old Master Ren versus the saints of the three heavens. Uncle Zombie. Taoist Qianhe. You are indeed the true master of the heavens. Curse. Great Black Buddha Mother. Demon Ancestor. I am but a wandering soul. Why must you, the Saint King, take matters into your own hands? After billions of years, as the spiritual energy of Earth once more dwindles, the head of the idealistic sect, Lu Linxing, beseeches the ancestral spirits. Grandmaster above, I implore your compassionate radiance to descend and deliver 1,000 sufferings, annihilating myriad evils, swiftly as commanded. Witness the journey of an insignificant nobody as he traverses myriad realms to ultimately become the Grandmaster of the idealistic path. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Golden Finger. At the end of the year 1483 in the Sea Circle calendar, there remained roughly 3 months until the grandest world-scale war in the pirate realm, the Battle of God Valley. A few days prior, upon an obscure island within the Grand Line, a young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with a well-proportioned physique and a notably resolute countenance, sat trembling on the beach, his eyes bloodshot, gazing at the damp salty waves incessantly battering the fine sand. Why? Why must this happen? I have finally crossed into a new world where familial bonds exist. Why must I endure this? Damn those celestial dragons. Are the lower classes destined to be trampled upon? If one day I were to acquire the power to rule the world, you shall all perish, not a single soul shall remain alive. All shall descend into hell. This young man, named Luo Hou, was originally a seasoned pirate manga enthusiast from Earth. Over a decade ago, Luo Hou had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony in an orphanage, stepping into society for the first time when a speeding Dongfeng truck careened across the crosswalk and collided with him. In that moment, he felt no pain, only a sudden burst of light. He subsequently found himself reborn into an ordinary family in the pirate world, during the era of rocks, before the Great Pirate Era commenced. In this age where emperors roamed freely and admirals were as common as dogs, Luo Hou profoundly grasped the significance of strength. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, aside from assisting his father and mother in fishing, he diligently trained his physique, yearning for greater power. However, the disparity in innate talent among individuals can, at times, be more pronounced than the gap between humans and dogs. Despite Luo Hou's relentless efforts to strengthen his body, he only experienced noticeable gains during the initial months of training, after which his progress became virtually stagnant. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he intensified his training regimen. Each day, he maintained a vigilant watch at sea, hoping for a fateful encounter with a devil fruit descending from the heavens. Alas, all of this remained but a fantasy. He did not become a true powerhouse, nor did he acquire the abilities of a devil fruit. He was merely an ordinary individual in the pirate world, akin to countless others. Fortunately, through relentless efforts, his new family managed to sustain a life above the line of subsistence. Overall, their existence was not lavish, but it sufficed. However, merely 4 days ago, this tranquil and warm existence was abruptly shattered. Upon returning from fishing, Luo Hou's family encountered a group of celestial dragons, who had come to the island to partake in a game of hunting the lower class. As absolute aristocrats in this world, each celestial dragon regarded others with a condescending gaze. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people were less valuable than the pet dogs kept within their chambers. Even sharing the same air with these lower-class commoners was perceived as a profound insult. Through casual conversation among the celestial dragons on the island, Luo Hou learned they were preparing for the imminent hunting game at God Valley. Merely to refine their marksmanship, they had come to the island to ruthlessly shoot at innocent civilians. Such cruelty was beyond comprehension. Upon witnessing the celestial dragon's wanton shooting, Luo Hou's parents immediately grasped his wrist, attempting to flee the island. Yet before the trio could take more than a few steps, The golden handgun in the hand of the celestial dragon unleashed a barrage of searing bullets, almost instantaneously tearing through Luo Hou's father's throat, spilling forth a warm cascade of blood. In his father's final moments, Luo Hou faintly heard him urging not to act impulsively, to take his mother and leave the island. However, before he could even mourn the sudden loss of his hard-earned familial bond, the bullets from the celestial dragons pierced through him and his mother as well. He discovered that he had survived. The reason lay in the fact that the bullet fired by the celestial dragon had pierced his right chest, while his heart, unlike that of an ordinary person, was located on the left side. Just regaining consciousness, Luo Hou immediately cast aside the bedclothes, eager to seek news of his parents. However, upon seeing the names of his parents among the corpses draped in white cloth by the surviving villagers, Luo Hou's entire being trembled uncontrollably. The anguish was unbearable, particularly as he had never experienced the warmth of familial love. Now, after finally attaining a beautiful family, it had once again been utterly shattered due to the celestial dragon's actions. Grieve not, my child. They are nobility of the world, and we commoners are powerless against them. Compose yourself. Life must go on. You are now an adult and must learn to be strong. The elderly village chief gently patted Luo Hou's shoulder, offering heartfelt counsel. The chief truly did not wish for such a young man to fall into despair because of this tragedy. Yet, Luo Hou did not take the village chief's words to heart. Instead, he expressionlessly buried his parents' bodies beneath the great tree in front of their home before beginning to gather his belongings, seemingly preparing for a long journey. All of this is due to those damned celestial dragons. What nonsense is this world nobility? One day, I shall twist the heads off all of you and shatter them. No one can stop me. From this day forward, right and wrong matter not. Whoever dares to obstruct my path shall meet their demise. Luo Hou's gaze was filled with an intense, murderous aura. His hatred for the celestial dragons had reached a peak of extremity. Even though he currently lacked the power to reach those living on the Red Earth continent, he had resolved to set sail. He sought to discover those fruits of the sea, known as the devil fruits, to augment his strength. This way, he would one day be able to exact vengeance on the celestial dragons for his parents' suffering. After calming his emotions, Luo Hou shouldered his packed belongings and untied the small fishing boat that his family relied upon for sustenance, embarking on his journey into the surging waves. At that moment, a series of chimes from the system prompt suddenly echoed in Luo Hou's mind. Ding! Successfully absorbed extreme, killing intent. Congratulations, host, for awakening the advanced stage of Conqueror's haki. The attribute absorption system is now officially activated. As Luo Hou sat upright in the small fishing boat, studying the nautical chart, he heard the system's prompt and felt a surge of violent power flooding into his mind, causing his previously calm demeanor to ripple with emotion. As a seasoned fan of pirate manga, Luo Hou had a slight understanding of the systems in the genre. According to the fast-paced narratives of pirate novels, activating a system was invariably the precursor to an exhilarating and gratifying journey. With such a golden finger at his disposal, even an ordinary person could swiftly amplify their strength within a brief span, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of power in the world. In other words, at this moment, Luo Hou felt that his opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived. Please introduce your basic functions, system. After forcibly suppressing his inner turmoil, Luo Hou hastily began to examine the fundamental features of his newfound golden finger. Ding! Attribute absorption system. It allows the host to absorb others' attributes during daily life or battle, enhancing skills such as swordsmanship, martial arts, and fruit abilities. Furthermore, the stronger the enemy's power, the greater the attributes the host can absorb. I can absorb others' attribute powers. Then if I were to directly confront the current sea overlord, Roxy, Zebek, wouldn't I be able to ascend to become the strongest in the world? Luo Hou felt a surge of excitement as he perused the system's functional overview. At the moment of activation, his killing intent intensified. Host Luo Hou. Age, 18. Strength, 18. Normal adult male, 10. Agility, 18. Normal adult male, 10. Stamina, 30. Normal adult male, 10. Haki, Conqueror's haki advanced. Skills, none. Fruit ability, none. Chapter 2. Absorbing the attributes of fish schools. After a brief glance at his system panel, Luo Hou gained a fundamental understanding of his current strength. His diligent training since traversing into the world of pirates had proven remarkably effective. In comparison to an ordinary adult male, he undoubtedly possessed significant power. Though this level of strength seemed trivial in the face of the vast and tumultuous sea, it was nonetheless a welcome advantage. How should he absorb these attributes? It appeared that he must first locate an inhabited island. The thought of the previously unattainable power now within reach spurred Luo Hou into action. He fervently wielded his, braving the waves towards the nearest island. At that moment, the vigorous splashes he caused startled a school of flying fish, which leaped wildly from the water. However, Luo Hou had no interest in capturing these once valuable creatures. As he cast his gaze upon them, he was astonished to see that the leaping fish were shedding small, radiant orbs that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. These orbs seemed irresistibly drawn to him, gravitating towards his very being. In this instant, Luo Hou clearly recognized this phenomenon as the ability to absorb external attributes, as mentioned by the system. Although he was perplexed as to why these fish could yield such attributes, he held a profound respect for the occurrence. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 1 point of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 1 point of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 1 point of agility. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 1 point of agility. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 1 point of stamina. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 1 point of stamina. The system's notifications were fleeting, quickly fading into silence. Clearly, the attributes provided by this school of flying fish were limited. Nevertheless, Luo Hou was elated by this unexpected boon. Although his current attributes rendered him comparable to a particularly robust ordinary individual, he firmly believed that through continuous absorption of the attributes from stronger beings, he could swiftly elevate himself to a position of power. Moreover, should fortune smile upon him and allow him to join the Rock's pirates, absorbing attributes from formidable figures such as Whitebeard, Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin would undoubtedly accelerate his growth. He could even acquire swordsmanship, haki, martial arts, and the abilities of devil fruits, which were essential skills in the pirate world. Beyond mere physical strength, haki, swordsmanship, and various special skills played a crucial role in one's prowess. Mastery of any of these disciplines to the pinnacle would yield tremendous destructive power. However, fundamentally, all these skills relied on the foundation of one's physical prowess. Swordsmanship and martial arts required substantial physical strength to unleash their full potential. Additionally, the unique energies of devil fruits necessitated stamina for conversion. Among these skills, haki emerged as an attack technique derived from a strong physique. Those with formidable bodies could indeed wield haki, and individuals with an innate regal aura could awaken the rare conqueror's haki. Luo Hou had activated the system due to his overwhelming killing intent, which had led to the manifestation of a high-level conqueror's haki. Host, Luo Hou, age, 18, strength, 20, normal adult male, 10. Agility, 20, normal adult male, 10. Stamina, 32, normal adult male, 10. Haki, conqueror's haki, advanced. Skills, none. Devil fruit ability, none. Glancing over his slightly altered data panel, Luo Hou distinctly felt an enhancement in his strength. Alas, if only he could encounter a sea king, he might absorb vast amounts of attributes to further bolster his physique. Disappointed by the absence of any such creatures, he pressed onward, resolutely steering toward the island. After several hours of navigating the tumultuous seas, Luo Hou finally spotted a verdant island emerging from the horizon. The scattered residences were unmistakably indications of a bountiful locale. After confirming the port's direction, he exerted all his strength, fervently paddling towards the island. He was eager to find a populous area to absorb attributes that would elevate his power. At long last, Luo Hou set foot on the island, making his way to the heart of the town. The throng he had longed to see finally materialized before him. Due to the stark contrast in strength between humans and the previous fish, the island's residents, upon nearing Luo Hou, immediately emitted a dazzling array of attribute orbs. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully absorbed 30 points of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 25 points of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 10 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 12 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 30 points of stamina. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed 20 points of stamina. As the system's notifications rang out, Luo Hou felt a profound transformation within his body. Although these were merely attribute orbs dropped by ordinary individuals, the sheer volume allowed for a significant accumulation of power. He roamed the island's bustling center for an extended period until no further attributes could be extracted from the ordinary folk. At this juncture, he began tallying his gains, noting a significant evolution in his foundational physique. What was once a moderately muscular frame now towered at nearly 2 meters, augmented by the influx of attributes. His muscles had become more pronounced and robust. Chapter 3, Navy Major. Host: Luo Hou. Age: 18. Strength: 160, Navy Headquarters Major Level. Agility: 130, Navy Headquarters Major Level. Stamina: 300, Navy Headquarters Major Level. Haki: Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Skills: Fishing Technique. Street Fighting Skills: Fruit Wine Brewing, Basic Navigation Skills. Devil Fruit Ability: None. Feeling the inexhaustible power surging within his body, the flames of vengeance in Luo Hou's heart intensified sharply. His gaze, imbued with a murderous aura, swept across the surroundings, instantly awakening a unique energy that belonged solely to the Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, a wave of faint crimson energy, invisible to the naked eye, radiated from Luo Hou's body, expanding nearly several kilometers in every direction. The crowd nearby, having merely brushed against this aura for less than a second, promptly fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes back in unconsciousness. Luo Hou could only silently apologize within himself, as this was his first unintentional use of Conqueror's Haki, and he had yet to master its direct control. Although he had made significant progress in strength, seeking revenge against the celestial dragons with such limited power was utterly implausible. After confirming that the attributes dropped from ordinary individuals no longer had any enhancing effect on him, Luo Hou turned his gaze towards Hakanosu Island on the sea chart. Renowned as a paradise of pirate revelry, it was a haven for countless ruthless and bloodthirsty pirates. In such an environment, the formidable members of the Rocks Pirates were indeed numerous. If he could join the Rocks Pirates and absorb sufficient attribute energy, along with mastering formidable combat techniques, his chances of successfully avenging himself against the celestial dragons would significantly increase. However, mere wishful thinking would not suffice to join the Rocks Pirates. In this era named after rocks, aspiring to join his crew required passing an assessment. The criteria for this assessment could be deemed simple, yet dauntingly challenging. As the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Zebek had set a singular requirement for his crew: to possess a level of strength that could impress him. To catch the eye of such a maritime overlord, one would need to possess the ability to engage in a one-on-one duel with an admiral of the Navy without being at a disadvantage. The main members of the Rocks Pirates were few in number, yet each, be it Whitebeard, Captain John, Silver Axe, or Charlotte Lin, possessed the capability to firmly suppress or even decisively defeat an admiral of the Navy. After lingering on the island for several hours, replenishing his fishing boat with water and provisions, Luo Hou returned to the port where he had disembarked, preparing to set sail once more in search of stronger individuals to absorb attributes and enhance himself. However, just as he was about to untie the rope securing his fishing boat to the dock, a vessel adorned with a skull flag, shrouded in mystery, approached slowly under the cover of night. Pirates, perhaps? It was quite a rarity to encounter individuals who had not yet fallen under the banner of the Rocks Pirates. Luo Hou stepped cautiously away from his previous position, keenly observing the movements of this band of pirates from the shadows. This group comprised approximately 20 to 30 individuals, each bearing fresh, crimson wounds that hinted at a recent brutal clash with other pirate factions at sea. At that moment, Luo Hou suddenly sensed a chilling gaze directed at him from within the group of pirates, as if one among them had detected his presence hidden in the darkness. It was observation haki. Luo Hou furrowed his brow. As a seasoned pirate enthusiast, he was acutely aware that he had been spotted by a pirate wielding observation haki. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. If a mere band of petty pirates could intimidate him, how could he ever dream of exacting revenge on the celestial dragons? That would be nothing short of absurd. The pirate who had noticed him, upon realizing that Luo Hou did not flee at the sight of his gaze, began to clap, revealing a cruel smile. "Bravo, young lad. I admire your courage. To stand before a pirate with a bounty of 9 million berries and not choose to run. What do you say? I offer you a chance to join my crew. Let us seek treasures of the sea together." Observing the pirate's demeanor and tone, Luo Hou deduced that this individual must be the captain of the ship. However, he found no interest in the offer to become a member of their crew. A mere small-time pirate crew was hardly worth his time. Nonetheless, Luo Hou was slightly intrigued by this pirate's possession of observation haki, a valuable ability at the early stages. He intended to test his current strength against this group of pirates and further bolster his own power. The attribute absorption system was not only capable of absorbing fundamental attributes, but more importantly, It excelled in absorbing haki attributes and various combat techniques from adversaries during battle. Joining a pirate crew? That was not out of the question, but at the very least, he needed to prove their strength first, if they were too weak. No one would take these small-time pirates seriously. With his figure now fully exposed, Luo Hou ceased hiding and boldly stood before the group of pirates, provoking them. Despite his current strength, he might not defeat the captain, but teaching the ordinary crew members a lesson and absorbing their attributes would be quite effortless. However, before Luo Hou could finish his taunt, the captain, who had maintained a smile, suddenly darkened his expression, as if angered by Luo Hou's words. "Who are you calling a small-time pirate? I am Captain Jackman, with a bounty of 9 million berries," he bellowed. "Men, subdue this arrogant brat. Let him understand that a pirate must not be disrespected." As the captain's words echoed, Luo Hou found himself surrounded by the pirates, each grinning and wielding glistening blades. "Kid, you still have time to apologize to our Captain Jackman," one pirate sneered, brandishing his cutlass. With the night having fallen, the pirates failed to discern that the boy they referred to as Kid was not as weak as they presumed. Luo Hou, however, had no intention of explaining himself, as he was quietly absorbing the basic attributes dropped by these crew members. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 12 points of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 14 points of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 17 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 14 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 20 points of stamina. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 11 points of stamina. Though these pirates were not particularly powerful, they still yielded some useful attributes compared to the average adult male. In merely a few fleeting seconds, these ordinary pirates ceased to pose any threat to Luo Hou. Hey, haven't your parents taught you the importance of politeness, you little brat? I'm talking to you." The incessant mutterings of the pirate, who had been nagging away, seemed to fade into oblivion as Luo Hou remained silent. Sensing his own insignificance, the pirate's frustration boiled over, and he began to hurl curses at Luo Hou. Each biting word struck deep into Luo Hou's psyche, distorting his expression as he felt the pain he had only recently managed to conceal resurfacing. "Ah, very well. You have chosen your own demise." A murderous glint ignited in Luo Hou's eyes. In an instant, his muscles harmonized, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled him forward like a cannonball into the midst of the pirates. Bang! In a flash of light and sound, a dull thud resonated as Luo Hou, with an agility far beyond that of ordinary men, delivered a powerful punch. The exceedingly unfortunate pirate, caught entirely off guard, found his skull precisely struck at the center of his eye socket, exploding like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere, his lifeless body careening through the air, utterly devoid of life. "Is this the best you can do? I could take on 10 of you." Luo Hou's countenance remained impassive, his garments billowing in the wind as he casually flicked the blood from his knuckles, showing no signs of disquiet from having taken a life for the first time. Chapter 4. An unyielding blow. What? Is this for real? This power? Did he just obliterate a man's head in one blow? Such a sight could only be witnessed before a captain of unrivaled prowess. The surrounding pirates stared in horror as they witnessed their comrade's head explode in less than a second at the hands of Luo Hou, who they perceived merely as a boy on the cusp of adulthood. "Captain, this kid is extraordinary." The pirates, suddenly gripped by fear, began to retreat. They were no strangers to violence, but the sheer shock of witnessing such a brutal display of power was overwhelming. The headless corpse lay twitching on the ground, instilling trepidation in them that prevented any further advance. Yet, in stark contrast to the anxious gaze of his crew, Captain Jackman remained unperturbed, his tone dripping with disdain as he barked orders. "He's just a kid. You're telling me that 20 of you can't handle a mere child? All of you, charge and cut him down. I'll be watching from behind. Avenge our fallen comrade." Infuriated by the ineptitude of his crew, Jackman shouted, while those pirates, with no escape in sight, swallowed hard and began to cautiously circle, seeking the right angle to attack. Compared to Luo Hou, they felt far more intimidated by the reputed Captain Jackman, who was said to possess the power of the strength fruit. Surely, a coordinated effort from a dozen of them should easily subdue a single boy. Though their pirate crew was not large, their teamwork was remarkably cohesive. Their greatest strength lay in surging together to overwhelm troublesome foes. However, as Luo Hou found himself encircled once more, an expression of exhilaration spread across his face. The moment he had slain the pirate, a faint surge of attribute energy erupted from the lifeless body. According to Luo Hou's understanding, the attribute absorption system would only maximize its effectiveness upon utterly defeating an enemy. If this were the case, the forthcoming trials would be even simpler. Killing to absorb attributes would facilitate his rapid ascent in strength. Little brat, you've left yourself exposed. With so many of us, you dare to let your guard down? You're courting death. As Luo Hou pondered the more intricate applications of his system, the pirates encircling him seemed to have suddenly imbibed a stimulant, shouting of openings as they surged forth like a tidal wave. Yet, Luo Hou's expression remained unchanged as he summoned his agility to its peak. Without evasion, he boldly advanced, wildly swinging his fists, striking the hearts of 7 or 8 pirates in quick succession, his blows piercing through. With a sickening crunch, their rib cages shattered as if made of fragile bone. Luo Hou felt his strength surging once more, his face flushed with exhilaration, revealing a classic villainous grin. The curved fingers of his hand, deftly manipulating the lifeless bodies of the pirates he had just pierced, were akin to extracting the creamy interior of fresh tofu. Blood splattering everywhere as the corpses crumpled lifelessly to the ground, like refuse, half kneeling in their demise. Delicious, Luo Hou cackled. Suddenly, with a powerful punch, he struck down a fleeing pirate from behind, the sound echoing like that of a paper-thin walnut bursting open, blood and brains splattering in a horrific display. In mere moments, he had dispatched a dozen or more lives. Each unreserved strike to eliminate his foes and absorb their foundational attributes rendered him increasingly formidable, each kill only fueling his fervor. Even those slightly more capable pirate officers fell victim to his relentless onslaught. After dispatching every pirate present, Luo Hou's gaze fell upon the captain known as Jackman. At that moment, however, Jackman was drenched in sweat, vowing he had never before encountered a person who so callously regarded human life as mere chaff. Though he too was accustomed to killing, he could not match the brutal efficiency displayed by this youth, who spoke not a word of superfluous dialogue. Who on earth are you? I'm done being a pirate. Mommy, I want to go home. Jackman's eyes widened in terror as he turned to flee, lacking the courage to confront a killer of Luo Hou's caliber. Humph, trying to escape? Observing this, Luo Hou's tone dripped with disdain, his highly agile form instantly pursuing Jackman. The dark red conqueror's haki surged forth, crashing towards the fleeing captain. Conqueror's haki? What manner of monster are you? Jackman felt a sudden heaviness clouding his mind, terror coursing through him. With no time to react, he swiftly turned to summon his own haki, his palm darkening as he aimed to strike at Luo Hou. Bang! Jackman's palm met Luo Hou's incoming fist with a muted thud. After a brief contest of strength, Luo Hou was forced back several steps, staggering 7 or 8 paces. However, Rahu felt no fear under Jackman's assault. He had only grown stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 200 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 132 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 78 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 67 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 400 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 239 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the criteria for spirit, successfully absorbing armament haki, beginner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the criteria for spirit, successfully absorbing observation haki, beginner. Feeling the renewed power surging within him, Rahu excitedly wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his fists transforming into a shadowy black mass. Come again. Let me see how much you truly weigh. At that moment, Rahu unleashed his 3 types of haki, propelling himself forward like a cannonball aimed at its target. Upon witnessing this, Jackman's expression underwent a palpable transformation. Shock, terror. Prior to utilizing observation haki and armament haki, he had distinctly sensed that this monstrous Rahu possessed no haki energy whatsoever. Yet, after the attack commenced, haki manifested upon his opponent's form. In that instant, a ludicrous thought invaded Jackman's mind. The youth before him seemed capable of rapidly enhancing his combat prowess mid-battle, effortlessly mastering even haki, an energy requiring rigorous training to wield. Such an eerie innate ability he had never encountered in his years navigating the Grand Line. Old thief, I demand you assist me in my training. Don't come any closer. Chapter 5. I demand your assistance in my training. Watching Raha's speed, which had doubled yet again, Jackman's complexion shifted dramatically. However, he was now too late to react. Before he could assume a defensive stance, Rahu's palm descended with lethal intent, his fist, akin to a sandbag, infused with dark haki, struck his temple with a resounding thud, sending him crashing to the ground. Crack, crack. The sound of broken bones followed in quick succession, with merely one punch. The enhanced Rahu had reduced the bones around Jackman's temple to mere fragments. The shattered remnants protruded grotesquely from his flesh, a testament to the ferocity of the blow. The temple, one of the body's most vulnerable and lethal points, had been brutally assaulted, leaving Jackman in a haze, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, Rahu harbored no intention of letting him off the hook. With a calm demeanor, he hoisted the incapacitated Jackman from the ground and delivered another crushing blow. The sickening sound of flesh and bone colliding echoed, and Jackman's body convulsed before slowly succumbing to lifelessness. With Jackman's demise, a radiant orb of attributes erupted from his corpse, marking his final contribution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 107 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 37 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 36 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 12 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 91 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 27 points of stamina. At the moment the attribute orb was absorbed, the system's notifications chimed. Rahu instantly felt a slight enhancement throughout his form. The disparity between his current physique and that of an ordinary person was now as vast as the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, as the substantial foundational attributes surged within him, Rahu's previously normal height surged upwards by over 30 centimeters, reaching an astonishing height of around 2 meters 70. With such formidable physical prowess, Rahu felt his veins bulging, like green worms writhing across his body, becoming more robust and vigorous. After vanquishing Jackman and absorbing all his foundational attributes, Rahu's already formidable physique transformed into something far more terrifying. A visage resembling a demonic face began to emerge from the muscles along his back. Host, Rahu. Age, 18. Strength, 1239, Admiral-level. Agility, 1001, Admiral-level. Stamina, 1863, Admiral-level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Observation Haki, Beginner. Armament Haki, Beginner. Skills, Basic Navigation, Basic Combat Skills, Fruit Wine Brewing Techniques. Fruit Ability, None. This was power akin to a cheat. Observing his astounding prowess, which had skyrocketed to the level of an admiral in less than a day, Rahu could not help but marvel at the unpredictability of fate. After all, just a day prior, he was merely an ordinary individual in the pirate world, yet now he stood on the precipice of awakening 3 types of haki, rivaling the might of an admiral. Though admirals in this era of rocks might not be deemed exceptionally powerful, such a status was only relative to those monstrous figures. To the average person, Rahu had now become an unattainable powerhouse. However, he did not allow the acquisition of such immense strength to breed complacency or decline. His goals remained crystal clear: to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of combat prowess and ascend the holy land of Mariawa, to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons, using their lives to commemorate his parents' demise. In this pirate world, after 800 years of the world government's establishment, it was high time that the celestial dragons, such beasts, experienced the sensation of being hunted like mere vermin. Next, he would seek out formidable contenders to absorb their attributes, becoming even more resilient and powerful. After casually shaking off the blood that stained his hands, Rahu wasted no time boarding the pirate ship left behind by Jackman and his crew, setting sail towards the next island as indicated on the map. Despite the series of battles he had endured that day, Rahu felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was fervently eager to encounter even stronger adversaries to bolster his attributes. However, regrettably, during a night of drifting through the waters of the Grand Line, he encountered not a single pirate ship. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. This was no longer the era of the great pirate king, Joel D. Roger. At this stage, any pirate crew with a modicum of reputation had likely already allied themselves with the Rock's pirates, becoming part of their ranks. After several monotonous days sailing aboard the ship, Rayowa's Kinbunchiko Haki suddenly detected a figure trailing behind his pirate crew. Oh ho 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 ho. The young man ahead, I am Kaido, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 910 million berries issued by the Navy headquarters. Might I trouble you for a ride? Before Rayo could fully comprehend the situation, a towering figure, approximately 4 meters tall with a pair of horns atop his head, had already leaped onto the deck before him. Kaido, Teacher Kaido? Rayo exclaimed in astonishment at the young man before him, who was vigorously shaking off seawater. The name Kaido was one he was exceedingly familiar with, as he was destined to be one of the 4 emperors who would later divide the latter half of the Grand Line alongside the other 3 sea sovereigns. It was indeed surprising that this individual had not yet joined the Rocks Pirates. Reo recalled the manga he had once perused, where Kaido, the celebrated master of haki who played a pivotal role in half of the storyline, was introduced. This time frame indeed aligned closely with the original narrative. In the source material, Kaido was invited to join the Rocks Pirates by Whitebeard shortly before the battle at God Valley. Subsequently, he participated in that momentous conflict as a personal apprentice. Currently, he was being pursued by the Navy, which seemed somewhat plausible. "Oh ho 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 ho, you actually know me? What a delightful surprise," Kaido exclaimed. "But I don't believe I have ever been a teacher. I was once a national war hero. Yet those wretched kings and nobles sold me to the Navy for a mere chance to join the world government, subjecting me to their blood experiments. Otherwise, I, Kaido, would not find myself in this predicament, constantly hunted by Navy admirals." The youthful and naive Kaido, upon encountering Reo, who belonged to a similar age group, opened up entirely, revealing his identity and background. Reo, taken aback by this revelation, could only express understanding. After all, in the world of One Piece, every supporting character seemed to lead a tragically miserable life. Even he, a traveler from another world, was not exempt from the fate of losing both parents. "Thank you for offering me a ride. I haven't even asked your name yet," Kaido said, his natural carefree demeanor shining through. After uttering this, he made his way to the ship's cabin, retrieving several crates of chilled rum, and began to drink heartily. "My name is Reo," he replied. "Since you have boarded my pirate crew and enjoyed my rum, I have but one condition for you." Reo stood tall, gazing at the now flushed Kaido, who had already begun to drink. Though Kaido was still quite young, his bounty of 900 million berries was an undeniable testament to his strength. If Reo could absorb some of Kaido's haki attributes, it would undoubtedly prove to be a lucrative endeavor. Indeed, Reo had already sensed waves of foundational attribute orbs, roughly the size of basketballs, cascading down from Kaido since he boarded. "Oh ho 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 ho. One condition? I, Kaido, can comply with that, no problem at all. What is it you need me for?" Kaido, seemingly unfamiliar with someone as generous as Reo, clapped his chest and readily accepted the terms. "There's no grand task. I simply wish for you to assist me in honing my skills." Reo's eyes gleamed as he watched the attributes slowly trickling down from Kaido. He firmly believed he would reap substantial rewards from Teacher Kaido. Chapter 6. The Astonished Kaido. "I see. However, I, Kaido, belong to a special race known as the Oni, and my strength might be considerable. Are you certain you want me as a sparring partner?" Kaido, with his naturally optimistic disposition, unhesitatingly agreed to Reo's request. While he may not yet be deemed a formidable powerhouse, he certainly stood at a competent mid-tier level. "Let us begin with the teaching of Conqueror's haki," Reo exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of mentoring Kaido. Without a moment's delay, he unleashed his Conqueror's haki towards Kaido. Kaido, showing no restraint, set down his rum and likewise released his Conqueror's haki. "Oh ho 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 ho. Conqueror's haki? I, Kaido, am not lacking in that department." With a laugh that bore his unmistakable signature, a dark red wave of haki erupted from the center of Kaido's being, significantly deeper in hue than Reo's. Boom! The Conqueror's haki from both Kaido and Reo was essentially on par, with only a marginal difference between the two. However, in comparison to Reo, who had only recently awakened his haki, Kaido's mastery was evidently more refined, robust, and fluid. As their haki clashed, the once tranquil sea roiled and surged, creating tumultuous waves. Dark bolts of haki surged across the azure surface, electrifying the passing schools of fish. Even the clouds above, laden with the promise of an impending downpour, were forcibly rent asunder by their haki's collision. Truly, he was a master teacher, despite not yet having attained the status of a personal apprentice within the Rocks Pirates. Kaido's application of Conqueror's haki was already exquisite. Reo gazed with fervor at Kaido, who was being pushed back by his haki, murmuring to himself. He felt no discontent at Kaido's superior haki. Rather, the stronger Kaido became, the more formidable the haki attributes he could absorb. In fact, Reo had begun to sense that should he manage to absorb all of Kaido's foundational attributes, he would undoubtedly ascend to the level of a Calamity Star. Although Kaido was not yet at the level of a Yonko's subordinate, he was certainly a top-tier Calamity, as Kaido gradually pushed Reo's Conqueror's haki back into him. A series of fist-sized orbs radiating a dark red energy began to drop from above Kaido's head. Upon the first orb's descent, Reo received a prompt from the system. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed Conqueror's haki attributes. High level, 1233. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have collected Conqueror's Haki. High level, 2396. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have collected Conqueror's Haki. High level, 3649. The system's melodious notifications cascaded one after another as Ryo distinctly felt his own Conqueror's Haki intensifying at an exponential rate. In mere seconds, Ryo's Conqueror's Haki strength reached parity with Kaido. Boom! A ferocious burst of Conqueror's Haki erupted, emanating from Luo Hou's mind with an intensity that clashed violently against Kaido's own Conqueror's Haki. The absurdity of the scene caused even the typically unfazed Kaido to widen his eyes in disbelief. Your Conqueror's Haki is actually strengthening? How is that possible? Kaido exclaimed, astonished. It is a well-known fact that Conqueror's Haki is the unique mark of a king, distinct from the other forms of Haki, armament, and observation. Moreover, it is the only type of Haki that cannot be enhanced through mere training. A person must possess an innate spirit of a ruler that evolves further only when their inner resolve grows more formidable. Kaido was confident that his observation Haki had clearly captured the moment when Luo Hou's Conqueror's Haki became more robust. This was quite terrifying. Merely clashing Haki with him had seemingly allowed Luo Hou's to grow stronger, even managing to withstand the onslaught of Kaido's own Conqueror's Haki. However, this shock was fleeting. As Kaido swiftly suppressed it, he was not the type to dwell on such matters. Luo Hou had willingly used his pirate ship to pull him up from the depths of the water and had provided him with an endless supply of rum. Having never experienced such kindness, Kaido, under the influence of this sweet gesture, perceived Luo Hou as his only true friend. With a confident smile, Kaido became more serious. Oh, let me see how far you can go. I, Kaido, am not a man who will concede. With his declaration, Kaido unleashed his full power, engaging Luo Hou in a fierce clash of Conqueror's Haki. In response, Luo Hou did not hold back either, matching Kaido's intensity with his own. He was determined to replicate and absorb Kaido's entire Conqueror's Haki essence. Boom! The two advanced levels of Conqueror's Haki collided and tore through the air, producing a cacophony of black lightning that resonated with the ominous thunderclouds overhead, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an apocalyptic event descending upon the pirate world. Beep! Congratulations. Host has absorbed Conqueror's Haki attributes. Advanced, 4132. Beep! Congratulations. Host has collected Conqueror's Haki. Advanced, 4876. Beep! Congratulations. Host has collected Conqueror's Haki. Advanced, 5611. At this juncture, as Kaido poured forth his Conqueror's Haki, he gradually transitioned from a state of ease to one where advancing proved increasingly difficult. With beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, it was evident that his observation Haki sensed Luo Hou's Conqueror's Haki had indeed grown stronger. The two were now nearly on equal footing. No matter how hard he tried, Kaido could not overcome Luo Hou's Haki. Oh, let us call it a day? My Conqueror's Haki can no longer suppress you. Now, let us test the prowess of armament Haki. Acknowledging that his Conqueror's Haki could no longer contend with Luo Hou's, Kaido retracted it and drew forth a gleaming, black-spiked mace from behind him. Observing Kaido's actions, Luo Hou understood that his teacher intended to further amplify his Haki strength. Bring it on. Luo Hou resolutely clenched his fists, instantly hardening his armament Haki over his hands. Chapter 7. Advanced 3 Types of Haki. Truly a golden teacher. Had they met at an earlier time, Luo Hou would never have been able to best Kaido, but the circumstances had drastically changed. Their Conqueror's Haki had reached a level of parity, and Kaido was still shedding attribute orbs the size of basketballs that continuously enhanced him. Beep! Congratulations. Host has successfully absorbed 1,599 points of basic strength attribute. Beep! Congratulations. Host has successfully absorbed 1,361 points of basic strength attribute. Beep! Congratulations. Host has successfully absorbed 601 points of basic agility. Beep! Congratulations. Host has successfully absorbed 329 points of basic agility. Beep! Congratulations. Host has successfully absorbed 1,900 points of basic stamina. Beep! Congratulations. Host has successfully absorbed 1,881 points of basic stamina. At this moment, for every basic attribute orb Kaido dropped, Luo Hou would experience a significant boost in power, speed, and stamina. The assistance Kaido provided Luo Hou transcended the capabilities of a mere golden teacher. He was a natural-born experience monster. Are you ready? I, Kaido, am about to launch my attack. Witnessing Luo Hou's physique visibly strengthen at a discernible pace, Kaido tightened his grip on the spiked mace, unleashing a torrent of fierce armament Haki that enveloped the weapon until it was completely shrouded in darkness. This technique, known as haki wrapping, allows the user to enhance their weapon's destructive power. If maintained over an extended period, there exists a chance to forge a blade imbued with innate haki destructive capabilities. Additionally, armament haki can also be utilized for external attacks, a technique that wields vastly different power. The external release of armament haki is akin to injecting highly concentrated explosives directly into an enemy's body, causing internal damage. Thunderous. 8 trigrams. Having confirmed that Luo Hou was prepared to face his assault, Kaido wasted no time. His muscular arm swelled as he swung his mace down fiercely toward Luo Hou's arm. From this action, it was clear that Kaido was meticulous, ensuring he did not hold back, while also avoiding inflicting serious injury on Luo Hou. Naturally, Luo Hou was deeply moved by this. His teacher, Kaido, was truly dedicated. "I'm so touched, I'm about to cry." As Kaido's attack approached, Luo Hou dismissed it without a glance, grunting internally as he chose to envelop himself in armament haki, bracing to withstand Kaido's onslaught. Boom! A resounding thud reverberated through the air. The force of Kaido's mace colliding with Luo Hou's haki-imbued arm unleashed a shockwave. The advanced armament haki surged into Luo Hou's body, spreading through his chest and wreaking havoc on countless muscle fibers, leaving him with severe bruising across one side of his torso. The excruciating pain caused Luo Hou to grit his teeth in agony. However, in light of the bountiful gains he has acquired, this slight discomfort is utterly negligible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attribute of armament haki, advanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the attribute of observation haki, advanced. At the moment when Kaido unleashed his armament and observation haki attacks simultaneously, Luo Hou successfully absorbed the haki attributes that fell from Kaido, along with the substantial foundational attributes carried by the heavy club. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 999 points of foundational strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 361 points of foundational strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 601 points of foundational agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 329 points of foundational agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 900 points of foundational stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 881 points of foundational stamina. In that fleeting moment, as the system notification resounded, a torrent of profound power surged into Luo Hou's body. This foundational attribute was akin to an irresistible experience package. With Kaido's attribute support, Luo Hou's growth rate surged at an astonishing geometric progression. Damn it! Though painful, it was indeed a pain intertwined with joy. Let us continue the fight. Do not let the combat cease, Kaido-sensei. Feeling himself grow increasingly formidable, Luo Hou disregarded his injuries and urged the hesitant Kaido to continue attacking him. Witnessing Luo Hou's rapid growth and the bruises adorning his body, Kaido was struck with immense respect for this man he had only recently met. After all, as a member of the inherently powerful Oni clan, he had never encountered anyone quite like Luo Hou, who relentlessly trained himself despite bearing severe wounds. Nevertheless, Kaido had no choice but to acquiesce to Luo Hou's request, for Luo Hou had treated him to a grand feast. Such kindness must be repaid. Now brace yourself. I am about to unleash my full strength. Kaido, wary that Luo Hou might not withstand his assault, gave an additional warning before launching his attack, a testament to his commendable teaching prowess. Following his words, Kaido leaped high into the air, and upon reaching a considerable height, he forcefully struck down towards Luo Hou's position with his weapon. Armament haki hardening. Here it comes. However, empowered by significant advancements, Luo Hou swiftly enveloped his fist with high-level armament haki and met Kaido's kanabo with a powerful punch reminiscent of the Ryuko-ken from King of Fighters 97. Boom! The clash of two high-level armament haki users erupted like a metallic collision, sending sparks flying. Their reckless attacks caused the pirate ship to crack, with the entire keel splintering into 3 segments. Luo Hou withstood Kaido's assault of the Shin Sansijin Naraku. It must be said, the names Kaido bestowed upon his techniques were nothing short of magnificent, rivaling even the poetic prowess of those with the devil fruit abilities. The sound of wood splintering echoed incessantly. Kaido, retracting his kanabo and slinging it across his back, found himself utterly awestruck. Luo Hou had merely exchanged blows with him, and now he was capable of enduring his attacks. Initially, Kaido believed Luo Hou's rapid growth in Conqueror's haki was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, the talent Luo Hou displayed now made his heart convulse with admiration. High-level Conqueror's haki, armament haki, and observation haki, potent forces coupled with enhanced speed. Was this not akin to Kaido himself? This was the haki Kaido had painstakingly honed over years of perilous battles. Astonishingly, in less than a minute, Luo Hou had assimilated it all amidst combat. However, Kaido felt no sense of loss, for with this arrangement, he could freely indulge in the rum stored aboard Luo Hou's pirate ship. It could be considered a mutual exchange, and both parties were immensely satisfied. Kaido could drink to his heart's content, while Luo Hou acquired all the attributes he sought. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 11,599 points of foundational strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 9,361 points of foundational agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 19,361 points of foundational stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing armament haki attribute, advanced, 6,233. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring observation haki attribute, advanced, 7,396. Chapter 8, Robbery. Let us conclude here for today. If we continue, the pirate ship may very well break apart. After glancing at the pirate vessel, which was on the brink of collapse, and the now depleted Kaido, Luo Hou decided to halt this one-on-one tutoring session. After a brief clash, Luo Hou had successfully absorbed all 3 high-level haki attributes, conquerors, armament, and observation, at the same level as Kaido. In other words, he had become a younger version of Kaido in a different sense, albeit Luo Hou was merely an ordinary human while Kaido belonged to a unique race. Ignoring Kaido, who was busy retrieving several crates of liquor from the cabin, Luo Hou opened his now remarkably formidable data panel. Host, Luo Hou. Age, 18. Strength, 19. 640, level of the Calamity Stars. Agility, 15, 100, level of the Calamity Stars. Stamina, 32,000, level of the Calamity Stars. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, advanced 5. 611, Armament Haki, advanced 6, 233, Observation Haki, advanced 7, 396. Skills, Taijutsu, Thunder 8 trigrams, Shin Sansijin Nariku, Devil Fruit ability, none. With strength, agility, and stamina all elevated to the level of the Calamity Stars, and the cultivation of the 3 haki types nearing their peak. Luo Hou could confidently assert that while he may not be able to defeat the admirals of the Navy headquarters, he could certainly teach a lesson to the elite vice admirals. After all, in the pirate world, strength is ultimately gauged by the intensity of one's haki. Only haki serves as the true measure of a warrior's prowess. Other attributes merely serve as embellishments. However, at Luo Hou's current level, further advancement would necessitate a greater focus on enhancing foundational qualities. Only through bolstering his physique could he further elevate his haki. The reason Kaido, a being of extraordinary talent, remained in this stage was solely because his body had yet to fully mature into adulthood. As long as Kaido's physique attains its optimal state, his haki prowess shall ascend in tandem, inevitably reaching the pinnacle of its potential. Roronoa, come join me for a drink, he exclaimed, an exuberant hiccup punctuating his words. After all, what is life but a series of indulgent libations? As he reveled in his merriment, Kaido's gaze fell upon the still and silent Roronoa. Although he could not decipher the reason behind Roronoa's sudden state of inactivity, his singular desire was to coax him into partaking in copious amounts of alcohol. Since his earliest memories, Kaido had traversed the battlefield, harvesting the lives of his foes. His lifetime of valor could hardly be deemed sufficient to atone for the sins against his nation. Regrettably, in the twilight of his existence, he found himself bartered by his homeland to the world government, merely to secure a seat at the table of allied nations. This left Kaido in a profound state of despondency. Yet, fortuitously, after being captured and confined within a laboratory, he had managed to escape, relying on his formidable combat prowess. Though now his name adorned the Navy's bounty list, he had reclaimed his freedom. Even more fortunate was the serendipitous encounter with Roronoa, a genuine brother who cared little for his past, and even invited him to drink. Such a stroke of luck surely warranted a grand celebration. Let us proceed. But if your tolerance falters, perhaps you should sit with the children instead, he jested. Upon receiving Kaido's invitation, Roronoa beamed with gratitude, truly appreciative of this esteemed mentor's unreserved support in enhancing his abilities. However, it was important to note that this sentiment was confined solely to matters of strength. When it came to drinking, Roronoa believed himself to be a worthy contender, for his capacity for alcohol could be succinctly represented by a single finger. He could drink endlessly. Oh ho ho, how audacious, Roronoa. If I cannot drink, I shall take my leave to join the children. His words ignited Kaido's competitive spirit. He had never been bested in drinking contests, whether in the barracks with comrades or during encounters with pirates on the run. He had reduced many to a state of inebriation. "Cheers," he proclaimed, and thus, the two of them, each with a bottle in hand, decimated the ship's vast stockpile of rum, leaving not a drop behind. As night descended, the pair succumbed to the numbing embrace of alcohol. Sprawled across the deck of their pirate ship, there were no sentinels, no navigation charts, and certainly no one at the helm. The ship drifted aimlessly with the current, unaware of its destination. The following day, a gentle sea breeze brushed against Roronoa's cheek, bringing with it a soothing sensation that made him feel rejuvenated. Damn, this rum in the pirate world packs a greater punch than Qingdao beer. Could it possibly be counterfeit? Shaking his head to clear his mind, Roronoa began to assess their current position. Unfortunately, the navigational charts before him were utterly useless in determining their location. Where in the world are we? Is this still our homeland? Gazing out at the vast, featureless sea, Roronoa could do nothing but allow the ship to continue its journey. At that moment, Kaido, who had also been in a stupor, roused from his slumber. After a moment of massaging his aching head, he turned to Roronoa and inquired about their next course of action. Roronoa, where are we headed now? If all else fails, we should find an island to ask for directions. I was fleeing from the Navy and had intended to join the Rocks Pirates. Why don't we join the Rocks Pirates together and grow stronger? With our talents, we're bound to become officers if we enter their ranks. With his mind gradually clearing, Kaido looked eagerly at Roronoa. At that moment, Kaido had come to regard Roronoa as a true friend. In all his life, he had never encountered anyone as generous as Roronoa, who treated him to drinks without hesitation. Most individuals, upon seeing him as a member of a special race, harbored ill intentions. After all, in this world, special races were exceedingly rare, often fetching exorbitant prices at auction houses. Kaido had suffered greatly in his youth, being sold from one human to another, ultimately relegated to being cannon fodder for a nation. Even as he became a hero, his fate remained unchanged. He was still to be offered to the world government as a subject for human experimentation. In summary, Kaido had never met anyone like Roronoa, who did not view him through the lens of his physical form. Rest assured, we shall indeed make our way to the Rocks Pirates. However, our immediate priority is to seize that vessel ahead, Roronoa remarked, steering the ship while pointing toward a standard Navy transport ship in their path. Oh ho ho, a robbery? What a splendid idea. I've been evading the Navy and am rather short on funds. This will be a fortuitous replenishment. Kaido, who had initially felt bored, suddenly found himself invigorated by Roronoa's proposition to raid the naval ship. Roronoa admired Kaido's pragmatic approach to spending money, as both hailed from humble beginnings. To some extent, spending money on goods from the common folk provided a sense of moral justification, even if those funds were acquired through robbery. After all, the celestial dragons were hardly considered human. Robbing them was hardly a crime. Moreover, possessing some currency was invaluable, as one needed to purchase newspapers to acquire the latest news. Without the means to pay for them, one would be blacklisted by the newsbirds and deprived of any further information. This was largely because the current figure dominating the news industry, Morgans, had yet to emerge. Consequently, newsbirds were scarce and the sources of information convoluted, which explained why seafarers often carried cash as a precaution. Even the formidable Rocks, a maritime overlord, had to dig into their pockets for gold coins to procure newsprint. Chapter 9. The Celestial Dragon's Guard Dogs. Warning. This is a world government treasure ship. Unrelated vessels are to depart immediately. The announcement blared from the nearby Navy ships tasked with escorting the treasure vessel as Roronoa maneuvered their unsteady pirate ship closer. However, under ordinary circumstances, few dare to rob the celestial gold transport vessels of the world government. This is largely due to the current balance of power, where the Rocks Pirates and the world government effectively share dominion over the seas, each with their own sources of income from protection fees. Generally, there is little severe friction between the world government and the Rocks Pirates. At least, this was the case prior to the onset of the God Valley War. How infuriating. These hypocritical Marines, cloaked in the guise of justice, engage in such vile acts behind the scenes. It is utterly contemptible. Kaido stood tall, his gaze filled with resentment as he fixed his eyes upon the naval warships. To him, the so-called righteous Marines were nothing more than a private army bred specifically for the celestial dragons. The justice of the Marines only serves to shield those nations that oppress the downtrodden and pay tribute to the celestial dragons in exchange for their status as world government members. Without such status, a nation is regarded by the world government as devoid of human rights. In such nations, the Marines would naturally turn a blind eye. rendering those without protection as mere playthings for the celestial dragons to indulge in their slaughterous games. Often, when the celestial dragons partake in these inhumane acts, they are accompanied by high-ranking naval officers to prevent any interference from those lacking rights, thereby preserving the sanctity of their merciless pursuits. Thus, in the world of piracy, the question of whether marine justice exists hinges upon individual conduct rather than the profession itself. Some Marines harbor true notions of justice within, yet such personal convictions do not universally reflect upon their entire vocation. It would be absurd to suggest that those tasked with guarding the celestial dragons deserve to be associated with justice. The Marines are merely ordinary people. The question of their righteousness still rests upon individual actions. However, those responsible for escorting the celestial gold are devoid of any noble pretense. Roronoa did not oppose Kaido's disdain for the Marines, especially considering that the Marines had been present when his parents were brutally slain by the celestial dragons. Why then did their supposed justice not extend to him? Indeed, brother, let us plunge this world into chaos. Let us begin with this celestial gold transport, the youthful Kaido exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Though still young, his penchant for mayhem mirrored that of the man he would become decades later as one of the four emperors. His actions were imbued with a directness, a desire to tear apart this dark world. Roronoa remained composed, lost in thought about whether there might be a few select nobles aboard the celestial gold transport ship. With his burgeoning strength, his hatred for the celestial dragons only intensified. He could even envision, in his dreams, the slaughter of Mariewa at his own hands. Though this may seem an unrealistic fantasy at present, Roronoa believed it to be a future not far off. He yearned for progress. As the pirate ship neared the celestial gold transport, Roronoa disregarded the naval warnings, causing his ship to collide violently with the transport's course. At that moment, Commodore Kuroti, responsible for the escort, stood on the deck of the naval ship, drenched in sweat, attempting to explain the inadequacy of his protection to the CP agents aboard the transport. These CP agents served as the strongest shield for the celestial dragons, each a prodigy skilled in multiple forms of the Marines' 6 styles of combat. Even among the upper echelons of the CP, there existed individuals whose strength rivaled that of the highest-ranking admirals in the Marine headquarters. However, before he could articulate his prepared explanations, a figure clad in a black suit and a grotesque mask, who had been seated calmly on the transport ship, rose with an air of resignation. He then leaped effortlessly onto the deck of Roronoa and Kaido's pirate ship. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Kuroti could only retract his words in frustration. The other CP agents accompanying him regarded the hesitant Marines with disdain. The Marine headquarters and the CP, both violent organizations under the world government, have been at odds for centuries. The Marines believe in their own brand of justice, dismissing the CP as mere lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Conversely, the CP agents view the so-called righteous Marines as hypocrites, pretending to uphold justice while serving the very tyranny they claim to oppose. Both factions serve the world government. Where, then, is the true justice? With a series of explosive sounds emanating from rapid footfalls, the CP0 agent clad in a fitted black suit and grotesque mask landed firmly on the pirate ship's deck. You pitiful pirates! Do you even comprehend the heinous crime you have committed? The celestial gold is the most prized treasure of the gods. How dare you attempt to seize it? Should you fail to heed the gods' time, even 100 of your heads would not suffice. The CP0 agent's eyes were narrow and filled with malice as his voice rasped coldly. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Roronoa and Kaido exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this CP0 agent overly confident? Was he mistaking them for the likes of the minor pirate Jackman, emboldened by his unwarranted self-assurance? Did he mean to say that the gods referred to the celestial dragons? Such beings hardly deserve the title of deities. Upon hearing the CP0 agent's reference to the gods, Roronoa's calm demeanor erupted into a surge of murderous intent. Each mention of the celestial dragons felt like a dagger relentlessly slicing through his heart. He longed to capture a few celestial dragons and exact his vengeance. However, the celestial dragons, known for their heightened sense of security, typically remained sheltered within Mariewa, only a few adventurous souls daring to venture out. While he could not yet confront the celestial dragons, eliminating their lackeys would serve as a satisfying prelude. In an instant, Roronoa's form blurred, leaving behind a mere afterimage as he lunged toward the CP0 agent with unbridled ferocity. Chapter 10, Annihilating CP0. What? Such incredible speed! As he beheld the audacity of the two pirates daring to strike first against him, a world government agent of CP0, who stood just beneath the celestial hierarchy. A surge of rage coursed through him, prompting an immediate reaction. He widened his stance slightly, his legs bending at the knees, and his muscles tensed in an instant. A veil of dark energy swiftly enveloped his entire being, exuding an aura of unparalleled confidence. Iron block, arm steel. Die! Rojo bellowed. His fingers clenched into a fist, as bulging veins pulsating with advanced haki flared on his arms, emanating a terrifying force that shattered the surrounding air with a thunderous crack, driving toward the forehead of the CP0 agent. Boom! Crack! A sound so oppressive and heavy reverberated through the air. Rojo's fist, fueled by all his might, struck mercilessly at the forehead of the CP0 agent. Confronted with the tremendous force unleashed by the haki-imbued punch, the CP0 agent could barely withstand it for a fleeting moment before his skull shattered, his visage collapsing into the cavity of his cranium. Blood and remnants of brain matter rained down, mingled with various life-sustaining substances scattered across the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 43 points of power. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 12 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 107 points of stamina. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle, the other members of the CP organization aboard the celestial transport ship felt their scalps prickle with terror, cold sweat cascading down their brows. Captain Nige had been obliterated by a single punch. What manner of pirate is this? The flag on the pirate ship bears no mark of any renowned crew. They could only watch in horror as their sole elite CP0 commander was annihilated in an instant. The remaining members of the CP organization exchanged glances, at a loss for what to do, though they appeared to function with distinct roles for the crucial task of transporting celestial gold. The government would invariably dispatch a senior agent, a member of CP0, to lead them. Yet now, their captain, CP0 Nige, had been so brutally dispatched with a single blow, leaving them all to ponder the grim fate that awaited them. If even CP0 agents could be slain, what chance did they, the lower-tier CP members, have? Would they still guard the celestial gold? The heads of the remaining CP members buzzed with confusion, their minds swirling in a tempest of thoughts. As ordinary agents under the world government, their loyalty to the celestial dragons was not unwavering. At least, they were not inclined to march to their deaths without hesitation. After all, confronting certain death was one thing. Perhaps fleeing into the sea might offer a glimmer of hope. Oh, Rojo's punch seems reminiscent of Kaido's Thunderbagua. Kaido, who had been silently observing, felt a numbing sensation as he watched Rojo's fist obliterate the head of his opponent. He had grown accustomed to Rojo's uncanny ability to instantly learn the skills of others, a feat that, while seemingly outrageous, paled in comparison to the ability to directly replicate the intensity of haki. Such techniques were merely trivialities. Yes, I did indeed employ the power technique of Thunderbagua. Your move is quite commendable, Rojo acknowledged, unashamedly admitting to having gleaned the power techniques of Thunderbagua and the Zongsanshi Inai from Kaido. There was no need for concealment. Let us proceed to uncover the treasures aboard the celestial gold transport ship. With a casual flick, he wiped the blood from his hands and leaped onto the transport vessel, followed closely by Kaido. The duo positioned themselves to block the retreat of the remaining CP members. Now, I shall pose questions, and you shall respond. Should you dare to withhold information, you shall not wish to know the consequences. Rojo's gaze was calm, yet his tone was icy as he addressed the trembling CP members, whose legs quaked as if they were performing a jittery dance. My lord, please ask, I assure you. I shall speak without reservation. This wretched CP organization, I am no longer a part of it. Despite their intense fear of Rojo's murderous aura, the CP members recalled the merciless fate that awaited traitors within the government, forcing them to suppress their trembling hearts. Nevertheless, under such pressure, 3 or 4 brave souls stood forth to share all they knew. Excellent. You 3, step aside. I shall question you once I resolve this matter. Upon witnessing the emergence of those bold enough to step forward, Rojo smirked coldly and approached the remaining group. One must bear the consequences of their choices. Since you have chosen to pledge loyalty to the world government, may you find peace in your journey beyond. Before his words had fully dissipated, the group of 10 CP members, not lacking in intellect, immediately initiated a rapid retreat, employing one of the Navy's 6 styles, the moonwalk, to escape the celestial gold transport ship. However, alas, before their feet could leave the ground, Rojo's previously dark pupils transformed into a deep crimson hue. In the next moment, a dense wave of conqueror's haki engulfed every corner of the transport ship. The tumultuous black lightning crackled and surged, instantaneously overwhelming the fleeing crowd, sending them crashing to the ground like a swarm of grasshoppers. Damn it, it's Conqueror-S haki. My body one team move. Is this yet another contender for kingship? It's over. Is it too late to surrender? I too wish to report. Yet, having already granted these CP members a chance, Luo Hou would not offer another. Preserving their lives held no value. It was far more pragmatic to reduce them to mere attribute fragments. Clenching his fists, imbued with advanced haki, Luo Hou systematically targeted each individual, sweeping clean the lives of the entire group with ruthless efficiency. The scene was drenched in blood, grotesquely brutal. These ordinary CP members had no opportunity to resist. Departing from this world in unison, with a casual wave, Luo Hou absorbed the attribute fragments that lay scattered on the ground into his being, then approached the three terrified individuals whose complexions had turned ashen. You are fortunate. I am not one who relishes in slaughter. Inform me, has any celestial dragon emerged from the Holy Land recently? Where exactly? Who is safeguarding them? The three pale-faced CP members understood that once the whereabouts of the celestial dragons were exposed, they would undoubtedly face a government-issued death warrant. However, in the face of imminent death, what future could they possibly contemplate? Seemingly, after exchanging glances, the three individuals decisively and unhesitatingly spoke. My lord, the information we have received is limited to one crucial detail. The government is currently orchestrating a significant event, and many celestial dragons are presently away from their posts. However, the majority of them are operating within proximity to the government and the Navy headquarters. The only faction of celestial dragons relatively close to here is on the Island of the Devil, seemingly engaged in the capture of formidable pirates to replenish their slave numbers, under the protection of the Navy. As for the guarding forces, I am only aware of a few vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. The whereabouts of the admirals are beyond our ordinary CP organization's reach. The three spoke in unison, divulging all the information they possessed. Yet, before they could conclude, a blackened mace, sharp and menacing, was swung directly at their heads, with a resounding thud, akin to the shattering of a watermelon. The three ineffectual CP members were instantly transformed into quivering, blood-spraying corpses by Kaido, who wielded the mace with brutal precision. In the face of this grim scenario, Roronoa hesitated momentarily, retrieving a nautical chart to ascertain the location of the Island of the Devil. It was not too far, but he pondered whether there would be admirals stationed there. Brother Roronoa, considering our combined strength, we need not fear the admirals of the Navy, Kaido remarked with excitement after successfully reducing the three CP members to mere pulp with a thunderous strike. Moreover, with your astonishingly rapid learning ability, even an encounter with an admiral would merely serve to enhance your haki prowess. It was evident that, apart from Roronoa, Kaido's inherently chaotic disposition was eager to confront the so-called aristocrats of the world. Previously, he lacked the strength and opportunity to test the waters, but with Roronoa alongside him, he felt emboldened. Then our next step is to venture to the Island of the Devil to ascertain the presence of celestial dragons, and subsequently, we shall infiltrate the Rocks pirates as officers. Observing Kaido's fervent desire to seek out the celestial dragons, Roronoa felt compelled to match his enthusiasm. His sole purpose for embarking on this journey was to assault the sacred grounds of Mariewa, to obliterate all those who dared to proclaim themselves as world nobility. Otherwise, his life would have been lived in utter frustration. Let us first assess the value of this batch of celestial gold. Perhaps we might uncover some devil fruits among these oceanic treasures, Roronoa murmured softly, leading the way into the ship's hold. Drawing from years of comic reading experience, he surmised that the celestial dragons' transport vessels would undoubtedly be laden with treasures of significant worth. Furthermore, it was highly probable that these treasures included renowned swords and the exceedingly rare devil fruits. Despite the portrayal of numerous devil fruit users in anime, this was often a result of survivor bias. In the Alabasta narrative, for instance, within a desert nation boasting a population of tens of millions, the number of identifiable devil fruit users was merely a handful. Most of these individuals were brought in by Crocodile to further his ambitions of domination over Alabasta. Thus, among those millions, having even 10 users would be considered extraordinarily fortunate. Hence, before the emergence of artificial devil fruits, items genuinely regarded as oceanic treasures were exceedingly rare. Oh, if it happens to be a devil fruit, I believe the Zoan type would be most advantageous. After all, while other abilities may possess their own strengths, they ultimately have limitations. True invincibility is rooted in one's haki, Kaido opined. As long as one's haki is sufficiently powerful, the absence of external enhancements like devil fruits would pose no detriment, except when it comes to Zoan types. Although Zoan fruits may lack the allure of Paramecia and Logia types, they significantly bolster an individual's physical prowess, consequently elevating their haki level. Therefore, I recommend that if you, Roronoa, choose to pursue a devil fruit, you should lean towards the Zoan type. Upon hearing Roronoa express interest in devil fruits, Kaido wasted no time in sharing his distilled experiences with him. To Kaido, Roronoa was indeed a rare friend in his life. As friends, it was only fitting to share one's acquired wisdom. You make a valid point, Roronoa replied. However, who can definitively assert that I cannot harness the powers of multiple devil fruits? He did not contradict Kaido, for the latter's assertions held merit. In the pirate world, the most crucial strength was never merely physical combat, swordsmanship, or an assortment of devil fruit abilities. A person with sufficiently potent haki was undeniably formidable. Take, for example, the current ruler of the seas, Rox D. Zebek, who exemplified how a man could reach the pinnacle of haki mastery, becoming a sovereign capable of subjugating entire seas and even organizing a colossal crew to rival the world government that had endured for centuries. As Kaido remained entranced by the notion of multiple devil fruit users, Roronoa proceeded into the ship's hold. Creaking, the heavy door, crafted from traditional precious wood, emitted a dull yet grating sound. The moment Roronoa opened the door, he was momentarily blinded by a mountain of golden treasures that lay before him. Gleaming coins and exquisitely crafted ornaments made of gold and gems instantly uplifted his spirits. Even someone with a fear of clutter would find solace in the sight of such opulence. This batch of celestial gold was valued at no less than 2 billion berries. It was astonishing that Kaido was perceived as this valuable in the eyes of that wretched king. Kaido grasped a handful of gold and tossed it about casually, succumbing to a peculiar wave of emotion. His descent from a revered soldier hero in his homeland to the identity of a pirate was due to his king selling him to the world government as a means to offset the costs of becoming a member state. Hence, it was implied that Kaido himself was worth a substantial portion of this treasure. However, the unfortunate truth was that this worth was defined by the price at which he was sold, rendering it hardly something to boast about. Being sold isn't entirely negative. At least you've gained your freedom now, Roronoa remarked with a smirk, lightly teasing Kaido's somber mood before promptly collecting the heaps of gold into his system backpack. While the money held little significance, it was far better suited to him than being squandered by the celestial dragons. As Mayan famously stated, he was not fond of wealth and held no interest in it. Rahu, though not particularly fond of wealth, harbored an innate inclination towards the riches of others, especially the extravagant gold of the celestial dragons, the aristocracy of this world. After meticulously packing away all the gold before him, he proceeded towards the next cargo hold of the transport vessel. Under normal circumstances, the exorbitant protection fee demanded by the heavens could never be entirely settled with gold alone. Nations that had aligned themselves with the world government were required to remit a portion of gold annually, supplemented by an array of rare antiquities and treasures. Some even went so far as to offer peculiar fruits, known as devil fruits, as a form of offsetting their dues. Upon gently opening the door before him, Rahu beheld an array of swords and weaponry adorning the room. However, amidst the assorted weapons, his gaze was drawn to a glass display case at the center, within which lay a peculiar, crumpled fruit. Ah, this devil fruit. I have seen it before, Rahu mused, recalling its identity as the Paramecia-type strength fruit. It was said that consuming this fruit would grant the user strength exceeding double that of an average person, and upon awakening its powers, one could effortlessly uproot a mountain. After a moment of contemplation, he began to elaborate on the origins of the devil fruit before him. Without hesitation, Rahu shattered the glass with a punch and grasped the wrinkled fruit in his hand. As his fingers brushed against its surface, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully absorbing the attributes of the Paramecia-type strength fruit. Ding! The curse of the sea's side effects from the devil fruit has been automatically separated. Chapter 12, Surge of Power. Following the successful absorption of the strength fruit's attributes, Rahu turned his attention to a disinterested Kaido beside him. This indeed was a Paramecia-type power, but since your preference lies solely with Zoan-type devil fruits, I shall keep it for now. Kaido waved his hand, affirming his lack of interest in anything outside of Zoan fruits. Unlike Rahu, who could absorb multiple abilities and become a grotesque multi-fruit user, the selection of a devil fruit held significant importance for him. He needed to choose one that aligned perfectly with his unique heritage as a member of the Oni race, which endowed him with remarkable resilience and extraordinary physical prowess. Had it not been for these intrinsic racial gifts, Kaido would have long since succumbed on the battlefield. His exceptional physical strength fueled his enthusiasm for Zoan-type fruits. By integrating a powerful Zoan ability with his innate racial talents, his physical fortitude could reach its zenith. Well then, it seems you have no need for these swords and weaponry, Rahu declared, swiftly collecting the hundreds of assorted blades from the second cargo hold. Although most of these swords were of mediocre quality, they were a gift that should not be refused. While Rahu had yet to master the art of swordsmanship, who could say that the Thunder Bagua could not be executed with a blade? Ultimately, he soon arrived at the final glass display, housing a sword of the same caliber as the Devil Fruit. After breaking the protective cover with a single punch, he retrieved a beautifully crafted double-edged sword, its blade as white as snow, along with an accompanying instruction manual. The document proclaimed it as an ungraded blade, a relic from a royal lineage in the East Blue, capable of slicing through iron with ease, its sharpness comparable to that of a grade 21 blade. Surprised by the manual's contents, Rahu had not anticipated that the sword would remain ungraded. However, based on its described attributes, it clearly was not inferior to the so-called grade 21 blades. At least, given Rahu's current prowess, this sword would undoubtedly suffice. After wielding the slender double-edged sword a few times, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. The dream of roaming the world with a sword was a fantasy cherished by many a man. From this day forth, your name shall be Da, Rahu declared, as he beheld the weapon that felt so well suited to him. After all, as Confucius said, one should lead by virtue. If one is unwilling to heed moral guidance, then they must not be surprised when virtue is wielded against them. This double-edged sword of virtue would surely cleave the heads of the celestial dragons, allowing these wretched creatures to experience the taste of being slaughtered like swine. With a resolute determination, Rahu vowed to capture several celestial dragons to christen his blade. They proclaimed themselves as the world's aristocracy, boasting of their divine lineage. Let their blood nourish the blade, he thought, securing the sword at his waist. Rahu began to harness the newfound energy coursing through him from the Devil Fruit. This Paramecia-type strength fruit had nearly tripled his strength. Such an enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. When he had first awakened the system's ability to absorb foundational attributes, he had contemplated that if the system could assimilate attributes from living beings, then the power attributes of a devil fruit should also be directly absorbable. And indeed, it proved true. With merely a slight touch, he had successfully replicated the attributes of the Paramecia-type strength fruit without adversely affecting the original powers of the fruit. This capability was somewhat terrifying. In the world of pirates, haki was heralded as one's most crucial ability, yet the significance of devil fruits should not be underestimated. Some formidable devil fruit powers could render individuals of the same tier even more formidable. Consider the future pirate king, Gold Roger. He was a quintessential example of a powerful haki user who had never consumed a devil fruit. If a man already standing at the pinnacle of the world were to consume a suitable devil fruit, his strength would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. For instance, if Roger, plagued by various ailments, were to consume a zoan-type bat fruit, transforming into a vampire, his physical prowess would be significantly enhanced, along with his stamina and recovery speed. Coupled with the inherent ability of the vampire fruit to restore youth and strength through the consumption of blood, it was unfathomable to contemplate how extraordinary Roger would become in that form. Perhaps if Roger were to consume a suitable devil fruit, his strength could rival that of Rock's. Of course, this comparison would only be made against Rock's pure haki-based prowess. After all, a man deserving of the title Sovereign of the Seas possesses far more than just a modicum of devil fruit abilities to contend with. The downfall of the Rock's pirates during the battle at God Valley was primarily due to the inherent treachery of the pirate officers beneath him. Had the crew exhibited greater unity, the world government would have undoubtedly needed to deploy the Five Elders, those who are regarded as the epitome of global authority, to withstand the onslaught of the Rock's pirates. With this thought, Roger began to envision himself infiltrating the Rock's pirates, absorbing all those divine devil fruit powers for his own use. After all, both the float fruit of the Golden Lion and the soul fruit of Charlotte Linlin are exceedingly rare, divine fruits. Furthermore, amidst the impending clash at God Valley, the existence of 6 unknown precious devil fruits only intensified Roger's covetous desires. His ultimate ambition is to ascend to Mary-Ehwa and execute all celestial dragons. Without formidable strength, complemented by the abilities of numerous devil fruits, Roger knows he would struggle to withstand the immense legacy of the world government, which has endured for over 8 centuries. Their long-standing presence in these seas speaks to their undeniable strength, even excluding the powerful figures within the Navy headquarters and the CP organization. The world government still boasts the 5 elders, who wield the highest global authority, alongside the members of the Holy Knights, who can directly safeguard celestial dragons without the need for reporting. Moreover, the terrifying M, whose true visage and strength have never been revealed in over 2 decades of manga serialization, looms as a constant threat. Thus, without sufficient power as a safeguard, Roger would be foolish to recklessly storm the Holy Land to slay those swine. His immediate objective is to venture to Devil Island to ascertain if he can locate any celestial dragons or the highest admirals of the Navy to further bolster his foundational attributes. Feeling the formidable strength coursing through him from the powers of the devil fruit, a glimmer of resolute, murderous intent surfaced in Roger's eyes. Should he elevate his basic attributes to the level of an admiral, combined with the enhancement of multiple devil fruit abilities, he would possess ample confidence to directly crush those so-called noble celestial dragons before the world government. Chapter 13, Admiral Sora. As Roger plotted his impending assault on Devil Island to eliminate several celestial dragons, the Navy fleet tasked with escorting the Heavenly Gold transmitted the news of its theft to Mariewa. At that moment, within an opulently adorned chamber that exuded extravagance, 5 elderly men, whose faces bore an air of authority, regarded with displeasure the kneeling vice admiral who had delivered the message. These 5 elders were the revered representatives of the 5 elders, the acknowledged wielders of the world's highest authority, representing Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn. As some of the few immortals within the world government, they had held the position of supreme authority for 8 consecutive terms. Such unparalleled power not only reflected their qualifications, but also their formidable strength. Yet now, these 5 elders wore expressions of profound discontent as they gazed upon the kneeling vice admiral. Are you implying that the Heavenly Gold was seized despite your inept escort alongside the CP organization? And that a traitor within the CP has divulged the celestial dragon's whereabouts to these pirates? The youngest of the 5 elders, Shepherd, with his striking golden hair, regarded the kneeling officer with icy disdain. As the elder responsible for overseeing the CP organization, this betrayal was a grave affront to his authority in the presence of his peers. This melodrama, even after centuries of existence, nearly incited him to fury. It was not merely the loss of the Heavenly Gold or the rare devil fruits it harbored that incensed him. Such losses could be rectified with a second round of levies from those nations. What truly irked him was the emergence of betrayal within the CP organization, directly revealing the celestial dragon's positions to the pirates, a matter of utmost severity. While ordinary celestial dragons held little significance before the 5 elders, they were compelled to consider the terrifying familial powers backing these nobles. Should a celestial dragon perish, the ire of their respective clan leaders would undoubtedly rain down upon them. The thought of confronting such unreasonable and irrational kin filled Shepherd with a throbbing headache. The nearest vicinity to where the Heavenly Gold was stolen likely involved those from St. Naderbontania and St. Corolla Mass. Which admiral was tasked with their protection? Was the notification adequately conveyed? In contrast to Shepherd's ire, the more composed elder topman Walchuli calmly assessed the current situation. The lives of the celestial dragons must not fall into the hands of pirates. This concerns the very dignity they had painstakingly upheld for 8 centuries. Moreover, with plans soon to be enacted, there could be no room for error at this critical juncture. Report, esteemed elders. The admiral dispatched for the escort of the Heavenly Gold is Admiral Sora. The Navy headquarters has already informed him to remain vigilant regarding the safety of the world nobles. The reporting vice admiral, upon hearing the inquiry from the 5 elders, wasted no time in revealing the name of the highest-ranking admiral dispatched by the Navy headquarters. According to the overarching directives of the world government, the Navy headquarters could appoint 3 top-tier admirals dedicated to upholding governmental authority and executing actions like the collection of Heavenly Gold. At this time, the admirals included Sora, Zephr, and Carp, each distinguished masters of haki. Although Carp had never officially accepted any position nor acknowledged himself as an admiral, his overwhelming strength was universally recognized, rendering him the de facto 3rd admiral of the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, all 3 were known for their exceptional prowess in haki, with their code names derived from their physical resilience: Steel Bone, Iron Fist, and Black Arm, each a testament to their elite mastery of haki. Is it Kongu? That could indeed work. This fellow possesses strength that is truly formidable, a cut above the rest, and if he were to protect the celestial dragons, it would pose no problem whatsoever. If there are no other issues with this Kongu, we shall arrange for his direct promotion to Admiral of the Navy after the next planned operation. Netania has become a relic of a bygone era. Ever since his last confrontation with Rox, his mental state has been in a rapid decline. An Admiral of the Navy who has lost most of his fighting spirit is of no utility to the government. Agreed. After exchanging glances, the 5 elders unanimously concurred with the sentiments of the elder with the mustache. In truth, it matters little who holds the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The world government merely wishes to establish a figure of considerable prestige within the Navy headquarters to facilitate their directive over this sharp blade. Kongu is a remarkably capable admiral, both in strength and intellect, making him an ideal candidate. As for the other two admirals, that is another matter entirely. Black Arm Zephr is still relatively young, having only recently ascended to the rank of admiral, and is not yet equipped to handle this position. As for Iron Fist Garp, he is undoubtedly a maverick. Not only is he unfit for the role of commander-in-chief, but he has yet to even assume the position of admiral at headquarters. By the way, who are those two pirates who seized the treasure from the heavens? Since some of your Navy personnel managed to escape, they must have some familiarity with the adversaries, correct? Surely, they cannot be members of the Rocks Pirates. That individual seems to have been plotting something and has not shown his face in quite some time. The five elders cast their gaze toward the sweating rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, seeking answers in his eyes. Frankly, they were reluctant to believe that all the CP agents had been slain while these Navy personnel managed to return to report the situation. If there had not been some interference, it would imply a deep-seated connection between the pirates who seized the treasure and the Navy. Report to the five elders. Aboard the escort ship with the Navy was Rear Admiral Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Vice Admiral Garp. Those two pirates merely exchanged a glance with Major Dragon and did not pursue our Navy's vessels any further. The five elders, initially harboring mere suspicion, felt their already heightened vigilance surge upon hearing the Rear Admiral's words. If there truly is a pirate collaborator within the Navy headquarters, it represents a significant and grave risk to their forthcoming plans. However, it is evident that the time for open confrontation has not yet arrived. Thus, they merely fostered a sense of internal caution without further discussion. To think that two pirates could directly eliminate over a dozen CP agents, one of whom is a CP0 proficient in haki, remarked the incredulous Marquismas Saint, his long mustache held behind his back. This era undeniably belongs to Rocks. Aside from the lowly pirates scattered across the four seas, nearly all formidable pirates within the Grand Line have already aligned themselves with the Rocks Pirates. This means that these two audacious individuals, who dared to seize the treasure from the heavens, are mere unproven newcomers. Indeed, the pirate who seized the treasure has yet to be documented, but the other, a member of a unique race, is an experimental subject who escaped from a Navy laboratory. Moreover, both individuals are possessors of all three types of haki, and we have received news that they intend to join the Rocks Pirates. After relaying all the information he possessed to the five elders, the Rear Admiral finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the highest authority in the world for the first time, he felt as though he could scarcely breathe, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere of this place. What? You fool. Are you saying that both of those pirates possess all three types of haki? And they even expressed a desire to join the Rocks Pirates. Zambalin Najuro, who had been clutching the first-generation sword, could not contain himself and inadvertently exclaimed in his native tongue upon hearing such dangerous individuals intended to join the Rocks Pirates. Chapter 14, False Strike. According to the Navy soldiers who narrowly escaped, it is indeed true that those two criminals expressed intentions of joining the Rocks Pirates. What a troublesome situation. The Rocks Pirates are already challenging enough to contend with, and now two awakened young prodigies with three types of haki wish to join them. Will this planned operation have to be forcibly abandoned? The elder with the demon blade wore a grim expression, his right hand trembling as it gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The Rocks Pirates, aside from their vast pirate force that nearly encompasses the entirety of the Grand Line, are also bolstered by several exceptionally gifted pirates. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, with a bounty of 736 billion berries and a master of all three types of haki. Shiki, the Golden Lion Pirate Admiral, with a bounty of 887 billion. A user of the Float fruit, and equally a master of haki. Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, with a bounty of 910 million, a soul fruit user. Also a master of haki. In addition to these three immensely powerful pirates, the Rocks Pirates also include Silver Axe and Wang Ji, both of whom are formidable enough to rival the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. Now, two brave young individuals who dare to seize the treasure from the heavens wish to join the Rocks Pirates. This is nothing short of a dire blow to the dominion of the world government. Since the Navy has already received information, it stands to reason that Rocks must also have intelligence on this matter. We must make some decisive choices. Rocks will undoubtedly not let two young individuals with three types of haki slip away. The elder with the mustache cast a long gaze toward the picturesque artificial gardens beyond Mariawa. Though it would be utterly irrational to provoke a significant confrontation with the Rocks Pirates at this juncture, he could not tolerate the addition of two such monstrous youths to their ranks. He promptly issued orders to the Navy headquarters and CP0 to assemble. Immediately proceed to Demon Island to support Kongu. If necessary, we shall obliterate the entire island. In any case, we must resolutely prevent these two nefarious criminals from joining the Rocks Pirates. The elder with the mustache glanced at his colleagues, who had remained silent, before issuing commands to the rear admiral beside him. Understood. The Navy headquarters guarantees the completion of the mission. Without a moment's hesitation, the rear admiral departed from the stifling sanctum of Mariehua. Given that the holy land of the celestial dragons must remain under the protective purview of the Navy headquarters in Marineford, it was not long before he returned to the Navy headquarters with the orders he had received. At this moment, Netania, who had not yet received any orders regarding the dismissal of his position as Admiral of the Navy headquarters, summoned the three highest-ranking combatants within the Navy headquarters, Garp, Zephr, and Sengoku, into his office. These three individuals can be regarded as among the most formidable Marines within their naval headquarters. As for others of merely Vice Admiral caliber, they are not even qualified to partake in this assembly. The Rocks Pirates is no trifling organization. Any Vice Admiral attempting to meddle in their affairs would be reduced to mere debris. Rather than allowing them to hinder our efforts, it would be far more prudent to dispatch elite Marines to provide support for Kong. The Gorosei have already issued their directives. Two young pirates, who have awakened the three types of haki and plundered the celestial gold, have created an exceedingly adverse impact and must be incorporated into the Rocks Pirates. The government has commanded our Navy to mobilize personnel to thwart these two nefarious individuals. This mission involves the esteemed celestial dragons. So I implore everyone to treat it with the utmost seriousness. Failure is not an option. Netania, pressing his hand against the torn wound on his chest, spoke gravely to the individuals before him. The three individuals standing before him are powerful enough to contend with the officers of the Rocks Pirates. Yet they are not ideally suited for this particular assignment. Although Garp excels in the mastery of armament haki, he has never harbored any respect for the world nobles. There is even a faint undercurrent of desire to strike the celestial dragons. As for Zephr and Sengoku, one has only recently succeeded in ascending from the previous Admiral-S position and lacks the practical experience to confront the great pirates, while the other leans more towards being an intellectual strategist. They dare to seize the celestial gold. Such ambitious youths should be nurtured within our Navy, as they could undoubtedly evolve into the next generation of admirals. Zephr picked up the printed intelligence report before him, repeatedly examining the wanted poster's image while murmuring to himself. At this moment, he remained steadfast in his belief in the justice of the Navy. Even though the internal darkness within the world government made him profoundly uncomfortable, he had no choice but to adhere to his sense of justice. Ha 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 ha. What business do we in the Navy have with the celestial gold of the celestial dragons? If it were Roger causing the ruckus, then perhaps I would be inclined to intervene, Garp remarked dismissively, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he turned away to retrieve a fresh pack of Sunbay crackers, crunching away. In response, Marshal Netania could only sigh in resignation. While he would gladly berate Garp for his insolence, he was acutely aware that he could never match Garp's prowess. That man was a wild card within the Navy, having never heeded his commands. Forget about him. You two decide amongst yourselves who will be responsible for assisting Kong. There are 3 celestial dragons present on Demon Island, and if anything were to happen to them, our Navy's budget for the latter half of the year would be in jeopardy. Netania glanced at Zephr and Sengoku, who remained seated in the conference room. Sir, it seems the identities of these 2 pirates are somewhat peculiar. The intelligence indicates they bear no ill will towards our Navy, Sengoku remarked, maintaining his composure as he perused the information regarding Luffy and Kaido, casting a pointed look at Netania. According to internal intelligence, after Luffy and Kaido seized the celestial gold from the world government, they did not attack the Navy vessels tasked with escorting them. Instead, they allowed the soldiers aboard to return to the Navy. The reason they sought out the celestial dragons on Demon Island stemmed from a significant rift with the world government. The intelligence indicated that Luffy was originally a common fisherman from a family that had been shattered by the arrival of the celestial dragons, who had perpetrated indiscriminate gunfire upon civilians, resulting in a catastrophic impact. Meanwhile, Kaido was a heroic soldier within his nation, fighting valiantly on the front lines, only to be betrayed by the king's selfishness and subsequently forced to become a pirate. Under normal circumstances, such individuals would pose minimal threat to the justice of the Navy. However, should our Navy respond to the celestial dragons by launching a large-scale crackdown, it would inevitably push them toward a path of extremity. If Luffy and Kaido were to retaliate against the Navy, they would have no grounds for condemnation. After all, this predicament would be of our own making. They had shown mercy to the lower-ranking Navy soldiers, while we, at the higher echelons, were compelled to obey the world government's commands to hunt them down. Isn't that the very definition of ingratitude? For now, let us set that aside. Regardless of the facts, they did seize the celestial gold. As the bearers of justice, we must reclaim it, Marshal Netania declared, issuing his command to the hesitant Sengoku and Zephr, leaving no room for deliberation as he exited the conference room. Just then, Garp, who had remained aloof until now, erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You two are fools. Is there a way to refuse orders like this? Zephr and Sengoku exchanged bewildered glances after hearing Garp's suggestion, as if a new world had suddenly opened before them. Feigning a fight, is that even an option? Garp's expression conveyed his amusement. Chapter 15. The Navy's Bounty Notice. Following the conclusion of the clandestine meeting within the Navy headquarters, Luffy, still adrift upon the Grand Line, received a letter delivered by the Soaring Seagulls. In this era, the eccentric Morgans, the head of a sensationalist news agency, had yet to be born, and thus, the newsbirds had not made their appearance. Consequently, the majority of information throughout the world was predominantly curated and written by organizations under the auspices of the world government. Due to intergovernmental interests, the authenticity of current events was highly questionable. Oh la 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 la. Hundreds of thousands, millions, billions. I, Kaido, have finally become a man with a bounty of 100 million berries. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, targeting the damned celestial dragons is the swiftest way to amass a bounty and become a notorious pirate. On the ship transporting the celestial gold, Kaido, managing the operations while clutching his own bounty notice, erupted into raucous laughter. Though he had once been a heroic soldier, after experiencing betrayal by his country, he became fervently dedicated to enhancing his strength and obtaining higher bounties to elevate his notoriety. His motivation stemmed from a frenzied plan to assemble a colossal pirate crew composed entirely of Zoan Devil Fruit users, intending to incite a global cataclysmic war. Not for any other reason, but to exact vengeance for the torment he had endured in the government's laboratories, where he had been subjected to relentless blood and marrow extraction. At this moment, in stark contrast to Kaido's exuberance, a group of pirates on the island of Hakanosu, with ferocious expressions, gazed in astonishment at the pristine bounty poster clutched in their hands. They could hardly believe that, apart from the Rocks pirates, a new generation of pirates had emerged so formidable as to dare to seize the celestial gold from the world government. Is this for real? A rookie pirate's first bounty amounts to a staggering 118 million berries? If memory serves me right, this bounty belongs to a pirate who has recently set sail. There's nothing impossible, after all. Didn't Admiral-Shiki once say that this sea has never lacked geniuses? Remember, he was merely 8 years old when he unprecedentedly awakened his conqueror's haki. While this newcomer may possess some talent, it pales in comparison to the caliber of the officers within the Rocks pirates. If I could seize a celestial gold transport ship, perhaps I could secure a minor position within the auxiliary team of the Rocks pirates. Stop talking nonsense. The reason they dare to seize the celestial gold is due to their strength. What do you have? A mere small fry like you attempting to rob the celestial gold would surely end up having your intestines yanked out by the CP agents, only to be stuffed back into your mouth. Indeed, while he may appear to be a rookie pirate on the surface, he is undeniably a formidable individual who has awakened all three forms of haki: armament, observation, and conquerors. Achieving such mastery at his age certainly marks him as an anomaly. By the way, the horned figure next to Roronoa's bounty seems to be Kaido of the 100 Beasts, who has also been causing quite a stir at sea lately. How did these two come to associate? All this talk is futile. If only I could gain the strength of both of them, I would gladly indulge in a life of debauchery and gambling every day. Given the current inflation rate within the pirate world, which has yet to reach the later stages of exorbitant billions, Roronoa's initial bounty of 100 million berries instantly captured the attention of pirates from all walks of life. In this era, those who achieve a bounty of 100 million berries have largely been recruited into the Rocks pirates, coupled with the peculiar race of Kaido, who has also awakened the three forms of haki. The prospect of these two monsters joining the Rocks pirates has left every faction anxiously concerned about the further augmentation of that formidable armed force. Within the depths of Hakanosu Island, in stark contrast to the raucous pirates outside, this area serves as a sanctuary for the officers of the Rocks pirates to rest. It is the very core of their headquarters, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and refreshing beverages, not to mention various spa treatments and foot baths available. If you want a tip, please apply more pressure during the massage. I'm not like that miser John. At this moment, a man with a head of golden hair, whose muscular frame reaches an impressive height of 666 centimeters, reclined comfortably in a chair, allowing a girl in leopard print shorts to freely knead his muscles. This towering figure is none other than Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard, who would later come to be recognized as the world's strongest man after nearly obliterating Blackbeard at Marine headquarters. At this point, Whitebeard's preferences remain unchanged. He has an undeniable fondness for wild beauties clad in leopard print hot pants. However, his words incensed Miss Bakken, a stunning woman with smooth skin, who placed her hands on her hips, visibly irked. Bakken can be considered one of the most prominent beauties within the Rocks Pirates, having tirelessly adorned herself in hopes of capturing Whitebeard's attention, yet to no avail. It was only at this moment, witnessing the satisfaction on Whitebeard's face, that she realized he had a peculiar penchant for leopard print apparel. How infuriating! If I were to don such attire, it would be utterly humiliating. After weighing her options, Bakken reluctantly set aside her thoughts. After all, winning over a man like Whitebeard is not a task to be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Yet just then, the cacophony from the raucous pirates outside grew increasingly louder, prompting Whitebeard, who had intended to rest, to display a hint of displeasure. What are those brats outside clamoring about? Could it be the world government has arrived? Whitebeard braced himself against the couch, preparing to rise and ascertain the situation. However, before he could act, a tall figure with a similarly golden mane drifted down from the sky. Jaha! Newgate, guess what I've discovered? This bizarre laughter, accompanied by the golden-haired man, belonged to Shiki, one of the officers of the Rocks Pirates, known as the Golden Lion. What could you possibly have to share? Don't tell me you're planning to splinter off and form some ridiculous Golden Lion pirates. Whitebeard, too familiar with this colleague, couldn't be bothered to even lift his eyelids. Ever since Shiki joined the Rocks Pirates, he had persistently sought to entice him into leaving and establishing a new pirate crew to dominate the world. Yet, Whitebeard, a man of loyalty, would never betray the Rocks Pirates for anyone else's ambitions. Such an act would be utterly inconsistent with his character. Jaha! Don't be so cold, Newgate. I merely wish to recruit you. Blah blah blah. Just get to the point and don't interrupt my time with the leopard print beauty. Whitebeard turned away in annoyance, casting a sidelong glance at Shiki, who was always so restless, constantly bouncing around. Had Captain Rocks known that Shiki was perpetually discussing their potential departure from the crew, he would undoubtedly have had 100 reasons to execute him. Did you not see today's news? 2 remarkable newcomers have emerged on the sea. Young as they are, they already possess the 3 forms of haki, all cultivated to an advanced level. Shiki excitedly shared information about Roronoa and Kaido, the 2 rookie pirates. Upon hearing Shiki's description, Whitebeard's expression transformed into one of astonishment. After all, even among the officers, they could scarcely claim to have been as exceptional at that age as these 2. If such individuals were to join the Rocks Pirates, it was undeniable that they would quickly augment their ranks with 2 more formidable officers. Jaha! To have such gifted individuals join your aerial fleet would be a monumental waste of their talents. It is best to notify the captain and ascertain how to proceed. For the world government and the Navy would never idly allow these 2 young rascals to join the Rocks Pirates without any resistance. Whitebeard disregarded Shiki's loud insistence on recruiting the 2 youngsters into his own fleet. In his view, it was far more prudent to inform Captain Rocks of such newcomers. After all, the expanding power of the Rocks Pirates would ensure better protection for his homeland, Sphinx Island. Otherwise, the exorbitant tribute they had to pay to the world government each year could easily render his homeland a destitute isle. What a tiresome fellow he was. Captain Rocks had no intention of waging war against the world government. His days were filled with nothing but indulgence, leaving him to ponder if this was truly a life worth living. Observing Newgate decisively rising to report to Captain Rocks, Shiki could only kneel in despair, lamenting his fate. It was hardly his fault. After all, the Rocks Pirates had grown so formidable that, apart from the world government, no one could stand against them. Thus, having spent years within the confines of the Rocks Pirates, Shiki had not experienced a single exhilarating battle. Under such stifling circumstances, it was only natural for him to be on the brink of madness. However, when it came to Newgate's mention of Captain Rocks, Shiki dared not act recklessly. After all, that man had mastered all 3 forms of haki to a legendary extent. Even their cadre of exceptionally talented pirates paled in comparison before him. After a brief moment of madness, Shiki quickly matched Whitebeard's pace. He was not about to let such a splendid opportunity for favor slip away to Whitebeard. It was common knowledge that Captain Rocks was the most generous of captains. Anyone who contributed to the Rocks Pirates would undoubtedly be rewarded. Perhaps they would even gain insight into the techniques for mastering ultimate haki. Given that both were immensely powerful pirates, they arrived at the skeletal chamber at the very center of Hachino's in mere minutes. Thud, thud, thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Whitebeard knocked on the closed door before him. After a few seconds of silence within the oppressive room, a calm, yet somewhat hoarse voice responded, "Enter." Upon receiving the captain's order, Newgate and Shiki hurriedly turned the doorknob and stepped inside. "You two have the leisure to seek me out. I presume it is regarding those two newcomers who seized the world government as heavenly gold?" Under Rock's composed gaze lay a confidence that felt prophetic. At that moment, Newgate and Shiki were utterly bewildered. They had not uttered a single word, yet the captain seemed to know everything with startling clarity. What was happening? "Hey, Newgate. I've heard that upon reaching the ultimate state of observation haki, unique abilities manifest." Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing. "Are you suggesting that the captain's observation haki has gained a new ability? But hasn't he already acquired the power to foresee the future?" Whitebeard looked somewhat at a loss as he gazed at the serene figure of Rocks seated in his chair. The shock this man provided was simply overwhelming. The gulf between their realms was immense. They were not even in the same league. In contrast to Whitebeard, Shiki, though also incredulous, ultimately did not question the captain. After all, it was entirely normal for Captain Rocks to gain any manner of ability. Kikikik, indeed. This is the second ability derived from the ultimate state of observation haki, the ability to read hearts. Rocks made no effort to conceal the truth behind Whitebeard's speculation, openly acknowledging his newfound power. This revelation sent a chill down Shiki's spine, who had long contemplated severing ties. If the captain were to discover his intentions, would he not lose his very head? The mere thought caused Shiki to shudder. Though he often complained of boredom, the prospect of losing his head rendered his existence meaningless. He could not possibly become the first eunuch in the pirate world, could he? "Congratulations, Captain. My admiration for you knows no bounds." After a bout of flattery, Rocks simply waved his hand, signaling Shiki to cease his antics. He had never concerned himself with the aspirations of his subordinates to break away. After all, what sort of individual was capable of wielding Conqueror's haki, yet remained subservient? As long as his crew did not cause too much trouble, Rocks generally preferred to remain uninvolved. "Gulalalala, does this mean we are to proceed directly to assist those two future crewmates?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, delighted by his captain's enhanced prowess. "Well, Newgate, I'll trouble you to go alone. Shiki, stay. I have matters to discuss." Rocks nodded, indicating that Newgate could set off immediately for Devil Island to retrieve the newcomers. As Whitebeard exited the chamber, Rock's gaze turned cold, devoid of emotional warmth, as it fell upon the trembling Shiki. Chapter 17, Celestial Dragons. In the waters of the West Sea of the Grand Line, Roronoa, Zoro, and Kaido had navigated for several days and finally glimpsed the region marked as Devil Island on their maps. Devil Island, a small isle situated in the midsection of the Grand Line's West Sea, was inhabited predominantly by ruthless pirates who were entirely unbound by the constraints of the Rocks pirates or the jurisdiction of the world government. Thus, this area was largely avoided by civilians and merchant vessels, save for the navy. However, at this moment, Roronoa and Kaido were the exceptions. On the deck of the warship, Roronoa gazed at the indistinct outline of the island gradually emerging ahead, feeling the gentle sway of the vessel beneath him. One could not deny that Kaido was an exceptional helmsman. His seasoned experience allowed him to navigate the treacherous weather of the Grand Line adeptly, observing the bizarrely shifting climate. It was no wonder that formidable pirates congregated in the latter half of the Grand Line. The conditions here were hardly conducive to human habitation. After enduring several days of tedious sailing, Roronoa was now fervently eager to find a few celestial dragons and pierce their hearts with the great sword in his hand. As for the celestial dragons, the potential presence of the Navy's highest-ranking admiral posed no deterrent for Roronoa at this moment, as long as the opponent cannot swiftly eliminate him. Rahu possesses absolute confidence that within mere minutes, he can replicate and integrate all of the foundational attributes, domineering traits, and the martial and swordsmanship abilities bestowed by the devil fruit of his adversary. Standing on the deck of the battleship, he gazed into the distance at the still distant Demon Island and the faint outline of the naval headquarters vessels appearing in the far-off harbor. Without hesitation, Rahu activated his data panel to review the incremental improvements he had achieved over the past few days. Although his current strength, augmented by the powers of the strength fruit, could firmly overpower Kaido, there remained room to extract further foundational attributes from him. While it was generally limited to enhancements between the hours of 10 and 20 each day, even the smallest gains are still gains. The more diligently Kaido trained, the greater the foundational attributes Rahu could absorb, a true symbiotic relationship. Host, Rahu, age, 18, strength, 20, 360, level of the three calamities, agility, 16, 321, level of the three calamities, stamina, 39,002, Level of the Three Calamities, Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced 5611. Armament Haki, Advanced 6233. Observation Haki, Advanced 7396. Martial Skills, Thunderous 8 trigrams. Descent of the Three Realms into the Abyss, Devil Fruit Ability, Superhuman Strength Fruit. Upon examining his current data, Luo Hou analyzed his strength level. Although he had acquired the Conqueror's Haki, an essential offensive technique for any formidable warrior, he could presently only utilize its basic capabilities to eliminate weaker foes. It is widely acknowledged that, much like Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki can give rise to 3 advanced techniques. However, unlike the defensive and internal destructive applications of Armament Haki, the 3 techniques of Conqueror's Haki, ignoring defenses, instilling fear, and lethal perception, are significantly more advanced. Aside from the fundamental ability to intimidate the mentally weak, the remaining 2 techniques can provide substantial advantages in combat. Unfortunately, at this moment, Luo Hou was unable to harness such power. He could only hope that upon joining the Rocks pirates, he might acquire these advanced techniques from Rocks himself. Due to the massive size of the vessel transporting the celestial gold, which could only sail by the power of the wind, even after spotting the island of Demon Island from afar, it took over an hour of sailing to reach the harbor. Within this bustling port, numerous pirate ships of various designs, all flying the Skull flag, were densely packed together. The sheer number of these ships alone was enough to indicate the vast presence of pirates within the region of Demon Island. In stark contrast to these relatively inexpensive and rudimentary vessels, the colossal luxury cruise ship situated at the center, adorned with golden powder and embedded with countless gemstones, was Luo Hou's objective for this journey to Demon Island. This ship was the exclusive transport of the Celestial Dragons. On the mast of this opulent cruise ship fluttered not the cross flag of the world government nor the seagull insignia of the Navy headquarters. Instead, they brazenly displayed the emblem of the Celestial Dragons. Treating all slaves as mere commodities, with the mark of the Celestial Dragon, the dragon's claw, proudly waving from the ship's pinnacle. This mark not only signifies their noble status, but also serves as the branding of identity for their slaves. Anyone deemed worthy by the Celestial Dragons and subsequently enslaved would be branded with a heated iron, searing their skin to leave behind this mark. This was it, the Celestial Dragons. After docking the transport ship at the harbor, Luo Hou focused his thoughts, and his advanced red haki swiftly scanned a large portion of the island. Through the insights gained from his observation haki, Luo Hou clearly perceived the Celestial Dragons arriving at the center of Demon Island to select slaves. He also took special note of a muscular marine standing beside the Celestial Dragons, sporting a unique hairstyle reminiscent of a shamart and a chin adorned with 3 tufts of beard. Indeed, the Navy headquarters had sent a formidable admiral to provide protection, none other than Admiral Steelbone Akainu, the superior of that rascal carp. Having identified the highest-ranking combatant of the Navy headquarters he would soon confront, Luo Hou retracted his observation haki, acutely aware that Steelbone's attention had subtly shifted in his direction. Clearly, his use of observation haki had drawn the interest of this formidable marine residing within the narrative of the non-night plot. However, Luo Hou felt no inclination to retreat. His foundational strength had already reached a level comparable to that of the 3 calamities from the original plot, coupled with the double power boost from the superhuman strength fruit. It was highly improbable that a single admiral from the Navy headquarters could eliminate him outright, if they could not crush his skull on the spot. The vast foundational attributes he might gain from this encounter would elevate his power to that of a Navy admiral. Furthermore, if he could absorb combat techniques during his confrontation with Steelbone, it would undoubtedly yield a highly advantageous scenario. As long as he could hold his ground against Steelbone, Luo Hou could kill a celestial dragon in broad daylight without fear of retribution from any authority. After all, in the world of pirates, attaining the strength level of a Navy admiral rendered one virtually untouchable, unless one were foolish enough to challenge the 5 monstrous elders of the world government in their stronghold, Marie Joyce, or the enigmatic Emu, whose strength and gender remain shrouded in mystery. Chapter 18. The disturbing celestial dragons. Having pinpointed the exact locations of the celestial dragons and the admiral of the Navy headquarters, Luo Hou promptly grasped the snow-white blade at his waist and advanced toward them. The thought of slaying a celestial dragon had replayed in his mind countless times. Whether driven by the indignation he felt while watching anime in his previous life, or the profound hatred he harbored for this vile race, Luo Hou was resolute in his intent to strike. In this regard, Kaido, standing beside him, was equally unwavering. As a being treated as little more than experimental material by the world government, less than a slave, subjected to endless blood draws and bone marrow extractions, His resentment towards the world government was profound. Thus, upon learning of Rahu's plan to eliminate the celestial dragons on Demon Island, Kaido immediately clapped Rahu on the shoulder, expressing his desire to partake in the endeavor. A man as reckless as he would certainly not be deterred by the prospect of being pursued by the Navy headquarters admirals for killing a celestial dragon. After all, his current identity is that of a rare material. The admiral of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Zephr, had relentlessly pursued him before. Had he not fortuitously leapt into the sea and, relying on his innate racial abilities, submerged into the depths, he might have very well been captured by Zephr at that time. As Roronoa Zoro advanced with measured steps, his gaze brimming with lethal intent towards the celestial dragons, a multitude of pirates had already knelt in submission along the central thoroughfare of Demon Island. These pirates were bowing before the figure adorned with a transparent glass dome upon his head, clad in attire seemingly designed for underwater exploration. It was evident that such an individual, distinguished by his unique garb, was none other than a celestial dragon, the so-called nobility of the world. However, the reason these pirates chose to prostrate themselves was not out of fear of the so-called celestial dragons, but rather due to the imposing presence of a massively muscled admiral from the Navy headquarters, accompanied by 3 vice admirals and a throng of CP agents dressed in black suits. Were these formidable individuals not present, the audacious pirates, who even disregarded the Rocks pirates, would have undoubtedly torn the heads off these celestial dragons and turned them into a gruesome paste for their libations. At that moment, while all the pirates anxiously observed the celestial dragon in the front row, who evidently held a more exalted status, he suddenly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, so many lowly commoners. There are truly a plethora of them here. I must select the most powerful among them to serve as my slave. This self-proclaimed celestial dragon, Saint Nadobantania, after emitting his laughter, mercilessly lashed his whip upon the slave beneath him. Indeed, as a genuine noble of the world, Saint Nadobantania would never allow his shoes to touch the filthy ground below. Thus, to demonstrate his superior status over the other accompanying celestial dragons, he chose to ride upon a slave. Upon closer inspection, the unfortunate soul beneath him was a strikingly beautiful female captain, boasting fair skin and long legs, whose bounty exceeded 30 million berries. Initially a promising newcomer in the pirate world, her notoriety had just begun to spread when she caught the attention of Saint Nadobantania. Consequently, within moments, agents swiftly abducted this burgeoning female captain, who sought to join the Rocks pirates, and transported her to the holy land of Mariawa. The fate that awaited such a beautiful pirate at the hands of the celestial dragons remains shrouded in mystery. However, the tattered remnants of her garments, revealing her pristine skin and marked by numerous imprints, offer a harrowing glimpse into the malevolent actions of the celestial dragons. Although the world government publicly decrees that celestial dragons are forbidden to intermarry with outsiders, there are no explicit prohibitions against their indulgences with other races. As long as they exercise caution to avoid any unintentional conception of divine blood, they consider themselves safe. Of course, frequent encounters with beauties from diverse races may lead to unforeseen circumstances. For such instances, the celestial dragons possess a peculiar method of resolution. Any woman inadvertently bearing the blood of the divine is promptly cast into a pit of burning coals to be incinerated. In their view, the purity of divine blood must never be tainted, and only by incinerating the pregnant women can they ensure its sanctity. At that moment, Saint Nadobantania beckoned to a group of CP agents nearby. Upon witnessing this, several impeccably dressed CP0 members, donned in dark suits and sunglasses despite the overcast sky, approached and knelt, awaiting orders. Bring those lowly pirates before me. I wish to experiment with my latest concoction. Upon receiving the command from Nadobantania, these high-ranking CP0 members swiftly sprang into action. Within mere moments, they subdued the designated pirates and unceremoniously tossed them into a pre-dug pit. Curse it! If it weren't for the presence of these Navy and CP personnel, I would have relished the opportunity to sever his head and relieve my frustration. The celestial dragon couldn't he possibly intend to execute us all, could he? Had I known, I should have integrated into the Rocks pirates as a mere small-time pirate. At least with that affiliation, even the celestial dragons would think twice before acting recklessly. As the celestial dragon effortlessly captured 7 or 8 robust pirates and cast them into the pit, chaos erupted amongst the onlookers. Each pirate anxiously pondered whether they would be the next to be seized, yet dared not contemplate resisting the celestial dragon. The overwhelming aura exuded by Admiral Konku, who stood silently like a monolithic tower, instilled an unbearable pressure upon them. Not to mention, even a mere glance from him could instigate sheer terror, causing these pirates, whose bounties barely reached the millions, to lose control of their bladders in fright. Next, strip these lowly commoners of their garments. Observing the terrified pirates before him, Saint Nedobantania displayed an unmistakable excitement akin to that of a deranged individual. He produced a vial of an intensely odorous concoction and handed it to the CP0 agents beside him. Douse them with this potion. I wish to see if it can compel these lowly beings to willingly transform into a giant centipede. Chapter 19, Art. Upon hearing the celestial dragon's orders, both the kneeling pirates and the stoically composed Konku displayed expressions of shock. This celestial dragon intended to use a group of pirates to experiment with his latest stimulant? What manner of twisted psyche could conceive such a grotesque notion? The natural inclinations of humanity typically align with conventional pairings of male and female, with only a minuscule fraction deviating into unusual combinations. Yet this celestial dragon clearly sought to forcefully amalgamate several normal individuals into a monstrous entity through the effects of his potion. While these pirates were merely brutish, they paled in comparison to the depravity exhibited by Saint Nedobantania. Such behavior not only repulsed, but also induced an extreme psychological discomfort. However, given that the order originated from a celestial dragon, even the CP0 agents, despite their internal revulsion, could only suppress their disgust and proceed to apply the potion upon the pirates. As the potion gradually permeated the skin of several pirates, a peculiar frenzy ensued. The once resistant pirates suddenly found their gazes turning vacant and pale, their bodies beginning to sway with youthful exuberance. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of countless naval soldiers, several pirates, forced to inhale the potion, crawled forth with eyes glazed over. Their ghastly appearance resembled the terrifying monsters described by Saint Nedobantania. Ah ha 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 ha. Yes. Yes. Fetch more pirates for me to cast into the fray. I desire to witness an even more exquisite creation. It seemed that the grotesque scene had struck a peculiar chord deep within the soul of Nedobantania. Following a bout of maniacal laughter, he issued another command to the nearby CP members to continue capturing more pirates for experimentation. Even the self-proclaimed worldly Admiral Kongu could only sigh in resignation, choosing to avert his gaze from the grotesque spectacle that had sent chills racing down his spine. Meanwhile, the selected pirates wore expressions of despair, genuinely reluctant to become part of this aberration. Yet, they realized that disobeying the orders of the celestial dragon would lead them only to a dead end. Dignity is indeed precious, but life holds greater value. Rather than being slaughtered on the spot by the despicable CP0 agents, it seemed wiser to endure a bit of discomfort and appease the peculiar whims of that celestial dragon. Mere seconds after the command was issued, several more pirates were thrust into the chaotic pit. Initially resistant, these new arrivals succumbed to the swirling clouds of pink potion, losing their last vestiges of reason and spiraling into uncontrollable madness. Witnessing this spectacle, Saint Nedobantania erupted into another fit of excited laughter. Ah ha ha ha, monsters have emerged. A giant centipede. Ha ha ha. It is evident that the potion I developed is extraordinarily effective. Next time, I shall experiment with a change of gender to see if other wretches can also yield successful results. After indulging his peculiar fetish, Nedobantania gradually regained his composure. At that moment, Admiral Kongu and the contingent of vice admirals and ordinary sailors he brought along had long since become numb to the horrors unfolding before them. While it is indeed the Navy's duty to eliminate pirates, is this behavior not a trifle excessive? If the next command from the Celestial Dragons involves capturing civilians for this so-called centipede experiment, shall we continue to aid and abet such tyranny? The group of vice admirals and naval soldiers turned to the silently smoking Kongu, who had already turned his back. Kongu, known as Steelbone within the Navy headquarters, was typically addressed as Admiral Steelbone or simply Admiral Kongu. Yet now, this man, reputed for his toughness, displayed a surprisingly fragile side. Unable to bear to look at the soulless pirates within the pit. Enough of the questions, he sighed. Uphold your inner sense of justice. The world is shrouded in darkness. But if even we in the Navy choose to abandon it, then who will save this world? Most celestial dragons are still capable of communication, albeit with some eccentricities. If you do not wish to see it, simply close your eyes and endure. Kongu responded with a twisted expression to the other naval soldiers, who were equally repulsed. However, as the cigarette butt in his hand burned low, his observation haki suddenly sensed the presence of two formidable figures approaching from behind. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized them as the two individuals who had come to confront the celestial dragons. Although he too found the celestial dragons troublesome, the Navy must rely on the world government to exert its just power. Often, he had no choice but to comply with even the most erroneous commands. For instance, the 5 elders, representing the pinnacle of authority within the world government, had personally commanded him, even if it meant sacrificing the entire navy. He must protect the lives of the world nobles. No cost was too great, no matter how many lives were lost. Not a single hair of a celestial dragon could be harmed. However, just as Kongu prepared to take decisive action, swiftly dispatching the pirates Roronoa Zoro and Kaido, the self-proclaimed noble Nader noticed an unusual occurrence. With a swift glance around, he observed 2 men standing with arms crossed, seemingly watching him with the same amusement one might reserve for a performance. This abrupt scene filled Nader with a profound sense of indignation. He was a celestial dragon. No, he was a high-caste celestial dragon, even more esteemed than the ordinary ones. The mere identity of a celestial dragon was sufficient to compel all other races to kneel and prostrate themselves, unable to gaze upon him directly. Yet here he was, disdained during his travels. The mocking expressions on the faces of those 2 men sent waves of discomfort through him. He could clearly sense that they were ridiculing his actions. How dare anyone stand before the illustrious Saint Nader? Where are the navy? Where are the CP members? Someone, fetch those 2 wretches for me immediately. I shall turn them into an oversized centipede with a larger dosage. Chapter 20. The Cowardly Celestial Dragon. Nader face twisted in anger as he cursed the navy and the CP members beside him before drawing a precious golden pistol from his waist, aiming it at Roronoa's heart and firing several shots. However, to his astonishment, the golden bullets, crafted from solid gold, were merely deflected by Roronoa's muscular chest. Even his specially modified golden gun from the Navy's scientific division failed to inflict any harm on Roronoa. Oh, it seems I have encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, no matter your strength, you shall kneel before me today and sing your submission. Someone, apply some pressure to this wretch. Realizing that he could not harm the man before him with firearms, Saint Nader promptly reholstered his pistol. As a member of one of the most powerful celestial dragon families within Mariewa, he was certainly not as foolish as the other celestial dragons. As a seasoned celestial dragon, he was acutely aware that amidst the vastness of the sea, there existed formidable beings who held no fear for the privileges of the celestial dragons. One such entity was the Rock's pirates, who were currently colluding with the world government to divide the world among themselves. Nadbantanya could bask in the various privileges afforded to him by the world's elite in the presence of ordinary folk. Yet he would instinctively retreat when confronted by true strength. The foolish individuals who were perpetually lost in their divine lineage were regarded by him as nothing more than misguided compatriots. However, while he might step back, it did not imply he was intimidated by the presence of Rob Lucci. After all, being inherently cautious of death, he had brought forth the highest-ranking admiral from the Navy headquarters prior to this excursion, solely to ensure his noble life remained intact amidst unforeseen circumstances. It was at this moment that he encountered the menacing figure of Rob Lucci. Meanwhile, upon receiving orders from Nadbantanya, a swarm of agents clad in dark suits from the CP organization surged forth like an angry hive of wasps, rushing towards Lucci's position. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lucci had already undergone a transformation into a being of overwhelming power. In the face of this approaching horde, Lucci merely unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki, which reverberated like thunder, incapacitating over 200 members of the CP organization in an instant. Even someone of Nadbantanya's experience was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He understood all too well how rare it was for one to awaken the innate will of a king embodied in conqueror's haki, even within his own family. Only a few prodigies had merely touched upon its initial stage. Within the sacred grounds of Mariewa, the only individuals capable of mastering the pinnacle of conqueror's haki were the 5 elders wielding the utmost authority. Yet now, before him stood a commoner possessing this regal aura. The stark contrast filled Nadbantanya with profound humiliation. How could he endure the fact that he, a celestial dragon, had no opportunity to awaken such power, while a mere commoner like Lucci could embody such kingly ambition? Fuming, he thought to himself, those CP agents are utterly incompetent. Next time, I must insist that the old men provide me with CP0 operatives. Witnessing his subordinates, who were nothing more than inept fools, being effortlessly subdued, Nadbantanya spat onto the ground in frustration. He then turned to the imposing figure of Admiral Konku, who bore a serious expression. Hey Konku, what are you waiting for? He is insulting the great world nobility. I command you to apprehend him immediately. I want him as my lifelong slave. A slave possessing conqueror's haki will surely incite envy amongst those in the Holy Land. However, Admiral Konku had little time to indulge Nadban Tanya's incessant chatter. Though the primary role of the admirals was to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, in critical moments, Konku always prioritized the greater good. In this instance, a pirate wielding advanced conqueror's haki warranted his utmost attention. While it was not uncommon for pirates to possess conqueror's haki in this era, those who attained an advanced level were indeed rare. I understand. However, for the safety of Lord Bantanya, I strongly advise you to vacate this area. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, he cautioned, casting a grave glance at the bloodthirsty Lucci and Kaido, who appeared poised to strike. Damn it! Aren't you the highest-ranking admiral of the Navy headquarters? Why must you tread so cautiously when confronting a common pirate? Bantanya, though initially irate, began to regain his composure upon observing Konku's serious demeanor. Although he yearned to assert his authority as a clever celestial dragon, he recognized that this was not the moment for such displays. With Konku's warning echoing in his mind, he understood that remaining here could indeed pose a threat to his precious life. As his family's venerable elder had once said, true bravery lies not in courting danger, but in preserving oneself when it matters most. Thus, in pursuit of a lavish life spanning decades, Bantanya refrained from the tantrums typical of his kind. Nonetheless, in an effort to maintain some semblance of dignity, he directed a few disgruntled words at Konku before choosing to withdraw. Yet, Lucci was not one to allow such a departure unchallenged. Seizing the opportunity before the insufferable celestial dragon could escape his range, Lucci summoned his armament haki, enveloping a hefty granite boulder weighing a ton or two. After a brief moment of aim, he swiftly drew back his right leg, muscles tensing like steel, and unleashed a powerful kick towards the now darkened boulder, striking it with tremendous force. The colossal stone, imbued with Lucci's armament haki, did not shatter despite the immense impact. Instead, propelled by his formidable strength, it soared through the air like a fiery meteor, hurtling towards the back of Tanya's head. This audacious attack on a celestial dragon did not go unnoticed by the pirates kneeling in fear, their eyes wide in disbelief. No way. This guy actually dares to assault a celestial dragon in front of an admiral. Is he out of his mind? They murmured among themselves, astonished by the audacity of it all. Have you heard about the two young and reckless newcomers in the pirate world? One pirate interjected. They're the ones who brazenly seized a world government transport ship just the other day and received a bounty of 100 million berries at their first introduction. Rob, Lucci, and Kaido. Chapter 21. The Arrival of Whitebeard. A throng of pirates, captivated by the audacity of Lucci's attack on the celestial dragon, began to fervently analyze the unfolding situation. It was undeniable that wherever there was a gathering, there would be those with an innate sense for information. Some astute pirates quickly recognized Lucci as the promising newcomer, whose talents rivaled those of the Rocks pirates. What appeared to be merely a youthful figure had already attained mastery over advanced conqueror's haki. During that fateful heist of the celestial gold transport ship, Luo Hou seized a superhuman power fruit. At such a tender age, he has already attained a high level of advanced haki, in addition to acquiring a power fruit that could be deemed flawless. Such prodigious talent, coupled with extraordinary fortune, is sufficient to elicit envy from 99 of pirates across the globe. Do you truly believe he can slay a celestial dragon? If that massive granite were to strike a celestial dragon, even if it didn't kill him, it would surely leave him incapacitated, wouldn't it? How could this be possible? Can you kindly implore that brainless individual tangled in their own ignorance to reconsider? Is that Steel Bone Kong merely a vegetarian? He is the most formidable admiral of the Navy headquarters, after all. Indeed, it is a valid point. After all, he is the highest combatant of the Navy headquarters. Even members of the Rocks pirates might struggle to subdue him. In my estimation, this reckless young fool is likely to be crushed under Kong's might. For a genius who has yet to mature is no threat at all. Perhaps not? Regardless, Luo Hou possesses high-level haki at a young age. Even the most powerful admiral of the Navy headquarters cannot simply obliterate him with one punch, can he? The gathering of pirates, witnessing Luo Hou's audacious assault on the celestial dragons, erupted into a cacophony of astonished discourse. A group that would cower and kneel before the Navy's admiral now spoke with an air of authority, as if they were seasoned strategists, their words flying forth in fervent debate. They resembled those keyboard warriors from a past life, exuding unwarranted confidence from behind their screens. However, the reality at hand mirrored their conjectures. Kong, being a highly gifted admiral of the Navy headquarters, would indeed render Luo Hou's aspirations of instantaneously eliminating a celestial dragon utterly absurd. When faced with Luo Hou's forceful strike, akin to a meteor hurtling through the sky, Kong's demeanor remained remarkably composed. Discarding his nearly extinguished cigarette, he stepped forward, transforming into a majestic hawk, his 5 fingers glinting ominously like razor-sharp talons. In an instant, he struck down upon the colossal granite. The clash of black claws against the massive stone resounded with a thunderous boom. The granite, enveloped in advanced haki, was effortlessly shattered into a multitude of fragments, much like tofu crumbling beneath a hydraulic press. Truly, the power of an admiral of the Navy headquarters is formidable. Witnessing his attack so easily neutralized by Kong, Luo Hou experienced a moment of surprise. After all, his haki level was undeniably high, and having his assault dismissed with such ease felt disrespectful. Nevertheless, Luo Hou could only view this as fortuitous. The more formidable Kong proved to be, the more terrifying Luo Hou's own strength would become thereafter. After all, he is a man capable of absorbing attributes. Should he reach a foundational attribute level equal to Kong's, Luo Hou could potentially join the Rocks Pirates and wreak havoc in the impending God Valley War. You are the Luo Hou who recently seized the celestial gold from the world government, aren't you? Engaging in such criminality at such a young age is indeed reprehensible. Kong sighed, a hint of regret in his gaze as he regarded Luo Hou. A young man with such talent and skill ought to contribute to the noble cause of the Navy headquarters, not devolve into a loathsome pirate for the sake of ill-gotten wealth. Clearly, at this moment, Kong, still unaware of the circumstances, believed Luo Hou to be merely a greedy youth driven by the allure of gold, leading him to commit such heinous acts against the world government's celestial transport. Had he known the tragic backstory of Luo Hou, even his misguided sense of duty to protect the world government would compel him to silence. Luo Hou's origins are steeped in hardship. A harmonious and happy family was shattered due to the celestial dragon's tyranny. Criminality? Let us agree to regard it as such for the time being. However, today I find myself in good spirits. So allow me to share another tidbit. If all goes as expected, every celestial dragon on this island will perish today. In response to Kong's lament, Luo Hou chose not to offer an explanation, instead erupting into a sinister cackle. For him, the process had become inconsequential. His sole aim was to eradicate every last one of the esteemed celestial dragons residing in Mariawa. These wretched beings do not deserve to exist in this world. The celestial dragons are akin to the malevolent entities of the Second World War, exploiting and draining the very essence of others. They regard all races outside their own as mere subordinates, fit only for their amusement. They kill at will, without any remorse. Ha 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 ha, what an amusing young man you are. While I hold your intentions in high regard, should you wish to slay a celestial dragon before me, then by all means, do attempt it. I won't hesitate to disclose that my 5 fingers are harder than steel by a considerable margin. Yet, in the face of Luo Hou's brazen declarations, Kong chose not to mock. Instead, he assumed a combat stance, his 5 fingers curling like hooks, emanating a dark, foreboding aura. Observing Kong preparing for battle, Luo Hou's outward calm belied the exhilaration within. This was the foundational attribute level of an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Should he absorb it all, his strength would ascend to Kong's level. Moreover, this belonged to the era of the Rocks Pirates, a time when the Navy headquarters might was unparalleled. In this era, being acknowledged as the highest combatant of the Navy headquarters signifies unparalleled prowess. Whether it be Steelbone Kong, Iron Fist Garp, or Black Arm Zephr, each is a paragon of haki. The battle prowess of these admirals from this epoch vastly eclipses that of their successors. In a one-on-one duel, the admirals of this era could easily dominate and even obliterate their modern counterparts. Although Garp has consistently declined promotion to admiral, his might is universally acknowledged by both pirates and the Navy alike. Nonetheless, the self-assured demeanor of Luo Hou left the small pirates, who could only kneel and spectate, utterly astounded. This is the wretched gentleness of fate. I must have misheard. This newcomer truly intends to slay the celestial dragons, those aristocrats of the world? And with such audacity, he dares to challenge Admiral Steelbone Kong? Indeed, you heard correctly. This newcomer has indeed proclaimed his intention to extinguish the lives of all celestial dragons before the esteemed Admiral Steelbone Kong at the Navy headquarters. Such audacity is no wonder he has awakened the formidable conqueror's haki reminiscent of a monarch. As for a mere pirate like myself, a humble karami, I can only frighten children with this one-eyed visage throughout my lifetime. How exhilarating. Our new pirate king is set to confront the long-revered Admiral Steelbone Kong of the Navy headquarters. Who dares to place a wager? Odds of 1 to 300. First come, first served. As a throng of pirates clamored to place their bets, unbeknownst to them, a towering man, measuring 666 centimeters and sporting a crescent moon-like mustache, had appeared at the port of Devil Island. Gwahaha! Is this the little brat known as Roronoa? Quite an impressive aura he possesses. Chapter 22, Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Bring it on, Kong. Allow me to witness the true might of the Navy Headquarters Premier Admiral, as Roronoa beheld the 5 fingers of Steelbone Kong. Exuding an aura akin to tempered iron, emanating a perilous gleam, a cold smirk flashed across Roronoa's visage. If he wished to eliminate all celestial dragons and their sycophants on Devil Island today, he must first overcome Steelbone Kong. Roronoa knew that relying solely on brute strength would render him no match for this man, soon to be promoted to Fleet Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. However, should he swiftly absorb foundational attributes during combat and replicate his opponent's combat techniques, Roronoa could achieve a combat prowess that rivals Steelbone Kong's in mere minutes. After all, this man is the direct superior of the future Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp. If Roronoa could reach such heights in strength, there would be no limit to how many celestial dragons he could slay. Even if the 5 elders of the world government exerted their utmost efforts to eliminate Roronoa, they would need to deploy all admirals to do so. Yet, Roronoa's immediate ambition is to join the Rocks Pirates, securing a foundational position within their ranks. Once he becomes part of the Rocks Pirates, the 5 elders, no matter how irate, would be forced to watch helplessly, unable to utter another word. For, regardless of circumstances, the Rocks Pirates now stand as a colossal pirate crew capable of confronting all the forces under the world government. If they are not fully prepared, even the 5 elders would dare not provoke the tail of Rocks Tiger. Moreover, once Roronoa attains the combat strength of an admiral, he would further bolster the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. However, in response to Roronoa's seemingly foolish proclamations, Kong stood momentarily stunned. He, who had traversed the seas and the Grand Line, had never encountered such audacity in a newcomer. Whose subordinate is this? To have the audacity to propose a one-on-one duel with an old veteran like himself? Is he not merely an old man courting misfortune? Are you truly certain you wish to engage in combat with me? I shall not say that I have not granted you, young one, this opportunity. Turn back now and leave Devil Island, and I shall act as though you never existed. Kong endeavored one last time. He genuinely did not wish for such a young man to perish at his hands while attempting to slay the celestial dragons. As an admiral of the Navy Headquarters, he understood his duty was to protect these celestial dragons. To betray his inner sense of justice for that purpose was equally troubling. Should Roronoa eliminate celestial dragons on Sabaody Archipelago or some other islands, it would be of little consequence to Kong. Yet, this obstinate young man insisted on carrying out his intentions in front of him. Was this not akin to provoking an admiral of the Navy Headquarters? Enough with the words. Let us engage. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. If you possess the strength to thwart me, then those celestial dragons may return safely. However, if you, the highest combatant of the Navy Headquarters, are merely a facade lacking in true prowess, then I shall string the heads of those 3 celestial dragons together like mere fish, hanging them at the bow of my ship as bait. Roronoa disregarded Kong's counsel. This opponent was a ripe target, presenting an opportunity for him to absorb immense foundational attributes. He could not allow Kong to leave unscathed. Kong's brow furrowed slightly. He had already warned this impetuous youth numerous times. Yet, the young one seemed entirely ungrateful for the elder's goodwill. If that is the case, then he could hardly be blamed for using excessive force. As the atmosphere shifted from calm to a sharp intensity, Roronoa dared not underestimate the situation. Instantly, he summoned the dormant conqueror's haki within him, unleashing it with a fierce roar. Given his current strength, if Kong unleashed his most powerful technique from the outset, he could undoubtedly dispatch Roronoa in an instant. Thus, while Roronoa appeared composed externally, internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. As dark lightning crackled around them, the gazes of the 2, one old and one young, collided. Roronoa refrained from taking the initiative. He merely tensed his muscles, maximizing his armament and observation haki to brace for Steelbone Kong's initial onslaught. Kong, on the other hand, harbored no grand intentions. He simply wished to demonstrate to this brash young man the true power of the strong upon these seas. Whoosh! A sound almost imperceptible emerged. Roronoa's eyes widened. Within the realm of his observation haki, the figure of Steelbone Kong, who had stood like a towering iron tower, suddenly vanished from sight. What the? Has the old man already unleashed his full power? Before Roronoa could finish his thought, the air began to solidify, and abruptly, a terrifying man, over 3 meters tall, with muscles rippling like silverback gorilla, materialized before him. With only a mere 3 meters separating them, Roronoa clearly observed the powerful, thick muscles of Kong's forearm, honed to perfection. This was Roronoa's first encounter with the combat prowess of an admiral in this era. Steelbone Kong's robust fingers curled into a beast-like form, enveloped in a pitch-black armament haki. With a formidable physique and powerful finger joints, Kong now resembled a terrifying predator, poised to swoop down from the skies. Steelbone Eagle Claw. As he approached within mere centimeters of Roronoa, Kong suddenly elevated his claw-like hand, targeting Roronoa's shoulder. It was evident that Kong intended to leave some leeway, refraining from striking directly at a vital area. However, this does not imply that Kongu's attack could be so effortlessly endured. Surely, this old wretch would not incapacitate my shoulder with a single swipe, right? I must hold my ground. In the face of the bone-chilling gale stirred by Kongu's casual assault, Luo Hou dared not underestimate his foe. He quickly clenched his fists, enveloping them in armament haki, and raised his arm high, preparing to strike down upon the descending claws of Kongu. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Chapter 23. Growing stronger with every blow. This was Kaido's technique of wielding a kanabo. From Luo Hou's understanding, Kaido's self-developed Thunderous 8 trigrams bore a striking resemblance in essence to the ancient earth technique known as Tongbei Quan. Both rely on the explosive force generated by muscular movement to execute their attacks. However, in the realm of pirates, employing this technique transcends mere physical strength. It necessitates the integration of armament haki and even the overpowering conqueror's haki, a formidable energy indeed. Presently, the Thunderous 8 trigrams was merely a rudimentary version crafted by Kaido. To unlock the true potential that could aid Monkey D. Luffy in overcoming the addiction to power, one would require mastery in both armament and conqueror's haki, weaving them seamlessly into their weaponry for optimal release. At this moment, Luo Hou had only attained conqueror's haki and had yet to grasp the advanced combat techniques of direct haki-infused assaults. Nonetheless, even with just the enhancement of armament haki, he was on the path to mastering a combat skill that could rival the world's pinnacle. No need to mention, the foundational power was certainly present. Boom. A thunderous sound of flesh colliding echoed. Luo Hou's fist met Kongu's talon attack head-on. In an instant, he was sent hurtling backwards, soaring dozens of meters away. Along the way, he careened into several unfortunate pirates, leaving a trail of blood in his wake before finally managing to halt his uncontrollable body. You see, I told you. Despite being an exceptionally talented pirate, challenging the Navy's formidable defenses is undoubtedly courting disaster. They say young people should temper their fervor. Had that claw struck his head directly, this little brat would undoubtedly be left with a shattered skull. Witnessing Luo Hou being effortlessly flung away by Kongu, the pirates in attendance finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they held no illusions about the capabilities of this youth. Few in his age group could contend with an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Save for that one man. Yet, at this very moment, although Luo Hou's face contorted in pain, the area of impact marred by a massive bruise and a hint of deep-seated agony, he found himself reveling in a peculiar joy, not for any other reason, but for the substantial attribute gains bestowed upon him by Kongu's recent strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. The immense foundational attributes that Kongu relinquished in the aftermath of his punch brought forth an exhilarating surge of vigor within Luo Hou. Moreover, in addition to the 3 primary attributes of strength, agility, and stamina, Luo Hou also absorbed the haki attributes and combat technique spheres that Kongu dropped. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing armament haki attributes. Top tier, 1, 296. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing observation haki attributes. Top tier, 1, 396. Keek. I can feel the power surging through me. Luo Hou, with a flushed face and an excited grin, rubbed his slightly numb and bruised arm, then stood tall once more, gazing at the formidable Kongu, akin to a treasure boy. In terms of strength, Kongu indeed epitomized the pinnacle of the Navy headquarters. Without unleashing his full might, a single punch had more than doubled Luo Hou's foundational strength. This exceptional opportunity for power accumulation had Luo Hou increasingly addicted. If he could endure a few more of Kongu's attacks, his prowess would soon rival that of the Navy admirals. Moreover, given Kongu's own formidable strength, Luo Hou's combat capabilities could potentially surpass those of several other admirals. However, in this bout of punishment, Luo Hou was taken aback to discover that Kongu lacked conqueror's haki. This explained why he was able to ascend to the position of commander of the three armies in Mariewa. The world government is decidedly reluctant to elevate individuals possessing conqueror's haki, those inherently disinclined to submit to authority, into positions of military command. For instance, in the aftermath of the Marineford War, Fleet Admiral Sengoku relinquished his position, yet he did not immediately assume Kongu's role as commander of the three armies, largely due to the unpredictable nature of his conqueror's haki. Kid, I have already shown you mercy. It would be wise for you to leave this devil-less island at once. The celestial dragons are not to be trifled with by youngsters like you. Kongu glared at Luo Hou, who, despite clearly being outmatched, continued to advance. He understood that most individuals harbored a disdain for the celestial dragons. Yet, he had never encountered someone as tenacious as Luo Hou, aside from Rox D. Zebek, the captain of the Rox pirates. Nevertheless, in response to Kongu's warning, Luo Hou remained unfazed. He slowly extended his middle finger and, with a mocking smile, beckoned at Kongu. This provocative gesture sent veins bulging across Kongu's forehead, his patience waning. Today he must teach this insolent brat why he was known as Kongu the Steel Bone. Boom. In a flash, Kongu, with extraordinary swiftness, transformed his claw into a fist and vanished from sight once more. However, this time, Luo Hou, having honed his observation haki to a peak state, was barely able to keep pace with Kongu's maneuvers. Yet, he still lacked the necessary speed to evade the impending attack. Steel Bone Heavy Fist. The voice was deep and resonant, imbued with immense force as Kongu unleashed a seemingly terrifying heavy strike, augmented by his nearly maxed-out armament haki. Yet, faced with this spectacle, Luo Hou was unwilling to yield, determined not to be sent flying once again. As the massive fist, akin to a sandbag, neared his forehead, Luo Hou swiftly assumed a stance, mimicking Kongu's previous claw attack, and unleashed his own version of the Eagle Claw Fist. Eagle Claw Fist. As fists collided, the hardened armor of haki clashed with a sound akin to the chilling resonance of iron, both sharp and muffled. Roho summoned every ounce of his strength, bolstered by the powers granted by his Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, to withstand the weighty blow dealt by Kongu. The price he paid was merely a retreat of 2 or 3 steps. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 15 points of agility. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing haki attribute, armament, top tier, 996. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing haki attribute, observation, top tier, 199. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special attack technique, heavy punch, top tier. What? How is this possible? The strength of this little brat. Is it possible that the Paramecia-type fruit has awakened? And what is this move? Can you truly learn my Eagle Claw Fist in the midst of battle? Kongu, his face etched with shock, beheld the young boy who had withstood his full force. However, Roho offered Koga no opportunity to react. In an instant, he vanished and replicated the speed at which he had previously disappeared. Enough talk. Bring it on. Roho's voice rang out with uncontainable excitement, marking the moment when their roles of offense and defense shifted. Chapter 24, Admiral-level combat power. Armed heavy punch. Observing Kongu, who seemed momentarily dumbfounded and unresponsive, Roho offered no time for evasion. At this moment, he aimed to extract every last vestige of utility from the highest combat force of the Navy headquarters. Boom. Before Kongu could finish his sentence, Roho's suddenly darting figure struck with a fist the size of a water barrel, landing squarely on Kogu's chest. The fist, shimmering with a deep, ominous glow, unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, sending Kongu flying over 20 meters. Following this blow, a torrent of basic attribute orbs and haki orbs with unique characteristics cascaded from Kogu's form. Come on, I crave more power. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 321 points of agility. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing haki attribute, observation, top tier, current progress, 396. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing haki attribute, observation, top tier, current progress, 796. As the relentless notifications of attribute absorption continued, Luo Hou felt his strength within swell even further. At this moment, in terms of foundational attributes and haki, he was undoubtedly on par with any admiral of the Navy headquarters of this era. Moreover, with the special enhancement of the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, Luo Hou's personal strength had become even more formidable. He could easily overshadow even the strongest of the sovereign class. Cough. A slightly hoarse, weakened cough emerged from the swirling dust. Kogu, once brimming with absolute confidence, now found himself stripped of that certainty. The young brat, whom he had initially perceived as merely youthful, arrogant, and impetuous, now stood at an equal footing with him. As a top-tier powerhouse in the world, Kogu could distinctly sense Luo Hou, this monster, escalating in strength with each clash. At a rate observable to the naked eye? What a terrifying innate talent. Not even Zephr, the so-called Pirate King, could possess such a monstrous rate of advancement. Even more astonishingly, Luo Hou, this freak, seemed capable of directly assimilating the combat techniques that Kogu had painstakingly honed over years on the battlefield. Such an uncanny talent left Kogu in a state of profound shock and dread. If one could achieve such terrifying enhancements within a single battle, who in the future could possibly impede Luo Hou, this individual, within the Navy headquarters or the world government? Should he join the Rocks Pirates, he could effortlessly birth another monster akin to Zephr. The mere notion of a pirate crew housing two beings of Rocks caliber was enough to induce suffocation. However, while Kogu's mind raced with thoughts, the nearby Navy vice admirals and pirate minions stood utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Luo Hou, a mere newcomer, could ascend from being blown away in a single strike to a level that would render them eternally in awe in less than a few minutes. Am I seeing things? Did that newcomer just send Steelbone Kogu flying? This is utterly terrifying. He represents the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. We should leave this island immediately. If even Kogu cannot stop Luo Hou, then the three celestial dragons are surely doomed today. If all three celestial dragons perish on this island, it is evident the world government will obliterate this place without a second thought. Remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. After a brief exchange of glances, several astute pirate captains resolved to abandon the doomed Demon Island, which was on the verge of annihilation. Yet, amidst the chaos, some reckless individuals chose to remain, eager to witness the gruesome spectacle of the world aristocracy being butchered. Not to mention the potential profits from capturing footage of the celestial dragons being publicly executed. Such a tape would ensure their financial security for a lifetime. In these oppressive times, no one would refuse to spend 10,000 berries to witness the macabre beauty of the nobility's heads rolling. This footage could be preserved and passed down through generations. What a fearsome young man. I can feel your strength has multiplied more than threefold in this brief span of 3 minutes. Are you deliberately concealing your true power? Or can you genuinely enhance your physique in the midst of battle? As Kogu wiped away the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, he found himself grappling with an incredulous thought. Unless this young man had been concealing his strength from the outset, his observation haki would not have been mistaken. This youth had indeed elevated his power to a level on par with Kogu, perhaps even surpassing him considerably. If this Luo had never concealed his true prowess and was genuinely enhancing his physical capabilities at an alarming rate during their battle, then such an exceedingly terrifying individual must undoubtedly be regarded as a significant destabilizing factor in the currently tenuous global situation. Moreover, judging by his initial declarations, it is evident that he harbors an extreme animosity towards the world government. In other words, Luo is a man far more perilous than Zephr. Have you reacted so swiftly? Alas, it is a tad too late. You possess no means to thwart my intention of slaughtering those swine now. Luo chose not to veil anything from Kogu regarding his intentions. After all, in his current state, any perceptive individual could easily discern the truth. This rapid escalation of strength would be glaringly apparent in the presence of observation haki. Upon hearing Luo's confirmation, Kogu's already grave expression stiffened even further. So it is true? It seems I am destined to become a remnant of the old era, am I not? Although he had already perceived Luo's uncanny nature, the confirmation from the man himself sent a jolt through Kogu's heart. Such a mad pirate is indeed exceedingly dangerous. The situation has escalated beyond what he, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, could manage. This matter must be reported to the internal government, where the highest authority, the Gorosei, must make the decision. Chapter 25, The Flowing Haki. Remnants of the old era? You are not yet at that point. Today, I am here for 3 purposes. The first is to kill the celestial dragons. The second is also to kill the celestial dragons. And the third, damn it, is to kill the celestial dragons. Ryo gazed at the steel-boned Kongu, who had begun to realize the gravity of the situation and was reluctant to continue the confrontation. Overall, Kongu, as an admiral, still resides within a framework of justice. Initially, he had no intention of simply dispatching this imminent threat to the celestial dragons in a single blow. Ryo held no particular opinion of the Navy as a whole. As long as these self-proclaimed champions of justice did not stand in his way, he was content. However, if these sailors, instead of upholding true justice, chose to obey the world government's orders to impede his actions, then Ryo would have no choice but to ruthlessly eradicate these hypocritical defenders of justice. Ha ha ha. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, I have my own duties to fulfill. If you wish to slay the celestial dragons, then you must first get past me. After all, I am genuinely curious to witness what kind of power a madman like you will ultimately attain. In response to Ryo's unabashed declaration of intent to kill the celestial dragons, Kongu refrained from further comment. As an admiral, to simply allow Ryo to proceed unimpeded would render his position utterly meaningless. Even though he harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, the renowned theorist, philosopher, and exceptional marine, Monkey D. Garp once posited, when an actor confronts a task they are unwilling to undertake, that is when their performance reaches its zenith. Thus, even though Kongu knew he could not stop Ryo, he resolved to return with at least some wounds to report back to the world government. He could not allow it to appear as if the celestial dragons were slaughtered with only minor injuries sustained by him. Such a claim would be met with disbelief by the Gorosei. Since you have expressed your intentions so sincerely, then I shall grant your wish. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Ryo's figure vanished like a shooting star, his speed having reached a pinnacle unparalleled in this realm. Coupled with the additional power bestowed by his devil fruit, Ryo's velocity surged to extraordinary heights. In summary, Ryo had surpassed Kongu in fundamental attributes due to the influence of the devil fruit. Swish! A faint sound of air being sliced apart echoed as Ryo's robust form materialized mere centimeters from Kongu's face, unleashing a heavy punch imbued with a deep, dark aura. Excellent! To have mastered my heavy punch to such an extraordinary degree is indeed a testament to your prowess. However, that alone is insufficient. Steel bone. As Ryo's formidable punch bore down upon him, Kongu, with lightning reflexes, utilized his top-tier sword soul haki to capture the final fleeting motion. He chose not to evade. Instead, he raised his right fist high, his muscles bulging intensely, as his robust armament haki coiled around his arm, taking on a deep black hue. Yet this time, the armament haki was markedly different from before. Beneath the thick, dark shroud, a hint of flowing pink energy began to manifest. In that moment, Kongu's aura surged dramatically. It was as though he had transformed from a heavy blade adept at brute force into a razor-sharp weapon, further enhanced by his innate power. His momentum escalated wildly, compressing the air around Ryo and generating a series of terrifying shockwaves. He channeled his full concentration, leaving no opening as he unleashed all his haki and strength to meet Ryo's assault. Heavy punch. Boom! The collision of their fists, imbued with top-tier armament haki, erupted like thunder, producing a deafening roar. The forces between them waged a fierce tug-of-war, their haki clashing with ferocity. This is the pinnacle technique of armament haki. It allows one's haki to flow, inflicting internal damage upon the enemy. A slight smile crept onto Kongu's lips, reminiscent of a dragon king, as he harnessed his masterful haki techniques to force Ryo back a full 3 steps. Yet, this was not the end. Feeling the pain and retreating slightly, Ryo's fist, once shrouded in thick black armament haki, now glimmered with a hint of pink. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 2,746 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 2,746 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing observation haki attributes. Top tier, current progress, 6,396. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing observation haki attributes. Top tier, current progress, 8,796. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the technique of flowing armament haki. Flowing Sakura. After enduring the flowing and domineering attack from Kongu, Luo Hou successfully mastered the technique of his opponent's strike. The essence of the flowing domineering aura lies in transforming what was merely a hardened attack covering the surface of the body into a fluid state akin to flowing water. This adaptable form of armed haki can penetrate the internal structure of the target, enabling it to wreak havoc from within the body's vulnerable areas. It is indeed a remarkable technique. With a slight shift of his body, Luo Hou dispelled the last vestiges of Kongu's strength and clenched his fist once more. Witnessing this scene, Kongu was left utterly speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You little brat. You actually managed to replicate my haki technique." Kongu's astonishment, however, lasted only a few fleeting seconds before he regained his composure. After all, this monstrous Luo Hou had the ability to directly replicate not only his strength and speed, but also the long-cherished techniques of attack. In light of this, it was not entirely outrageous to think that he could absorb Kongu's mastery of armed haki as well. Having successfully grasped the pinnacle of armed haki techniques, Luo Hou's figure suddenly vanished from sight once more. Yet this time, Kongu chose not to retaliate. He stood calmly in place, allowing the massive fist, resembling a sandbag, to loom larger in his vision. Armed heavy punch. Once again, it was an incredibly forceful strike. However, this time, Luo Hou transcended merely enveloping his fist with armed haki. He was now capable, much like Kongu, of animating his armed haki, allowing it to infiltrate and devastate the enemy from within. Under the influence of the superhuman power of his devil fruit, Luo Hou's muscles began to swell, with prominent veins snaking across his body, resembling robust, green earthworms after a rainstorm, covering every inch of his skin. Bang! Luo Hou unleashed a punch that resonated with an explosive sound, striking the very center of Kongu's chest. The dark, flowing haki surged forth upon contact, flooding into Kongu's body like a torrential deluge. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed. The chest of Kongu, the so-called steel bone admiral of the Navy headquarters, had sustained a gaping dent of 3 to 4 centimeters. Subsequently, the terrifying force generated by Luo Hou, augmented by his devil fruit, sent Kongu soaring dozens of meters away. This astonishing spectacle rendered both the Navy and pirate factions, who were simultaneously embroiled in battle nearby, momentarily frozen in shock. Is this for real? Steelbone Kong has been broken. That kid can actually defeat a long-established admiral of the Navy headquarters at this age. We're doomed. If such a person truly joins the Rocks Pirates, what can the Navy possibly do to counter them? Chapter 26, Whitebeard. However, amidst the astonished gazes of the Navy and pirates, a man who had stood like a wooden post at a distance for approximately 7 to 8 minutes displayed an expression of profound admiration. This man, who had silently observed without interjecting, was none other than Whitebeard, dispatched by Rocks from Hakanosu Island. The moment he set foot on Devil Island, Whitebeard had sensed the intense battle between Luo Hou and Kongu through his electric sensing device. He had witnessed Luo Hou's progression from being effortlessly suppressed to skillfully countering his opponent. In just over a mere 10 minutes, he had managed to repel an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Such an extraordinarily outrageous and prodigious talent left even Whitebeard envious. After all, even at his current level, defeating Kongu in direct combat would not be an easy feat when two equally matched powerhouses face off. Determining a victor typically requires at least 3 days of relentless effort. What struck Whitebeard even more was Luo Hou's extraordinary ability to learn and assimilate others' combat techniques during battle. Such an advanced aptitude for learning was beyond even the capabilities of their captain in the Rocks Pirates. Moreover, this Luo Hou was merely around 18 years old. A freshly minted adult had already achieved such prowess. His pace of growth had even surpassed that of their captain, Rocks D. Zebek. While Rocks was undeniably formidable, he simply could not compare to the astonishing prowess of this young prodigy. With this thought in mind, Whitebeard wasted no time and strode purposefully toward Luo Hou. He intended to fulfill the captain's directive and recruit this exceptionally gifted individual, along with the unique Kaido, into their ranks to cultivate them as key figures. At this moment, Luo Hou, who had successfully absorbed all of Kongu's fundamental attributes, also noticed the towering presence of Whitebeard, a figure who drew attention wherever he went. Edward Newgate, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. As he beheld this man, later renowned as the world's strongest, standing before him, Luo Hou couldn't help but gaze in awe. The sensation of witnessing a manga character come to life was indeed remarkable. Although Kaido was also a frequently appearing character throughout the narrative, he paled slightly in comparison to Whitebeard, who was explicitly designated by Oda as the world's strongest man. Within the entirety of the One Piece anime, Whitebeard undoubtedly held the title of the most popular male character. The title of the world's strongest man was not merely for show. Gururara. I didn't expect this little brat to recognize me, Whitebeard exclaimed with a hearty, yet somewhat peculiar laugh upon realizing that this extraordinarily gifted Luo Hou could identify him. However, in contrast to Luo Hou's composed demeanor, Kongu and the surrounding navy commanders were far from at ease. Edward Newgate was a formidable, aggressive pirate. As a captain of the 1st Division within the Rocks Pirates, his bounty soared above 1 billion berries. Furthermore, the legendary blade he wielded, the Tremor blade, was masterfully wielded, and its destructive power was fearsome. Whitebeard's combat prowess undoubtedly placed him among the upper echelons of this sea. Kongu believed that defeating such an individual was essentially an impossible task. After all, aside from his unparalleled swordsmanship, Whitebeard was even more terrifying due to his innate, monstrous strength. Once, the renowned philosopher and exceptional marine, Monkey D. Garp, who had the fortune of clashing with Whitebeard, once remarked that if he were to engage in combat with a monstrous figure like Whitebeard, he would much prefer to return to the East Blue for a vacation. Our esteemed Captain Rocks has great faith in you. Let us join forces in the Rocks Pirates. After a brief survey of his surroundings and ascertaining that reinforcements from the Marine headquarters were not imminent, Whitebeard extended an invitation to Roronoa to join the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. As a man who had also suffered the devastating consequences inflicted by the world government, leaving him alone in the world, Whitebeard could deeply empathize with the plight of this young man, who had faced nearly identical tribulations. At this moment, he genuinely regarded this young lad before him as a comrade, perhaps even as family. After all, rather than incessantly engaging in violence, Whitebeard preferred to forge a team bound by familial ties. However, it was evident that, in terms of age, he had not yet reached that stage in his life. Thus, he was compelled, as was his usual custom, to suppress his paternal instincts. Admiral Congo, what course of action should we take next? Should we initiate a charge to escort the world nobles away from here? I believe it would be prudent to make way. These two fellows are quite deranged. No, we cannot retreat. For the justice of the Marines, I shall lay down my life. Amidst the cacophony of the Marines clamoring for guidance, a seemingly reckless Marine headquarters colonel suddenly drew his sword and, shouting about justice, charged towards Whitebeard. Witnessing this scene, even Congo was momentarily unable to intervene to stop this foolhardy act. Faced with the overwhelming combat prowess of Roronoa and Whitebeard, even he would have to weigh his options carefully before engaging. Yet, this individual was clearly a victim of the brainwashing perpetuated by the world government. As anticipated, mere 3 seconds after the colonel's charge, Whitebeard's towering figure swiftly drew his massive blade, the tsunami cutter, and, after executing a few flamboyant spins, unleashed a sweeping strike that cleaved through the air with ferocity. The outcome was tragically inevitable. The brainwashed Marine colonel was decapitated in an instant, his head falling to the ground amidst a gruesome display of bloodshed. The scene was utterly horrific, with blood splattering everywhere. Even the body, propelled by inertia, spun like a top several times before collapsing. Ha ha ha. Congo, I have come today merely to fulfill the captain's orders and bring these two back to the Rocks Pirates. If you wish to spare your Marines from losing their lives, I suggest you step aside. After dispatching the insolent officer, Whitebeard planted his left foot atop the still spinning head, gazing at Congo with a grin. It was clear that a pirate of his caliber could not possibly conform to the image of a benevolent gentleman, as rumored. One who lacks decisiveness in their methods cannot hope to become a notorious pirate. Surviving in this dark era is a mere fantasy for such individuals. Only the most naive would believe that Whitebeard was a man who desired nothing but familial bonds, devoid of any inclination towards violence. Such notions are patently absurd. If he were not to kill, how then would the bounty of over 1 billion berries have come to be? However, Congo remained silent for a considerable time. He then retrieved a premium navy cigar from his naval coat pocket, ignited it, and commenced to smoke nonchalantly. At this juncture, what more could he say? As long as you do not harm my Marines, you may take those two as you please. No matter how formidable the Rocks Pirates may be, the real headache lies with those old geezers in the world government. Puffing on the cigar and exhaling clouds of smoke, Congo silently moved to the side, seemingly resigned to becoming an apathetic Marine admiral. Ha ha ha. At least you show some sense. Whitebeard laughed heartily, intending to take Roronoa and Kaido back to his crew. Yet, Roronoa, who had not yet accomplished his mission, had no intention of departing just yet. Please wait a moment. I still have some unfinished business. He had come to Devil's Island specifically to pursue the celestial dragons. If he did not kill them, his journey would hold no significance whatsoever. Not a problem. I will keep an eye on Congo. You may proceed without worry. Upon uttering these words, Roronoa flickered in place before dashing towards the luxurious cruise ship that was already sailing into the distance. Whitebeard remained steadfast, locking eyes with Congo, who, in turn, chose to ignore Whitebeard and continued to smoke his cigar. Chapter 27. Pursuing the Celestial Dragons. With a surge of muscle power in his calves, Roronoa propelled himself through the air with the finesse of the Marine's 6 styles, swiftly closing in on the deck of the luxury cruise ship where the Celestial Dragons resided. The CP agents assigned to safeguard the Celestial Dragons' daily lives and security were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Despite being handpicked from the CP0 organization to ensure the absolute safety of the exalted Celestial Dragon, the agents were well aware that they stood no chance against a monster like Roronoa. After all, he was the very man capable of effortlessly breaking the bones of an admiral known as Steelbone. The sheer force he possessed was clearly beyond their capacity to withstand. Nevertheless, fully indoctrinated by the world government, the CP agents, despite recognizing their inability to contend with Roronoa, bravely surged forth, attempting to encircle him, leaving no gap to harm the Celestial Dragons. "Do you dare show disrespect to the great god? You must first get past us," they shouted, their fierce demeanor suggesting a history of taking many lives. Yet, who was Roronoa? At this moment, his heart was colder than that of seasoned workers who had spent 30 years slaughtering fish. Merely a handful of Celestial Dragons' guard dogs could not hope to withstand his murderous intent. "Let us charge together. He cannot possibly eliminate us all before exhausting his strength." Among the throng, a particularly astute agent suddenly had a revelation. They possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage, perhaps through sheer force of numbers. They could deplete their adversary's stamina and emerge victorious. "Indeed, I am indeed the agent among agents. Can he truly eliminate me in an instant? Let us unite. For the divine race." Amidst a cacophony of chaos, approximately 17 or 18 CP0 agents drew their blades in unison, targeting the fatal points on Luo Hou's body. Each of these operatives was a formidable force, having awakened the dual-color haki, their weapons enveloped in a dark, ominous energy, transforming into black blades. Yet, at this moment, Luo Hou was no longer the mere fisherman standing idly on the island. He had evolved into a true powerhouse, possessing the combat prowess of a top-tier general. A man of the same caliber as the notorious pirates Whitebeard and Gold Lion, and the esteemed admirals like Konku, Carp, and Zephr. A handful of CP0 agents held no desire to engage him. However, since they had initiated an attack, Luo Hou was more than willing to send these agents to meet their end. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled explosions erupted. The suits of the CP0 agents before Luo Hou disintegrated, blood splattering everywhere, transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle. The charging CP0 agents had no opportunity to react as Luo Hou delivered precise blows, each one landing squarely on their faces. The carnage resembled a hydraulic press crushing watermelons. Multiple heads burst open, headless corpses flying violently into the sea, staining the waters crimson. Having casually swatted away a dozen flies, Luo Hou tore off his now tattered clothing, shaking the blood from his fists. With an utterly indifferent expression, he continued his stride toward the interior chambers of the cruise ship. In the aftermath of such a bloody confrontation, even the nearby CP0 agents hesitated to advance, paralyzed by fear. Just as Luo Hou was about to push open the door in pursuit of the Celestial Dragons, a man adorned with a devil mask suddenly emerged from within. Following him were approximately 7 or 8 others, each sporting various masks. Luo Hou's gaze narrowed slightly. These masked CP agents were unmistakably of the caliber akin to the legendary Rob Lucci, the captains of CP0. Typically, such elite agents donned specially crafted masks to conceal their identities. Their strength was formidable, often reaching advanced levels of haki, tasked with handling matters beyond the scope of ordinary CP operatives. Yet, at this moment, consumed by a desire to rend the Celestial Dragons limb from limb, Luo Hou had neither the time nor inclination to entertain any nonsense from this suddenly appeared CP captain. Daring to obstruct his path like a mere watchdog would lead them to their demise. Luo Hou's countenance remained cold as he instantaneously closed the distance, transforming into a hawk. His fingers curling like talons, emanating a black light as he struck towards the throat of the most ostentatiously arrogant CP0 captain. Armed hawk claw fist. The scene was punctuated by a sickening crack. The CP0 captain's trachea was gruesomely crushed, blood gushing forth as if he had been seized and shredded by a soaring eagle. A sight both horrifying and grotesque. Such a brutal display sent tremors of terror through the other CP0 captains, who regarded Luo Hou as a divine being of destruction. How could such speed exist? The haki had not even had time to envelop their bodies before they were dispatched. This individual had only recently been issued a bounty of 100 million berries. How could he possess such power? Was the intelligence flawed? A collective dread washed over the CP0 captains, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Yet Luo Hou had no time for villainous monologues. He unleashed another ferocious punch. With a resounding impact, he obliterated the remaining captain's head, sending crimson and ivory splattering everywhere, the lifeless form collapsing in a grotesque spasm. I will grant you 3 seconds to fetch your master. Should I not see the celestial dragon within that time, you shall all perish. Having swiftly eliminated the most powerful captains among the CP0, Luo Hou's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the agents who served the celestial dragons. It was evident that his fleeting desire to spare a few moments for them was in vain. These evidently indoctrinated captains could not fathom any words that might threaten their masters. Before Luo Hou could finish, the group of 7 or 8 brandished their steel blades, executing the Marine's 6 styles and various lethal techniques, charging at him with fervor. In response, Luo Hou acquiesced to their intentions. His fingers curled slightly, mimicking the form of an eagle's talon as his haki surged, enveloping every fiber of his muscles. In the next moment, his form vanished, unleashing a flurry of hawk claw fists, each finger striking like iron rods. The sheer force of his blows shattered the facial bones of 3 or 4 of the captains. Even the most seasoned CP0 captains, despite their resilience, could not contain their anguished cries as their faces endured such devastating trauma. However, these wails could not quell the turmoil within Luo Hou's heart. These enforcers of the celestial dragons were instruments of oppression. Killing 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 of them would not stir a single emotion. On the outer deck of the cruise ship, after merely wasting a few seconds, all members of the CP organization were systematically crushed under Luo Hou's relentless fury. With all external resistance obliterated, Luo Hou's voice, deep and resonant like that of a demon, reverberated throughout the ship. Allow me to guess where the esteemed celestial dragons might be hiding. Through the sensitivity of his observation haki, Luo Hou had already pinpointed the narrow room where the celestial dragons were concealed. Admittedly, these celestial dragons displayed a modicum of cunning, at least finding refuge in a corner of the restroom. Yet, tragically, they were utterly incapable of comprehending the precision of observation haki, a skill akin to radar. With a forceful kick, he shattered the golden restroom door, seizing 3 celestial dragons who were huddled together in a manner reminiscent of dinosaurs. In that instant, even the exalted Nader Bantia saint felt the unsettling aura of impending death emanating from Luo Hou. Spare me, O esteemed pirate. I beseech you, I am Nader Bantanya's saint. If you grant me my life, the Nader family shall hold you in the highest regard as our most honored guest. Please, I do not wish to meet my demise. Chapter 28. Even in pleading, death awaits. It seemed that Nader Bantanya was inherently different from the other intellectually challenged celestial dragons. Upon sensing the imminent threat of death, he was still able to cast aside his dignity in an instant and kneel, imploring Rob Lucci for mercy. However, the 2 celestial dragons beside him lacked such awareness. They could hardly fathom the current situation when they witnessed someone of far greater status, Nader Bantanya, kneeling before a commoner, weeping profusely. Their tiny minds could not comprehend the gravity of the moment. How dare you, you filthy commoner? You have the audacity to see Lord Nader Bantanya kneeling? Where's that fool Kongu? He should be here to protect me. Yet, before the irrational celestial dragon could finish his tirade, Rob Lucci swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Utilizing no haki, with a force surpassing that of a seasoned warrior, he sent the noisy creature's head spinning 18 times before it fell lifelessly to the ground. After successfully eliminating the first celestial dragon, Rob Lucci felt a surge of exhilaration course through him, akin to the electric thrill often described in tales of transcending realms. It was a sensation that invigorated his senses. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that killing a celestial dragon could be so exhilarating. Rob Lucci laughed heartily, transforming into a figure consumed by the joy of vengeance. Though he had only slain 1 celestial dragon, it marked the first step in his quest for retribution. With countless more celestial dragons awaiting his blade, he was far from finished. With a decisive motion, Rob Lucci unsheathed the dual-edged sword hanging at his side. While he had never formally trained in swordsmanship, he had certainly witnessed enough to grasp its fundamentals. After all, as a true son of Huaxia, who among them had wielded a straight, smooth stick in their youth, imagining themselves as a wandering swordsman, Rob Lucci believed that his self-taught childhood techniques would suffice for dispatching celestial dragons. Please, spare me. They are all fools. While I am clever enough to serve you, if you grant me mercy, Witnessing Rob Lucci draw a gleaming, bloodstained sword, Nader was nearly paralyzed with fear. The image of his foolish compatriot's head being struck off still lingered in his mind. Now, he faced the prospect of enduring the agony of the sharp blades slicing through his flesh. The thought of the blade cutting through his skin, exposing the deep musculature and even his internal organs, sent shivers down his spine. In a desperate attempt to save his life, he fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his noble head against the floor, pleading with Rob Lucci for mercy. However, Rob Lucci, pressed for time, had no intention of wasting words. After a brief flourish with his sword, he plunged it into Nader heart, twisting it mercilessly. As blood splattered, the light in Nader eyes began to fade. In his final moments, insanity clouded his gaze. "You filthy commoner. The great deity shall not spare you. I await your arrival in heaven." With that final, defiant proclamation, Nader closed his lifeless eyes. After executing yet another celestial dragon, Rob Lucci savored the electrifying sensation coursing through him once more. What a rush. This was the thrill he had longed for. It was no wonder the world government emphasized the sanctity of celestial dragon lives. Killing such supposed deities brought forth a delightful euphoria. Wiping the blood from the blade, Rob Lucci turned and advanced toward the last remaining celestial dragon, who was now paralyzed with fear. It was time to join the Rocks pirates. If he could absorb the foundational attributes of a maritime overlord like Rocks, perhaps he could deal a devastating blow to the world government during the God Valley incident. After contemplating his next course of action, Rob Lucci began to stride purposefully towards Whitebeard's direction, employing the moonwalk technique from the Marine 6 styles. This specialized skill allowed him to walk through the air by harnessing the reaction force generated from repeated footfalls. Such remarkable agility was a unique capability he had honed after eliminating countless CP agents. Typically, a CP agent or a Marine officer would specialize in only 3 or 4 of the 6 styles. However, having dispatched a multitude of agents, Rob Lucci absorbed their advanced attributes into his own being. Furthermore, he had gained experience from his battles with the formidable Marine Admiral Kongu. Thus, at this moment, Rob Lucci had achieved a mastery of techniques such as Iron Body, Shurgon, Moonwalk, and more, reaching the pinnacle of proficiency. After soaring through the air for a brief moment, Rob Lucci returned to the heart of Devil Island. Whitebeard remained steadfast, a titan of a man, gripping Song Yun with an imposing gaze directed at the 3 figures opposing him. Rob Lucci regarded the trio with a sense of seriousness. Their presence was formidable, rivaling that of Kongu. The Marine Admirals, Black Arm Zephr, and the Vice Admiral candidates, Buddha Sengoku and Garp the Fist, stood before him. Although only Zephr was officially recognized as an equal to Kongu, it did not imply that the other 2 lacked strength. Indeed, a Vice Admiral like Garp was not someone to be underestimated. He simply refrained from seeking promotion to Admiral, unwilling to be shackled by the world government's mandates to protect the celestial dragons. Should any pirate consider Garp merely an ordinary Vice Admiral, they would likely find themselves on the receiving end of a brutal beating. However, at this moment, Garp's reputation had yet to reach the legendary status it would in the future, as the God Valley incident had not yet transpired. Nor had he joined forces with Roger to defeat Rox D. Zebek, thus earning the title of hero among Marines. Haha, you finally returned. If you had taken any longer, I might have had to confront these 3 myself. Whitebeard's furrowed brow eased slightly upon Rob Lucci's arrival, his spirits lifting at last. Despite his confidence, it was evident that if he were to engage in combat against the formidable quartet of Sora, Garp, Zephr, and Sengoku, he would undoubtedly be soundly defeated and humiliated. You and Kaido should proceed ahead. I shall cover your retreat. With those words, Whitebeard unleashed an overwhelming wave of conqueror's haki that swept across the entire island. In an instant, all the ordinary pirates and Navy personnel present were left incapacitated, foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. However, just as Whitebeard prepared to take the initiative, Luo Hou raised his hand to signal him to halt his aggressive intentions. Just as Whitebeard was beginning to feel a touch of confusion, Luo Hou astonishingly produced a celestial dragon, mutilated and resembling a human chimera, seemingly out of thin air. Chapter 29, Garp's Laughter. This was the sole survivor he had deliberately kept after pursuing and eliminating 2 celestial dragons. With such an undeniable bargaining chip, even the admirals of the Navy headquarters would have to reconsider their pursuit. Although Luo Hou was quite envious of Garp's ultimate armament haki, the pain radiating from his shoulder compelled him to retreat for the moment. During his skirmish with Sora, he had sustained a crack in the bone of his left arm from the initial assault. Remaining in this confrontation could lead to severe injuries and possibly even death. Thus, Roho had left a contingency in the form of the Celestial Dragon, ensuring he had leverage against the impending reinforcements from the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard, initially perplexed, couldn't help but chuckle upon recognizing the Celestial Dragon in Roho's grasp. So that's it. As expected of you, Roho. With this Celestial Dragon as a hostage. Let us see if the Navy dares to pursue us now. Ha ha ha. In this world, it was common knowledge that the Navy existed primarily to serve the Celestial Dragons. Holding a Celestial Dragoness life would make commanding the admirals a trivial matter. Thus, under the protection of the Celestial Dragon, Roho, Whitebeard, and Kaido brazenly departed from Devil Island before the formidable presence of the 4 admirals. They subsequently boarded the pirate ship brought by Whitebeard and set sail towards Hakinosu. The thoughts of Sora, Garp, Zephr, and Sengoku remained shrouded in mystery as they silently stood upon the island, watching Roho and Whitebeard fade into the horizon. As their thoughts diverged, Garp suddenly erupted in hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Sora, I never imagined you would fail to protect a few worthless celestial dragons. You'll surely be berated by Admiral Netania back at HQ. Ha ha ha. Garp had never held the celestial dragons in high regard since joining the Navy. Roho's audacious act of slaying 2 celestial dragons and taking another as a hostage resonated perfectly with Garp's sentiments. At that moment, he could barely contain his urge to shout. Well done. Roho, that audacious young lad, had accomplished what even Garp himself would not dare to attempt. However, just as Garp was about to continue his irreverent commentary, Sengoku suddenly delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Garp, how many times must I remind you? Do not speak such things in public. Unperturbed by Sengoku's reprimand, Garp merely glanced at the few remaining members of CP who still showed signs of life. He then activated his unique devil fruit ability. Apologies. That last remark was a mistake. Let us pretend I never said it. Ha ha ha. Garp crossed his arms, his expression devoid of any contrition, retracting his previous statement out of sheer necessity. Overall, his ability to retract his words was indeed quite useful. At the very least, in the face of overwhelming strength, the members of CP dared not utter a word, merely nodding in silent agreement that they had not heard his earlier comments. After tidying up the scene, Sora and the others sailed back towards Navy headquarters, heading in the opposite direction of Whitebeard. In the conference room aboard the warship, Sora looked gravely at those present. Everyone, I must convey a matter of utmost seriousness. After succinctly recounting all of today's events, the mood in the room darkened, especially for Zephr, Sengoku, and the carefree Garp. Initially, they had believed Sora's failure to protect the celestial dragons was due to Whitebeard's interference. However, they were utterly astounded to discover that Roho had indeed matched Sora in combat and even managed to injure him. What level of power did Sora possess? They were acutely aware of it. Not to mention, not a single member of the Rocks Pirates could easily defeat him. Yet, Roho had truly accomplished it. This boy had only been at sea for a few days, and he had already reached the strength of an admiral? The gathered individuals exchanged incredulous glances at Sora, hoping he was merely jesting. Otherwise, if such a prodigy were to join the Rocks Pirates, the ramifications would be monumental. In other words, it was highly likely that the Rocks Pirates would soon have a genuine vice-captain. Roho's talent was undoubtedly on par with that of Rocks himself, perhaps even surpassing the monstrous figure that Rocks had become. This was undeniably detrimental to the Navy. That boy was exceedingly peculiar. He seemed to possess an ability that allowed him to rapidly augment his strength, speed, and even endurance during battle. Moreover, his haki level escalated from a high stage to the pinnacle, ultimately matching my own, all within a mere 7 or 8 minutes. I believe he must possess some devil fruit that allows him to absorb the abilities of others. Sora articulated the gravity of the situation to his comrades, each word laden with urgency. Could such a devil fruit ability truly exist? An ability that rapidly enhances strength while also absorbing another's haki? Sengoku gazed at Sora, visibly shaken. Such a notion was preposterous. Even after decades of existence, he had never encountered anything so outrageous. Not even the Navy headquarters Devil Fruit Compendium recorded the existence of such a powerful ability. It is indeed real. I witnessed that boy strengthen before my very eyes. Sora's tone grew more somber. The Rocks Pirates were on the verge of acquiring a legitimate vice-captain. How would the Navy withstand such a formidable organization in the future? Sora's demeanor reflected the weight of his concern. Roho's exceedingly bizarre ability left him feeling restless. However, deep within his heart, Kongu had never believed that Roho had committed any wrongdoing. Just moments ago, Zephr and Sengoku had presented him with an investigative report concerning Roho. After scrutinizing the life experiences Roho had endured prior to his piracy, even Kongu found it difficult to suppress the fury raging within him. It was, after all, the vile deeds perpetrated by those accursed celestial dragons that had led to this. Were it not for the celestial dragons, perhaps this exceptionally gifted youth would have joined the Navy headquarters, contributing to the noble cause of justice. Alas, it was too late to lament. Such a person had been irreparably offended by the swine of the world government. Ha 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 ha. Do not be so troubled, Carp chuckled, unfazed by the somber atmosphere. No matter how formidable the Rocks pirates may be, they should be the ones causing the Gorosei concern, should they not? Our Navy merely needs to focus on our own duties. The assembled crowd could only remain speechless, for they could never adopt Carp's carefree attitude towards life. Let us return to headquarters for now. This matter must be reported to Mariowa, he continued. The demise of all 3 celestial dragons, including the esteemed Nader Bontanya, at Roho's hands was far too grave. Kongu sighed heavily, feeling the weight of the situation. He was at a loss as to how to explain to Marshal Netania from the government that 3 esteemed celestial dragons had perished under his vigilant protection. He bore the primary responsibility for this incident, while Carp and the others could only be considered as having provided insufficient support, bearing minimal blame. Thus, aboard the Navy's warship, only Carp's laughter resonated joyfully, contrasting sharply with the collective sighs of the other high-ranking officers. Chapter 30. The Gorosei in turmoil. In the first half of the Grand Line, at the Navy headquarters stationed in Marineford, Kongu, Zephr, Sengoku, Carp, and Admiral Tsuru, among others, gathered once more in Marshal Netania's office, joined by 30 to 40 other esteemed Navy officers. The majority of the Navy personnel bore expressions tinged with anxiety and trepidation, for they were about to face the Gorosei, the highest authority within the world government, who were also the direct superiors of all Navy officers. This tension arose from the Navy headquarters and CP's failure to protect the 3 esteemed celestial dragons who had met their demise outside the Holy Land. Bring. The stifling atmosphere rendered even the sound of the transponder snail's ringing heavy with foreboding. Minutes passed before the device placed prominently in the center of the conference room, designated for video calls, connected. The image projected was that of the opulently adorned Hall of World Authority in Mariowa, where 4 elderly men with graying hair and beards, alongside another who appeared to be in his prime, materialized before the assembly. Accompanying this sight was an overwhelming aura of dominion that emanated through the call, pressing down upon all in attendance. Hiss, is this the oppressive aura of the world's supreme power? I can scarcely breathe. How imposing. There was not a hint of expression to be found on their faces. The sounds of labored swallowing and heavy breathing reverberated throughout the conference room. Due to the might wielded by the Gorosei, the majority of Navy personnel were deemed unworthy of an audience with them. This resulted in the peculiar situation where over 90% of the admirals present had never before encountered the weight of such authority. The Gorosei, the true architects of the world's highest power, the embodiment of eternal life. Among those gathered, apart from the admirals and the marshal, none had the courage to meet the piercing gazes of the Gorosei directly. The deaths of Marshal Netania, Nader Bontanya, and the other 2 celestial dragons rest squarely upon your Navy headquarters. Present your justifications. I grant you merely 3 minutes to defend yourselves. The Gorosei's eyes seemed to pierce through the transponder snail, fixing unyieldingly upon Netania's face. Although this marshal had been appointed by the Gorosei themselves, it did not signify their endorsement of him as one of their own. In their eyes, outside the celestial dragons of Mariowa, all humans and even races were regarded as mere trifles. Such was the confidence born from their power and heritage. Esteemed Gorosei, we of the Navy have exerted our utmost efforts to prevent the assassination of the celestial dragons. Moreover, the involvement of the Rocks Pirates cadre in this incident led to our momentary lapse in vigilance, Netania explained humbly, attempting to justify the Navy's shortcomings. However, the Gorosei dismissed his mention of the Rocks Pirates' involvement entirely, choosing instead to focus on the crux of the matter. A momentary lapse? Given the celestial dragon's exalted status, can you truly absolve yourselves with such an excuse? Was it not your Navy's Steelbone Kong who was tasked with their personal protection? Where is he? Before the Gorosei could finish, Kongu, who had been quietly seated in the corner, stood up, his chest heavily bandaged. Esteemed Gorosei, the events unfolded as follows. After briefly expressing his respect for the Gorosei, Kongu recounted the occurrences on Demon Island in meticulous detail. The Gorosei listened attentively, their expressions inscrutable, revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Yet, when Kongu described Roho's ability to rapidly augment his strength and mastery of haki during battle, as well as his capacity to swiftly learn various combat techniques, the Gorosei's countenances shifted to one of skepticism. To absorb strength and haki mid-battle, and to learn others' combat skills? Such claims seemed preposterous. Nevertheless, the fact that it was Kongu, an officer deemed exceedingly earnest by the Gorosei, making this report lent it an unsettling credibility. Had it been Carp, the brash cannon, the Gorosei might have erupted in fury. If this were indeed true, the implications were dire. Such talent was unheard of, even surpassing that of Rox D. Zebek, a genius unseen for 800 years. The Gorosei exchanged glances, their previously placid expressions contorting into a countenance of grave concern, reminiscent of the last time they had reacted with such dismay, when Rox D. Zebek had formed the Rox Pirates and brazenly slaughtered 18 celestial dragons at Sabeti Archipelago before making his escape. In the midst of the great maritime conflict, a prodigious talent has emerged, rivaling even the formidable Rox, perhaps even surpassing him in subtle ways. This individual possesses a paramecia-type devil fruit, granting them superhuman strength. They can rapidly enhance their power, agility, and even the intensity of their haki during combat. Furthermore, they have the uncanny ability to acquire combat techniques that others have honed over many years through mere engagement in battle. Presently, their prowess has reached the level of an admiral, the highest combat echelon of the Navy headquarters. How could such an extraordinary accumulation of capabilities converge upon a single individual? The five elders found themselves in a quandary, pressing their temples in frustration. Despite their own distress, they could not afford to display any sign of weakness in front of the Navy headquarters, for their demeanor would significantly impact the military's morale. The Navy was already reluctant to heed the government's commands due to the principle of justice. Should these individuals realize that the world government is powerless against the Rox pirates? It would be astonishing if the Navy did not rise in rebellion. Particularly concerning was that Monkey D. Garp, who dared to indulge in donuts during their meetings, presenting himself as a formidable force within the Navy headquarters, possessing Conqueror's haki. Moreover, Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, despite his youth, is also a prodigious wielder of the three types of haki. Should any misstep or vulnerability arise from the world government, these two would undoubtedly become the most significant threat. Just contemplating this left the five elders with a throbbing headache. Having lived for over 800 years, they were accustomed to the cyclical emergence of kings throughout history every century. Yet, the onset of this 800th year has been marred by the terrifying presence of the Rox pirates. Additionally, within their ranks, the Navy headquarters has seen the rise of several admirals, such as Luo, a monstrous figure not inferior to Rox, who has become a vehement adversary of the world government due to the foolishness of the celestial dragons, and has now joined the Rox pirates. The five elders found it hard to fathom the severe resistance they would face from the Rox pirates in the upcoming triennial human hunting competition. After all, the conflict between the world government and Rox is not a fleeting matter. Any slightest disturbance on their end would prompt Rox to attack ferociously like a wild dog. Even if the celestial dragons were hosting a birthday celebration on some island, Rox would surely charge in, slicing the cake in half with a blade. The current situation is extraordinarily grave. Fortunately, the commander of the Knights of God, Figureland Garling, has recently elevated his haki to a new level, which is a silver lining, as it provides them with at least one candidate capable of confronting the monstrous Rox. To prepare for the imminent hunting competition, the five elders signaled to the CP agents to sever communications with the Navy headquarters. This meeting concludes here. We have decided not to pursue responsibility for the failure of the Kongu Guards. We hope the Navy continues to strive for development and make greater contributions to the government's cause. After uttering some polished platitudes, the five elders rose to leave the meeting. As their voices faded, the communication with the Navy was abruptly cut off before the bewildered sailors could fully comprehend the situation. Chapter 32, The Title of Demon. Following the conclusion of the world government's meeting, the Navy headquarters convened its internal pricing conference. The reason was simple. The extremist terrorist Luo had fully defected to the Rox pirates. As the bastion of justice in the world, the Navy headquarters was still required to issue a bounty to maintain the facade of pursuing justice. This was not only to demonstrate their resolve and determination to the citizens of the world government's allied nations, but also to convey the level of danger posed by this young new pirate. Days passed, and due to the severe reputational damage inflicted by Luo's recent heinous actions on the world government, the Navy headquarters, under government orders, launched a sweeping operation against numerous pirates in the four seas. This was intended to prove to the kings of the allied nations that the government's power remained a formidable tool for maintaining world peace. However, the pirates across the globe were unimpressed by the world government and Navy headquarters actions. Within the Grand Line, the various pirate crews under the Rox pirates were abuzz with rumors. Hey, have you heard? Our Rox crew is about to welcome a new officer. I heard that guy recently killed 3 celestial dragons on an island. The bounty set by the Navy headquarters seems to be a staggering 1.098 billion belly. They even dubbed him the demon. What a terrifying newcomer. Even seasoned officers might not boast such a bounty. Wait, didn't the Navy send their top admirals to handle the situation after the celestial dragons were killed? Or is this new officer capable of standing toe-to-toe with them? The killing of celestial dragons must have attracted the attention of the Navy's admirals. My second uncle's sister-in-law's husband was there to witness it. If the Navy truly sent 4 admirals, how could the celestial dragons have been slain? If that were true, I'd just swallow this snail phone. Please, the differences between individuals are vast. The Navy did indeed send 4 admirals, but they arrived too late. The celestial dragons had already been killed by the time they showed up. What a terrifying newcomer. His bounty skyrocketed from 100 million to 1 billion in just 2 or 3 days. The differences between people are staggering, even greater than the disparity between humans and dogs. Across countless islands and taverns in the latter half of the Grand Line, wherever pirates gathered, discussions of Ryoa's legendary exploits echoed. Whether among seasoned pirates or fresh recruits, all were profoundly impacted by Ryoa's audacious deeds. In just 3 days since his debut, he had already orchestrated 2 monumental events. First, seizing the celestial gold transport ship submitted by the world government's allied nations, and next, before the government could even react, he brazenly executed 3 world nobles on an island inhabited by celestial dragons in front of Navy admirals. This audacity has become a source of pride and aspiration for many pirates. In contrast to the discussions among ordinary pirates, aboard the pirate ship known as the Golden Jackson, a man donning a captain's hat, with nostrils more prominent than his beard, clutched a pristine newspaper in his hands, utterly exhilarated. Hey Rayleigh, did you see that? What an intriguing era we find ourselves in. Aside from rocks, there are others who dare to engage in such reckless pursuits. Shall we go meet this newcomer? What do you say? The man aboard the Golden Jackson was no ordinary pirate. He was none other than Joel D. Roger, destined to reach the ultimate island of the world and be recognized as the Pirate King. Yet, at this moment, their journey had not yet commenced. They were merely adventuring and casually seeking the historical road markers. Of course, even if Roger had located 4 of these markers, he still could not claim the title of Pirate King. After all, looming over him was the formidable figure known as the Overlord of the Sea, Rox D. Zebek. As long as Rox lived, Joel D. Roger would never ascend to the throne of Pirate King. Stop talking nonsense, Roger. That so-called demon Roronoa is now a member of the Rox Pirates. We are not part of their crew. If we approach directly, it would surely be perceived as a provocation. At this moment, Rayleigh, who was sipping rum, nearly choked on his drink upon hearing the captain's outrageous suggestion to confront Roronoa at the headquarters of the Rox Pirates. Everyone knew that the Rox Pirates were the undisputed rulers of the Grand Line. When they had once invited Roger to join their ranks, he had outright refused without a moment's hesitation. Now, to propose seeking a confrontation with their crew was nothing short of blatant provocation. Come on, Rayleigh. We're merely looking to engage in some friendly sparring. How could that be considered a provocation? Roger dismissed Rayleigh's objections, his resolve to seek Roronoa only solidifying further. He held a profound admiration for those who dared to act defiantly against the world government. This fearless demeanor was reminiscent of his own. After all, he had begun his journey from the East Blue, brazenly slaying a few celestial dragons before making his way to the latter half of the Grand Line. To be a legendary pirate, one must possess the lives of a few world nobles. Anything less would be unworthy of the title. After several minutes of heated debate, Rayleigh and the crew ultimately yielded to Roger's unwavering determination, reluctantly altering their course towards the headquarters of the Rox Pirates on Hakanosu Island. While Roger brimmed with excitement, Rayleigh was engulfed by unease. As one of the few remaining strategists in the crew, he had to contemplate the upheaval they might incite upon arriving at the Rox Pirate stronghold. After all, when the Rox Pirates once invited Roger, he had brutally disarmed one of their members. What an insufferable fellow. Surely, it was this same man who had burned down my house in the East Blue, all to lure me aboard as a pirate. Rayleigh glared at Roger, who had just snatched his bottle of rum, murmuring in discontent. He harbored grave doubts that his once anticipated retirement had been irrevocably interrupted by this man. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He had accompanied Roger through countless tribulations to this final stretch of the Grand Line. If all went well, he was indeed eager to witness history unfold. However, in the realm of history, who could ever be certain? For pirates like them, one day they could be reveling in joy, and the next, they might lose their heads. This was undoubtedly a perilous era. The world government was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, as Rayleigh wrestled with his discontent. Roronoa and Kaido had arrived at the Rocks Pirates' stronghold on Hakanosu Island under the guidance of Whitebeard. This was the very headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, renowned for their ability to directly confront the world government. Chapter 33, The Golden Lion. As Whitebeard, a strikingly formidable figure among the pirate officers, descended from the ship, the surrounding ruffians ceased their tasks, turning their attention towards him. That is Whitebeard, Captain Edward Newgate of our Rocks Pirates' 1st Division. I overheard my uncle say that he was sent by Captain Rocks to invite that so-called demon newcomer. Is that true? Has that newcomer, who is under 18 and boasts a bounty of 1 billion berries, really joined our Rocks Pirates? Jow, I see him. That fellow beside Whitebeard. He is none other than Roronoa, the demon hailed by the Navy. I hear this newcomer is soon to be promoted to a cadre position within the Rocks Pirates. I wonder if that's just a rumor. It's certainly not a rumor. With such formidable strength and a direct vendetta against the world government, Captain Rocks will undoubtedly promote him to a cadre position. How terrifying. So, our cadre count will rise from 6 to 7? The world government will surely be clamoring about sanctions against us in the newspapers. As the raucous chatter among the pirates grew louder, Roronoa felt a surge of irritation. These ruffians were even more prattling than the middle-aged gossips at the village square, who had nothing better to do than tally the neighbors' livestock. As the conversation continued, they even stooped to discussing Roronoa's background and identity. Witnessing their gleeful banter, Roronoa's once dark pupils transformed into a deep crimson reminiscent of blood. Suddenly, a wave of dark red energy emanated from his standing position, rapidly expanding to a radius of several hundred meters. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a heart under pressure pulsed through the air, echoing among the raucous pirates. In the next moment, those still chattering about Roronoa's origins found their pupils rolling back, transforming into a murky white. Even foam began to bubble from their mouths as their bodies involuntarily reacted. In less than 3 seconds, Roronoa unleashed his advanced conqueror's haki, rendering thousands of pirates unconscious on the ground. Apart from a few with steadfast wills who retained some awareness, the rest appeared utterly wretched. After all, high-level conqueror's haki was an overwhelming force for these ordinary pirates. If one were to reach the pinnacle of conqueror's haki, it is conceivable that it could shatter their consciousness, leaving them in a state of utter dementia. However, Reo had come this time with the intention of joining the Rocks Pirates. Teaching these reckless little pirates a lesson was not an issue, but if there were widespread casualties, the repercussions could be dire. After all, he had yet to receive approval to join the crew. With a hearty laugh, he thought it would be good to discipline these youngsters, as establishing authority was essential for newcomers. Whitebeard held no dissatisfaction towards Reo's actions of intimidating the small pirates. On the contrary, he was quite supportive of him. As he observed a group of ordinary pirates nearly incapacitated, Reo withdrew his conqueror's haki. At that moment, Reo unexpectedly noticed 2 children, approximately 8 or 9 years old, standing firm against the onslaught of his conqueror's haki. Intrigued, Reo directed his gaze towards these 2 youngsters, who exuded an extraordinary aura. Particularly, one child bore a piercing gaze reminiscent of an eagle, with a wooden blade hanging at his waist. This little fellow bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Mihawk, who had made his way to the New World with a simple yet effective approach. Reo, after sizing up the expressionless child, mused internally. These 2 children were serendipitously taken in by Captain Rocks. One was named Dracul Mihawk, while the other seemed to be named Crocodile. Both had garnered significant favor from the captain. Whitebeard, stroking his still lustrous golden hair in contemplation, recalled the names of these 2 young rascals. He remembered that Captain Rocks had personally guided Mihawk in honing his swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the captain was currently preoccupied, leaving little time to mentor these children. Upon hearing Whitebeard's introduction, Reo was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought they were merely exceptionally talented youngsters, but it appeared there was much more to them. Fans had speculated in the manga that Mihawk and Crocodile, both warlords of the sea, had once been part of the Rocks Pirates. However, shortly after they had joined as mere children, the Rocks Pirates were obliterated by the Navy and the world government, which explained why this matter was seldom mentioned. Understanding this context clarified why these 2 individuals stood out among the warlords of the sea. After all, who wouldn't take pride in having been an intern in such a colossal entity as the Rocks Pirates? In that grand age of exploration, Kaido, who shared a similar intern status, had risen to a position of immense power. Thus, it became clear that the talents of these 2 youngsters were indeed remarkable, warranting focused cultivation. Reo, in alignment with Whitebeard's sentiments, commended the pair. At such a young age, their ability to withstand the impact of his conqueror's haki spoke volumes of their innate potential. With proper development, they could certainly achieve a level of power befitting an emperor. Let us proceed to meet Captain Rox, he declared. After I have introduced you, I shall indulge in a drink. After a brief pause, Whitebeard resumed his stride toward the room, shaped like a skull. At that moment, several imposing figures approached from a nearby path. Chapter 34. The attributes of the float fruit are soon to be acquired. Ahaha, is that Newgate returning? One of the figures exclaimed. Let me guess. This little fellow is the new pirate recruit you brought back? Doesn't seem impressive at all. Have you had too much to drink and brought back the wrong person? The individuals approaching were the other pirate officers of the Rocks Pirates, excluding Whitebeard. Among them were Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe Hobarot, Captain Wang Ji, and a somewhat diminutive Captain John. The first to speak, with a voice as grating as a duck's quack, was Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the division commanders of the Rocks Pirates. He felt a twinge of envy due to Whitebeard's recent elevation to the position of First Division Captain, prompting his sardonic remark. Well, so young and already awakened to 3 types of haki, and quite handsome to boot. How could you possibly have brought back the wrong person? Linlin chimed in, her expression a blend of shyness and intrigue. If a talented young man like this could train with me for a few days, who knows? I might just end up with another exceptionally gifted crew member in my division. Despite her numerous children, her physique remained unaltered, boasting a flat midriff and a figure that was undeniably impressive. Linlin had always aimed to build a crew bound by blood ties, having already given birth to several children. Although none had yet demonstrated remarkable talent, she believed that with continued effort in seeking out partners of strong lineage, she would eventually bear a child surpassing her own abilities. Reo, standing before her, appeared to be an excellent candidate. Having achieved the battle prowess of a Marine Admiral at such a tender age and possessing Conqueror's haki, he was not only impressive in skill but also appealing in appearance. Linlin was particularly pleased, for the men she had interacted with over the years had been rather lackluster in both talent and looks. Were it not for Whitebeard, Shiki, and the other officers ignoring her, she might have even considered pursuing them for her own amusement. However, before Linlin could finish her thought, Whitebeard's towering figure obstructed Reo's path, leaving no room for her to make her advance. Ahahaha, Linlin, you should seek out another man. Reo is family to me, Whitebeard. I cannot let you ruin him. The other division commanders exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of Whitebeard's intentions. He clearly disapproved of Linlin, viewing her as a loose woman. While she was indeed attractive and well-proportioned, given their status, they could have their pick of any woman they desired. Associating with someone who had been involved with mere pirates could be seen as beneath them. Moreover, who could guarantee that being with such a woman wouldn't lead to unforeseen complications or ailments? Under such constraints, even if Charlotte Linlin flaunts her charms throughout the day, she still fails to ensnare the captains of the crew. Although Reo has not delved deeply into these matters, he is not entirely ignorant. Having never encountered a pig does not prevent one from having seen a pig run, just by glancing at the anime for a moment. The sheer number of women in the pirate crew assembled by Charlotte Linlin reveals the extent of her madness. It seems she is perpetually engaged in procreation, perhaps even through group activities, vying for luck to see who can pass on their lineage. Consequently, Reo instinctively distanced himself from Charlotte Linlin, fearful of inadvertently becoming entangled with her. The second figure was a younger version of Charlotte Linlin. However, just as she was about to unleash her fury upon Whitebeard, Shiki interjected with a jovial tone. Ah, Reo, is it? I've long heard Captain Rox intends to elevate you to the rank of a captain capable of independently recruiting and commanding a crew. Yet, I must admit, I see no evidence of your strength that could possibly match mine. At that moment, Shiki, with his formidable stature towering over Reo, displayed an imposing presence that could easily intimidate most. However, it was evident that Reo would not be daunted by this mere golden lion. He had already mastered the elite techniques of Admiral Steelbone, the Marine headquarters' most powerful combatant. Not to mention, he could hold his own against Shiki without any difficulty. Furthermore, during their confrontation, Reo could absorb attributes from Shiki that surpassed his own, amplifying his own strength. Particularly, the existence of the god-tiered devil fruit ability, the float fruit, was irresistibly enticing to him. With this in mind, Reo unabashedly provoked the illustrious pirate, Shiki. If you can't tell, why don't we test whose fists are harder? Come, let us duel. Have you ever seen a corpse? Do you think I am intimidated by you? As soon as his words fell, Shiki, true to his nature as a powerful being, displayed the dignity befitting a formidable adversary. In response to Reo's blatant provocation, he unsheathed the 2 gleaming blades at his waist, the Kurigane and the Sakura 10. Haha, youthful exuberance. Allow me to teach you a lesson and show you what it truly means to be a great pirate. Just as Shiki was poised for battle, John suddenly turned to the motionless Whitebeard beside him. Newgate, I believe I heard that Reo, this newcomer, defeated the Marine headquarters strongest Admiral Kong before arriving at Hakanosu, correct? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard did not deny it, laughing heartily as he confirmed the claim. He had refrained from speaking earlier, merely wishing to witness Shiki's arrogant demeanor lead him to his own downfall. The thought of an established pirate struggling against a newcomer brought him inexplicable joy. Indeed, it is true. Reo's talent surpasses ours by leaps and bounds. He not only grows rapidly during battle, but has even mastered Kong's signature techniques, the Eagle Claw Fist and the Steel Bone Heavy Punch. Whitebeard recounted his observations, yet it was clear that the surrounding captains found this outrageous assertion difficult to believe. After all, each of them had toiled extensively to develop their own unique techniques. How could one so easily learn them? Moreover, it was not as if they were being taught directly. He was claiming that Reo could comprehend them mid-battle. Even their captain, Roxd. Jibek, could not accomplish such a feat. Ha! Newgate, you old rogue, do not attempt to deceive me. You want to see me back down from a newcomer, do you? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. To learn my techniques in battle? If he truly can, I shall devour these two blades right here. Faced with Newgate's incredulous expression, Shiki's eyes darted, leading him to conclude that Newgate was attempting to hoodwink him. If he were to concede today and refrain from fighting, his reputation as the Golden Lion would surely become a laughingstock. Furthermore, the notion that one could learn an enemy's techniques mid-battle was absurd. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kid, do not accuse me of bullying the weak. If you can withstand 100 exchanges under my dual sword technique, then I, Shiki, shall acknowledge your standing as an equal. Otherwise, you might as well return to being an intern. Faced with Shiki's serious declaration, Reo showed no inclination to retreat. He was in dire need of swordsmanship, an attack method with extensive reach and high damage. Though the Eagle Claw Fist and Steel Bone Heavy Punch he had pilfered from Kong were immensely powerful, they remained single-target attacks. Currently, the only area of effect technique at his disposal was the Conqueror's haki, which induced fainting. Bring it on. Spare me the pleasantries. I shall even address you as senpai. To put it bluntly, you are nothing but a chicken neck. Seizing the opportunity to absorb Shiki's skill attributes, Reo relentlessly initiated a full-throttle provocation. Against an opponent with such pride, the best approach was to trample that pride into the dirt. Only then could he effectively absorb all of Shiki's attributes to enhance his own strength. As expected, no sooner had Reo spoken than Shiki's jovial demeanor darkened instantaneously. Veins bulged ominously on his once smooth forehead, signaling that this proud lion, who had basked in glory for half his life, was ready to unleash his fury. You seek death. For decades at sea, Shiki had been revered and respected. No one had dared to defy him. Today, however, he found himself affronted by a mere child who had the audacity to embarrass him before his peers. Shiki's body began to levitate uncontrollably, a wicked smirk gracing his lips. The wild winds whipped at his face and golden hair, and the two gleaming blades, Hurricane and Sakura 10, emitted a blinding glint. His gaze locked onto Reo, a glimmer of madness evident in his eyes. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, a hint of concern flickering across his face. Based on his understanding of Shiki, it appeared that the man was genuinely incensed by Reo's words. After a brief moment of observation, Whitebeard coughed lightly, signaling Reo to exercise caution. After all, the Golden Lion is undeniably one of the most formidable pirates to roam these vast seas. Although Luo Hou has already claimed the remarkable achievement of repelling the highest-ranking admiral of the Navy headquarters, caution remains prudent. One must never let their guard down. Nevertheless, Whitebeard finds little cause for concern. He had witnessed the fierce battle between Luo Hou and Kong Gu in its entirety. The innate ability to swiftly adapt and enhance one's strength during combat is a talent that renders one virtually invincible. Coupled with the capacity to learn top-tier techniques from others while engaged in battle, such a gift is undoubtedly akin to that of a prodigy. Thus, even as the Golden Lion appears poised to unleash his fury, Whitebeard remains unfazed. In fact, he has already begun preparations. Eager to witness the astonished expression on the Golden Lion's face when all his techniques are appropriated. Let me see what strength allows you to be so audacious at such a young age. The Golden Lion cackled, his aura suddenly surging. With a flick of his fingers, a small island, roughly the size of 10 football fields, was drawn towards him through his devil fruit powers. Once the battleground was established, the Golden Lion flipped his palm, and in an instant, he seemed to defy gravity, soaring onto the island with remarkable speed. Luo Hou, of course, was unwilling to retreat. Although he would not ascend in the same manner as the Golden Lion, he had learned the Marine's 6 styles from the Navy headquarters and CP organization, allowing him to leap skyward with a left foot stepping off the right. While the posture may have been somewhat ungainly, it was sufficient to get him airborne. As the two figures ascended to the floating island, the remaining onlookers, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others, were equally eager to join the island and bear witness to the spectacle. After all, apart from Whitebeard, none had yet beheld the terrifying talent of Luo Hou. They were all curious to ascertain whether such an ability to instantly learn others' techniques truly existed. If Luo Hou possessed this capability, it would be time to contemplate how best to forge alliances with this young powerhouse. After all, time waits for no one. Their era was waning, and the future undoubtedly belonged to the newcomers. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of these top-tier players of the seas, Luo Hou and Shiki faced each other on the relatively flat terrain of the island, commencing the silent standoff preceding their fierce confrontation. Or perhaps it was better described as a clash of the quality and intensity of their conqueror's haki. Buzz. Following a subtle sound, Luo Hou and Shiki's once black pupils morphed into a blood-red hue. The tumultuous aura of their haki began to emanate from both figures, and as if two powerful currents collided, a dense, dark storm of haki lightning erupted. The scene resembled two newly formed typhoons standing in opposition, each inclined towards the other with ferocity. The atmosphere intensified. The power of their conqueror's haki continued to escalate, manifesting as two colossal storms, neither yielding to the other. Were an ordinary person caught within the crossfire of this haki clash, they would undoubtedly succumb to the overwhelming pressure, likely rendered unconscious or even lifeless. Yet, regrettably for those present, every spectator was a seasoned pirate who had awakened their own conqueror's haki. Even though the clash of their haki generated an immense pressure and intimidation, it failed to affect the onlookers in any way. In fact, the only consequence was their hair being tousled by the powerful gusts of haki. However, beneath the floating island, on Hakanosu Island, a multitude of ordinary pirates had just awakened. These unfortunate souls, having only just opened their bewildered eyes to ascertain whether this chaotic world still spun, were abruptly struck down again by the overwhelming haki descending upon them. This time, Mihawk and Crocodile, who had previously managed to withstand the onslaught, also succumbed. Their eyes rolling back, foam escaping their lips. Before losing consciousness, both wore expressions of dismay, muttering, "Damn that conqueror's haki." Chapter 36, Supreme Conqueror's Haki. Haha, boy, your conqueror's haki lacks the depth and might. As the intensity of their haki escalated, the Golden Lion could distinctly sense the waning vigor of Luo Hou's haki. Among the few top-tier powers of the seas, those who have awakened Conqueror's haki are universally acknowledged to start at the highest level. Moreover, Conqueror's haki is recognized as a force that cannot be cultivated through external means. It can only be solidified through the growth of one's innate aura. However, a person's aura is inherently determined and difficult to surpass. Thus, the level of one's Conqueror's haki remains relatively static over the years. Although Luo Hou's haki is merely at an advanced stage, it must be acknowledged that the Golden Lion does hold a degree of respect for this young man. At the very least, despite recognizing that his conqueror's haki cannot match the Golden Lion's, Luo Hou still dares to confront him directly. Such courage is not something an ordinary pirate possesses. Yet, unbeknownst to the Golden Lion, at this very moment, Luo Hou's heart is brimming with joy. As he clashes with the Golden Lion's conqueror's haki, his mind is inundated with the system's notifications, heralding the absorption of haki attributes. His haki is steadily amplifying. It is nearing the pinnacle of its potential. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Advanced. 6196. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Advanced. 7879. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Advanced. 9015. Luo Hou's gaze remained fixated on the Golden Lion, who was gracefully suspended in midair, a glint of manic excitement lighting up his eyes. He yearned for growth. The Golden Lion was an exceptional source of nourishment. Moreover, he possessed the Paramecia-type float fruit ability, a truly divine fruit. Today, there was no way he would allow him to escape. Luo Hou silently resolved. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Advanced 100. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Supreme 1133. Just as Luo Hou's plans crystallized, The system's notifications regarding the absorption of Conqueror's haki once again echoed in his mind. At that moment, Reiho's entire being suddenly quivered, a refreshing sensation sweeping through his mind. His Conqueror's haki, under the generous endowment of the Golden Lion, ascended to an unparalleled level. Moreover, as the Golden Lion's Conqueror's haki was still on the verge of further enhancement at its peak, Reiho's own haki remained in a gradual phase of growth. Consequently, the Conqueror's haki that had been firmly suppressed by the Golden Lion, nearly forced back into his being, surged forth with a sudden vigor. In the blink of an eye, it clashed against the Golden Lion's haki in a fierce contest for dominance. In fact, it became increasingly apparent that the Golden Lion's haki could no longer exert its previous formidable suppression over him. Yet, the Golden Lion was clearly no ordinary adversary. Upon realizing that Reiho's haki had intensified, he recognized that his own haki had inadvertently bolstered that impudent brat's power. Having lived for most of his life, this was nearly the first time he had encountered such a terrifying phenomenon. He even began to suspect that his own haki had been directly absorbed by Reiho, which was utterly horrifying. Otherwise, how could the quality of the opponent's haki increase so dramatically? However, after much contemplation, the Golden Lion could not arrive at a plausible explanation. After all, if Reiho could absorb haki, then his own haki energy should have diminished. Yet, the reality was that his Conqueror's haki showed no signs of weakening. Rather, it was merely Reiho's that continued to amplify, thereby turning the tide against him. The Golden Lion scrutinized Reiho's movements through his observation haki, hoping to glean the answers he sought from Reiho's eyes. Unfortunately, at that moment, Reiho's gaze was filled solely with insatiable greed. He was striving to absorb the last remnants of the Golden Lion's haki to replenish his own. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's haki attribute. Peak, 4177. Suddenly, the Golden Lion could no longer extract even a trace of that dark red Conqueror's haki attribute sphere. Meanwhile, Reiho received the final notification from the system, solidifying his Conqueror's haki at the peak level of 4177. This was the greatest advancement the Golden Lion could provide him. He had been completely drained, unable to offer even a fragment of haki any longer. Reiho deftly controlled his Conqueror's haki and, seizing the opportunity while the Golden Lion was still reeling, unleashed a sudden surge of power. He sent the Golden Lion hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. This exceedingly bizarre and outrageous scene left the pirate officers who were spectating in utter shock, their faces frozen in astonishment. Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji stood as if spellbound, their expressions locked in a state of disbelief. Even Whitebeard, who had long been aware of Reiho's potential, could not help but gape. His eyes wide as if witnessing a ghost, rendered almost petrified. He only knew that Reiho grew stronger at an alarming rate during battle. However, he never anticipated that such a prodigious talent would extend into the realm of haki. It is well known that Conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated. Otherwise, with their talents, achieving the ultimate level of Conqueror's haki, akin to Captain Rock's, would have been attainable. Yet now, this extraordinarily bizarre and uncanny spectacle was unfolding before their very eyes. Reiho had truly enhanced his Conqueror's haki during the fray, sending the Golden Lion flying with a single blow. And who was the Golden Lion? He was the individual ranked second in Conqueror's haki among the officers of the Rock's pirate crew. Even Whitebeard, the captain of the First Division, possessed a Conqueror's haki that paled in comparison to the Golden Lion's. It could be said that, within the entire Rock's pirate crew, aside from Rock's Zebek, no one could surpass him in the domain of Conqueror's haki. Yet now, the Golden Lion had been decisively sent flying by this newcomer in a contest of haki. Is this real? Has the advanced stage of Conqueror's haki truly ascended to its peak in just a minute? Surely, this Golden Lion must be deceiving us. How could his haki possibly be inferior to that of a newcomer? Kulalalala, what a monstrous talent. It seems that before long, the Rock's pirate crew will need to introduce the position of deputy captain. Amidst the disbelief of the onlookers, Whitebeard felt no trace of jealousy towards Reiho's extraordinary talent. He was, as always, a man of integrity. Upon learning that Reiho's background was nearly as tragic as his own, Whitebeard had resolved to regard this young lad as his own brother. Now, witnessing his dear brother triumph over the boastful Golden Lion in terms of Conqueror's haki, Whitebeard was almost tempted to pop open a champagne bottle to celebrate this delightful turn of events. Shiki had been insufferably arrogant lately. Having a newcomer put him in his place would certainly be refreshing. After the initial shock wore off, everyone regained their composure. They silently vowed never to become enemies with this newcomer, nor to even come into contact with him, lest they risk having their unique techniques, as Whitebeard had warned. Appropriated by Luo Hou. It is wise to leave a path for retreat. They had all gathered in the Rock's pirate crew for various interests. After all, how could they, each with their own peak-level conqueror's haki, ever submit to another? They were all kings within their own domains. However, at that moment, the Golden Lion remained in a state of disbelief. Luo Hou had truly utilized his conqueror's haki in battle, elevating his own haki to match the Golden Lion's level. Damn it! What on earth has this guy been nourished with? What kind of monstrous talent is this? The Golden Lion muttered to himself as he lay on the ground. Slowly regaining his bearings, he awkwardly rose, accepting the harsh truth that he could not best this newcomer in terms of conqueror's haki. Yet, he refused to concede defeat. He still possessed his unparalleled dual-wielding swordsmanship. He still had his advanced techniques intertwined with conqueror's haki, and with the aid of the superhuman float fruit ability. The Golden Lion was determined that he would not fail today. At the very least, he would not allow himself to be bested by a newcomer, for in his eyes, talent was ultimately just talent. Mastery of swordsmanship and techniques intertwined with conqueror's haki required years, even decades, of rigorous training to wield with finesse. As for devil fruits, it was common knowledge that one could only consume one in a lifetime. It is utterly inconceivable that all of his treasured techniques could be completely absorbed by this newcomer. Luo Hou. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 37. The Attributes of the Dual-Wielding Great Swordsman. The Resplendent Golden Lion. After tidying up his somewhat disheveled appearance, the Golden Lion regained his haughty demeanor. He was now prepared to dazzle Luo Hou with a myriad of his most extravagant maneuvers. Ha! What an amusing fellow. I must concede that your talent is indeed formidable. But this is where it ends. I shall now demonstrate to you the true might of a dual-wielding great swordsman. With a loud, menacing laugh, the Golden Lion explained himself, and his aura surged dramatically. Under the influence of the Devil Fruit's powers, his stature soared to a staggering height of 70 to 80 meters, transforming him into a diminutive golden dot in the sky. He raised his two renowned swords, Muku and Sakura, high above his head, his brilliant golden hair dancing wildly in the tempestuous winds. With both hands firmly gripping the hilts of Muku and Sakura, the muscles in the Golden Lion's arms tensed instantaneously. The muscle memory acquired from years of rigorous sword practice enabled him to swiftly execute a series of intricate swordplay techniques. Lion's Might, Slash Wave. As the blade descended, the upper layer of clouds was cleaved apart, creating vast chasms that rippled through the sea of clouds. The devastating golden sword aura seemed capable of slicing through all things in existence as it plummeted towards Luo Hou. Come at me. Luo Hou's heart raced with exhilaration. Though he acutely sensed the formidable power of the slash wave wielded by the Golden Lion, he remained unfazed. It won't matter. Soon, it will be mine. As long as you cannot defeat me in a single strike, even the most powerful techniques will fall into my grasp. Having unleashed the full force of his slash wave, the Golden Lion wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. An ominous feeling lingered within him, yet he could never quite articulate why. Damn it. This guy's dual-wielding swordsmanship has only grown stronger. Could he have secretly sought out Captain Rocks to enhance his skills? In stark contrast to Luo Hou's excitement, the other captains present were left in a state of shock as they witnessed the Golden Lion unleash a blade that tore through the sky, creating sword energy that stretched for several kilometers. In that moment, even Whitebeard felt a sense of instability in his position as the captain of the First Division. Although the Golden Lion's combat prowess was undeniably inferior to his, the disparity in their fighting abilities was reminiscent of the rivalry between Aokiji and Akainu following the Marineford War. Very close, yet not quite equal. However, the Golden Lion was augmented by the powers of the Devil Fruit, much like how Akainu's Magma Fruit naturally countered Aokiji's Ice Fruit. Whitebeard found himself utterly helpless against an adversary capable of soaring through the skies. The airborne Golden Lion was akin to a terrifying green fly buzzing about in a restroom. Imagine facing an enemy whose strength is nearly on par with your own, yet who can unleash sword energy upon you from a position you cannot reach. Such a foe is indeed a source of dread. Ignoring the collective astonishment of the onlookers, Luo Hou's eyes greedily fixated upon the approaching golden sword energy. If he could merely make contact with that blade, he would transform into an authentic dual-wielding great swordsman. He would even rival the Golden Lion in swordsmanship. With a sudden leap, Luo Hou propelled himself forward, his form bursting forth like a cannonball ignited by its powder. Having engaged in a series of intense battles against the Marine Headquarters' strongest admiral, Sora, and absorbed substantial power attributes, Luo Hou's physique now exceeded an astonishing 3 meters. His muscles, taut and bulging from the intensity of the fight, twisted and writhed with fearsome vigor. A dense, dark aura coalesced within his palms before spreading across his arms. Supreme Armament Haki. Steel Fist Heavy Punch. Boom. Before anyone could react, Luo Hou unleashed Sora's signature move, a colossal fist. As black as coal and as formidable as forged steel, crashing into the very center of the Golden Lion's golden sword energy. The clash of fist and blade sent forth a shower of sparks, each one a testament to the violent energy of their encounter. The dark haki surged forth, penetrating the sword energy, unleashing waves of terrifying force. Zzz. The ebony armament haki surged into the sword energy, wreaking havoc from within. The Golden Lion's blade, lacking sufficient follow-through, dissipated within mere seconds, as Luo Hou, utilizing Sora's eagle claw fist, transformed his punch into a series of devastating strikes that shattered the golden light into fragments. In that instant of brilliance, Luo Hou's mind was flooded with the accumulated experiences of the Golden Lion's decades of dual-wielding swordsmanship, alongside the mastery of techniques like the eagle claw fist and the steel fist heavy punch. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of the dual-wielding great swordsman. Current progress, top tier, 5,691. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special sword technique, Lion's Might/Wave. Top tier 100. The process of absorbing such special techniques may seem intricate, yet it is surprisingly straightforward. As long as physical contact is made with the opponent's attack, one can directly deconstruct their most adept combat experiences and replicate such extraordinary moves. Upon absorbing the attributes of the Golden Lion's dual-wielding swordsmanship, the Golden Lion, suspended mid-air, sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Luo Hou. His acute observation haki detected a resonance akin to his own, a unique connection shared solely among swordsmen. This cannot be. How is this possible? Has he truly grasped my dual-wielding swordsmanship merely by brushing against it? The Golden Lion gazed in disbelief at the increasingly solid and fluid aura of the great swordsman surrounding Luo Hou. This newcomer has genuinely replicated his dual-wielding swordsmanship. Moreover, he has transcended from the realm of swordsman to that of a great swordsman, achieving a level comparable to his own. He is indeed a monstrous talent. As they clashed, the conqueror's haki surged, intensifying the confrontation. Now, having shattered his wave, Luo Hou had also comprehended his dual-wielding swordsmanship. The Golden Lion found himself engulfed in a profound existential crisis, contemplating whether the arduous endeavors of his several decades had culminated in naught but a farcical jest. Was it indeed true that the chasm of talent between individuals is delineated from the very amniotic fluid? Chapter 38, The Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. He had painstakingly honed his dual-blade technique for over a decade, achieving the zenith of mastery as a formidable dual-blade swordsman. Yet, this scoundrel, Rob Lucci, had effortlessly grasped it in a mere instant. No wonder the old man with the white beard had never ceased to wear that smirk. It seemed he had long been prepared to revel in his misfortune. How infuriating! If he were to fail in subduing this rogue today, how could he ever hope to maintain his standing within the Rocks Pirates? Once a legendary pirate of great renown, now he found himself overshadowed by a mere newcomer. And the audacity of challenging him had originated from himself. He was truly caught in a precarious predicament. Should he persist in a futile struggle, every single one of his secret techniques would inevitably be appropriated. To concede defeat outright would be to cast his dignity into the abyss. Not to mention the relentless mockery from Newgate and the other division commanders. At this moment, as he bore witness to the terrifyingly monstrous talent possessed by Rob Lucci, a flicker of collaboration ignited within him. After all, the cadre of captains that had joined the Rocks Pirates did not merely do so because of Rock's formidable prowess. They were equally driven by the desire to thrive within such a terrifyingly powerful faction. Should Rocks ever falter, they would undoubtedly scatter like birds and beasts, each striving to establish their own dominion. A king endowed with conqueror's haki could hardly resign himself to subservience. As an old adage wisely states, a true man, dwelling amidst the heavens and the earth, cannot languish in the shadows of others. If even the ordinary harbor such aspirations, how much more so those endowed with an innate regal disposition? The Golden Lion had come to acknowledge Rob Lucci's extraordinary aptitude. Should such an individual be inclined to form a new pirate crew alongside him, it was evident that they would forge a force as formidable as the Rocks Pirates. With this realization, the Golden Lion no longer hesitated to part with the techniques he had devoted decades to mastering. Deciding instead to bestow them upon the monster that was Rob Lucci, he resolved to view it as an investment in the early stages. Your talent is truly unprecedented. He bellowed. I, the illustrious Golden Lion Shiki, am not one to be stingy. If you possess the innate ability to learn techniques with but a glance, then take everything I have. Floating in the sky, the Golden Lion beamed a self-satisfied smile in Rob Lucci's direction. On the other hand, Rob Lucci, upon hearing Shiki's words, was naturally unwilling to decline. Although he found it perplexing why Shiki would be so magnanimous, as a representative of the contemporary youth, he believed in seizing opportunities when presented. Should the offer be made, he would gladly accept. If not, he would inquire directly. I appreciate your generosity, Shiki. If you're so inclined, do share the technique of Conqueror's haki wrapping as well. Rob Lucci floated midair, employing the moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 forms, to maintain his position alongside the Golden Lion. After all, he had yet to absorb the properties of the float fruit. To soar through the air required considerable skill. You're quite the greedy little brat. Let us see if you can withstand this. Upon hearing Rob Lucci's avaricious words, the Golden Lion let out a menacing laugh, brandishing his twin blades with the swiftness of lightning, relentlessly cleaving through the air. The force intensified, and the speed quickened. With each swing of the Golden Lion's arm, a flurry of sword energy, rivaling the previous golden slash, materialized in a dense array. In a matter of 3 to 4 seconds, the small island was awash with glimmering golden sword energy. Anyone lacking the requisite strength caught in the center of this maelstrom would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. The Golden Lion's voice rang out, exuding the vigor of a mature lion. The tempest of sword energy he unleashed swiftly engulfed every soul upon the island indiscriminately. This unrestrained assault incited extreme discontent among Newgate, Charlotte Lin, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John, who had merely come to observe the spectacle, only to find themselves ensnared by the Golden Lion's onslaught. This technique is my own adaptation of the Lion's Might slash. By swiftly wielding my blade, I can conjure a sword net capable of enveloping my foes. If your talent enables you to learn it directly, consider it a gift from me. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, disregarding the grumbling of Newgate and others as they attempted to dispel the sword energy. Meanwhile, ferocious black-red lightning began to manifest along the blades of his famous swords, resembling terrifying serpents of lightning trailing from the edges. This was his Conqueror's haki wrapping attack. The Golden Lion awaited, anticipating whether Rob Lucci could indeed learn the Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley once more. If so, he would unleash the Conqueror's haki upon him. Although employing this technique would allow Rob Lucci to master it, the Golden Lion had already framed it as an initial investment. However, his cunning mind harbored ulterior motives beyond mere investment. He was equally eager to use the Conqueror's haki to strike Rob Lucci, the insolent rascal, and reclaim some semblance of pride as a grand pirate. In the meantime, Rob Lucci silently drew forth the white double-edged sword that hung at his side. This blade, upon appraisal, was determined to possess a quality akin to that of a grade 21 sword, a modest yet serviceable weapon. As the tempest of sword energy surged toward him at high speed, Rob Lucci gripped his sword tightly. In that moment, the power of his devil fruit erupted, with robust veins bulging grotesquely along his arms. Drawing upon the memories of dual-blade techniques from the depths of his mind, Rob Lucci mimicked the Golden Lion's stance, preparing to unleash his own strike. Due to the absence of a second sword, Reo could only wield a single blade. However, this solitary strike was evidently infused with approximately double the power of the Golden Lion. Whoosh! A terrifying white sword aura surged upward from the ground. The sword energy unleashed by Reo mirrored the slashing wave of the Golden Lion almost perfectly. Furthermore, the sheer force of this sword aura was so immense that it could be likened to a sweeping force, effortlessly shattering the Golden Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley, which was cascading through the air. It then continued its rapid ascent from the Sky Island, cleaving the clouds above into 2 halves. The reach of the sword energy extended over 200 kilometers before it finally came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special sword technique. Lion's Might 1000 Cuts, Top Tier, 100. Chapter 39. A punch that unleashes the float fruit. That detestable fellow. He has truly mastered my slashing wave. And he wields it even more impressively than I do. The Golden Lion, soaring in the sky, had anticipated this to some extent. However, upon witnessing the explosive sword aura emitted by Reo, he couldn't help but fall into a state of stunned disbelief. The fact that such a formidable sword energy could be conjured with merely one blade was akin to rubbing salt into his wounds, akin to stabbing a devilishly spicy chili into them. Aside from the Golden Lion's bewildered demeanor, the other captain-level pirates present were equally engulfed in profound shock. The rapid escalation of talent amidst their clash of conquerors' haki had already astonished them. Now, this newcomer, Reo, had directly replicated the Golden Lion's prideful ultimate technique. Mama, Newgate. Do not restrain me. This exceptionally talented youth is precisely my type. If it comes to it, just let me know, money or people, make a choice. I can hardly contain myself. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the others, Charlotte Linlin's mind clearly wandered to deeper implications. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who had maintained a silent stance, cast a glance devoid of concern towards Charlotte Linlin, who resembled a breeding sow. Damn it, just recently he had dealt with several births. And now he was expected to find someone to bear children for him. Moreover, this audacious creature had turned her gaze upon Reo, whom Whitebeard regarded as family. With this thought, Whitebeard could not help but spit heavily. Even if it meant being slain on the road, he would never allow Charlotte Linlin to bring harm to his family. In this world, as long as one possesses sufficient martial strength, what kind of beautiful women could one not find? Furthermore, who could say whether Charlotte Linlin carried any peculiar viruses or afflictions? Kilalalalalalalala, Linlin. If you don't carry a mirror, just urinate to use as one. What kind of woman could Reo not attract with his talents? If you hadn't birthed so many sons, perhaps I would consider it, but your current status is simply unworthy of Reo's gifts. Whitebeard unabashedly unleashed a torrent of verbal critique. Given his years of unyielding character, he would never grant even the slightest courtesy to anyone he found displeasing, regardless of their formidable prowess. After all, while Whitebeard's great blade did not strike the weak or the innocent, it certainly did not extend that courtesy to Charlotte Linlin. The iron balloon. Do you think Reo might also learn the Golden Lion's 1,000 cuts? Even with the most terrifying of talents, such an absurdity seemed unlikely. For that was an advanced form of the slashing wave. Not necessarily. This newcomer has quickly risen in Conqueror's haki from the very beginning, and now, in less than a few minutes, he has directly learned the slashing wave. I believe he might have absorbed all of the Golden Lion's sword techniques, excluding Charlotte Linlin, who was sulking due to Whitebeard's demeanor. The other division commanders remained intensely curious, discussing Reo's terrifying talent for instantly mastering the Golden Lion's ultimate technique. Each of them, having risen to become a captain within the Rock's pirates, was undoubtedly exceptionally gifted. However, they were acutely aware that in comparison to their own talents, Reo was the true monster among them. After all, every great pirate possesses their unique set of combat techniques or ultimate moves. Yet Reo's ability to directly learn techniques that others take decades to comprehend is undeniably formidable. If this newcomer were to absorb all of the ultimate techniques from the captains, one could only imagine the kind of monster that would emerge within the Rock's pirates. Each individual is inherently selfish. They would resolutely avoid any conflict with Reo until they secured sufficient benefits, striving to prevent their own secret techniques from being learned by others. However, Whitebeard was contemplating which of his own ultimate techniques he could impart to Reo. Yet, despite his deep contemplation, he found no answers. Suddenly, Whitebeard realized that he seemingly possessed no special ultimate techniques. His rise to the status of a great pirate was solely due to his innate monstrous strength, coupled with the supreme blade, the great cleaver, that enabled him to defeat numerous pirates and become a cadre within the Rock's pirates. After a brief mental storm, Whitebeard began to ponder whether he should develop his own unique ultimate move. After all, everyone else had one, and it was rather embarrassing that he did not. Moreover, relying solely on his brute strength to strike lacked the refinement befitting a great pirate. On the other side, having just received the system notification regarding the absorption of ultimate attributes, Reo did not conceal the fact that he could now wield Lion's might 1,000 cuts. His current objective was the Conqueror's haki entwined around the Golden Lion's two famed swords. If the Golden Lion were to unleash a strike imbued with Conqueror's haki against him, Reo would be able to directly absorb this advanced haki technique. At that moment, he would truly step into the realm of great pirates. Although he could certainly seek out Whitebeard to learn the entwined Conqueror's haki, the opportunity presented by the Golden Lion was simply too enticing for Reo to pass up. After all, he had already gained ample rewards from the Golden Lion. Acquiring an additional layer of Conqueror's haki was hardly excessive. After recalling the specific operational techniques of Lion's might 1,000 cuts, which were etched deeply into his mind, Reo swiftly drew the sword from his waist. Without hesitation, amidst the gazes fixated upon him, he rapidly swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of dense white sword energy. As anticipated, Reo had indeed mastered the Golden Lion's might 1,000 cuts. Moreover, The sword energy he unleashed was evidently faster and more powerful than that of the Golden Lion. This dense white sword energy, soaring into the sky, completely tore the already fragmented clouds into a chaotic array resembling fish scales. Soaring high in the sky, the Golden Lion was the most direct witness to Roronoa's mastery of the Thousand Cuts sword technique. At this moment, though he appeared calm on the surface, a tempest of shock raged within him. This scoundrel, Roronoa, not only had the audacity to learn his swordplay, but could unleash a sword aura that was swifter and more potent than his own. It was utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, as a figure recognized by the world as a true pirate of the seas, the Golden Lion possessed a certain audacity. Despite a twinge of envy, he ultimately chose to allow Roronoa to absorb all his ultimate techniques. After a brief moment of inner tranquility, a crackling surge of black-red lightning, reminiscent of boiling liquid, manifested in a web-like pattern, enveloping the Golden Lion's form. This was a special state that could only be achieved when Conqueror's haki was pushed to its zenith. The Golden Lion sought to reclaim the dignity he had lost earlier. Even if this technique of Conqueror's haki could potentially be learned by Roronoa, he deemed it a worthy sacrifice. He turned his gaze toward Roronoa's position. Ha ha ha, scoundrel Roronoa. This is the binding of Conqueror's haki. If you can withstand it, then I shall acknowledge your qualifications as the captain of the Rocks Pirates' 2nd Division. With a booming laugh, the Golden Lion raised his twin swords, imbued with Conqueror's haki, and viciously swung them toward Roronoa. Naturally, Roronoa welcomed the Golden Lion's generous offering. At this juncture, he was assured that no one could vanquish him instantly. Any foe who could not slay him would only serve as nourishment for his growth, rendering him even more extraordinarily powerful. Faced with the Golden Lion's Conqueror's haki-infused assault, Roronoa, though exhilarated, did not let his guard down. After all, this was an attack technique deemed essential for survival in the treacherous world of the seas. A moment's carelessness could leave him gravely injured given his current physique. With a serious expression, Roronoa clenched his fist, activating the powers of his devil fruit. Thick, prominent veins surged across his body, his muscles tensed to an extreme, while the dense armament haki within him surged upward in defiance. Steel-boned fist. He bellowed, launching a powerful punch. Boom. The clash of fists and swords reverberated, yet due to the Golden Lion's Conqueror's haki, their strikes did not meet. Instead, they engaged in a contest of strength from afar. Within mere seconds, Roronoa found himself overwhelmed by the Golden Lion's Conqueror's haki, causing him to spin dizzily and be knocked back, flying through the air. At that moment, he tasted blood, swiftly spitting out a mouthful of bright red as his form soared like a cannonball, shattering the very small sky island beneath him. It was then that he grasped the vast disparity between those who could harness Conqueror's haki and those who could not. The legendary pirate king, Luffy, had indeed not been jesting when he was shattered by Kaido's blow. Nevertheless, Roronoa held no regrets about confronting the Golden Lion head-on, for in this instant, he felt an undeniable connection to the Conqueror's haki deep within his consciousness, as if it were an extension of his very being. Moreover, a new power from his devil fruit began to circulate throughout him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the advanced combat technique of Conqueror's haki binding 100 top tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of the Paramecia type Float Fruit 100 awakened. Chapter 40. A punch that shatters islands. After the Golden Lion's Conqueror's haki-infused strike had blasted him deep into the earth, beyond 10 meters, nearly fracturing the small sky island itself, Roronoa successfully absorbed the Golden Lion's technique of Conqueror's haki binding, as well as the formidable powers of the godlike Paramecia Float Fruit. Conqueror's haki binding was a high-level attack technique indispensable for the apex of the sea's strongest. Essentially, without the ability to wield Conqueror's haki binding, one could hardly be considered a top-tier expert. The Float Fruit, a Paramecia type, was equally renowned for its formidable capabilities. The Golden Lion, apart from his immense personal strength, had relied heavily on the extraordinary mobility granted by this fruit to ascend to the position of 2nd Division captain within the Rocks Pirates. After all, there were not a few pirates of his caliber, such as John, Wang Ji, or Charlotte Lin Lin, who could match him in direct combat. However, with the Float fruit in his possession, the Golden Lion was nearly invincible. As long as he desired, no one in the world could surpass his flying speed. Of course, this might change when facing a certain glowing, lecherous recruit recently inducted into the Navy headquarters. As the waves of pain coursing through his body gradually subsided, Roronoa slowly floated up from the massive crater he had been blasted into. Following the series of battles, his newly donned shirt had been shredded to tatters, revealing muscles chiseled as if from steel. Relishing the newfound demonic power coursing through him, distinct from the powers of his strength fruit, Roronoa reveled in the sensation of weightlessness. Freely controlling his floating body, with a calm demeanor, he twisted his stiff neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Before lifting his gaze to the golden lion in the sky, in that moment, a bizarre crimson glow replaced Roronoa's once black pupils, now brimming with a violent and sanguine essence. A reckless smirk played upon his lips. This was a manifestation unique to those who had mastered Conqueror's haki binding. From this day forth, Roronoa had officially stepped into the ranks of those who could be deemed great pirates in the era of rocks. Indeed, even the binding of Conqueror's haki could be comprehended directly. The golden lion stared, slack-jawed, at Roronoa, whose pupils had transformed into a deep crimson, as tumultuous waves surged within him. Meanwhile, the nearby division captains had yet to notice Roronoa's similar floating posture to that of the golden lion. They were still enraptured by the shock of Roronoa's instantaneous mastery of Conqueror's haki binding. With this Conqueror's haki-infused fist, even the highest-ranking admirals of the Navy headquarters would surely find it challenging to endure. Roronoa clenched his right fist tightly, unleashing a surge of terrifying energy. As the muscles in his arms bulged with veins writhing like black worms emerging from the earth after a rainstorm. This was the pinnacle of muscle strength achievable through the full activation of the strength fruit. Yet this was only the beginning, as his muscles reached their utmost potential. Roronoa's red pupils grew even more vibrant, and arcs of long black Conqueror's haki lightning began to strike the surrounding earth with abandon. As the Conqueror's haki transformed into energy and coiled around his right fist, Roronoa felt an overwhelming force capable of obliterating all things in the world coalesce within his grasp. This was unlike the previous manifestations of pure armament haki and muscle strength. The Conqueror's haki, when properly enveloped, emphasizes the importance of avoiding physical contact with one's adversary while still inflicting lethal damage. In essence, without mastering the art of the Conqueror's haki, unless the opponent allows for it, victory through mere armament haki is nearly impossible, for one would have no opportunity to engage. Meanwhile, the enemy can strike directly at you. How monstrous his talents are. Wait, what is this rascal plotting? Damn it, he intends to test the potency of the Conqueror's haki on this floating island. The captains, still in shock, witnessed as Roronoa swung his fist towards the small floating isle beneath them, their expressions shifting dramatically as they instinctively leaped away. It is well known that the range of a Conqueror's haki attack is extraordinarily vast. A careless touch could easily result in being struck by a sudden and devastating blow, leading to grave injuries. Thus, at this moment, even though they were among the most formidable pirates, they dared not brave its edge. Instead, they opted to retreat to Hakanosu Island, observing the unfolding chaos. Roronoa, however, was beyond concern for their fears. He was consumed by the desire to unleash the terrifying power within him. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his mighty fist. Boom! Before the echoes of his words faded, Roronoa's fist, entwined with dual hues of haki and infused with immense muscular strength, struck the very center of the floating island. The terrifying black-red aura coalesced into a radiant orb of energy, seemingly capable of annihilating all. This was true power. Celestial dragons, await your doom. Ha ha ha. Roronoa's visage twisted into a maniacal grin as he poured every last ounce of his strength into the Conqueror's haki and the flowing armament haki, channeling it deep into the island's core. In that instant, the air itself seemed to pause for a heartbeat. Yet, this was merely the calm before the storm. As the haki energy surged forth from Roronoa's being, its horrific destructive force was unleashed in all its glory. A deafening blast, akin to high-energy explosives, erupted forth, and in an instant, the moderately sized floating island was obliterated into a shower of rubble. Following the island's shattering, an unseen force swept through the void, dispersing the already fragmented clouds above, revealing an unblemished azure sky, reminiscent of a mushroom cloud explosion. After shattering the floating isle, Roronoa slowly descended onto Hakanosu Island. The moment Whitebeard and the others, who had already retreated to Hakanosu, beheld the breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of fireworks, they gasped in astonishment. This newcomer, Roronoa, had not only swiftly mastered the Conqueror's haki technique, but, augmented by the powers of the strength fruit and the destructive capabilities of armament haki, exhibited a range and destructive potential far beyond any among them. Perhaps at this stage, within the entire Rocks Pirates crew, only Captain Rocks could contend with Roronoa one-on-one. While Whitebeard and Shiki possessed the potential for battle, they would certainly not emerge victorious against Roronoa. A stalemate would be the best outcome. As for the remaining members like John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, they stood no chance whatsoever. Roronoa's prowess had ascended to a level second only to that of Captain Rock's. The onlookers gazed in silence at Roronoa, who floated majestically in the sky. The pirates, just regaining their senses from the awe of the conqueror's haki, displayed a myriad of emotions: envy, jealousy, shock, fear, and submission. Witnessing Roronoa's feat of obliterating the floating island and the dumbfounded expressions of the other captains, they recognized that the Rock's pirates were poised to gain yet another captain. The next moment, when they noticed Roronoa floating at the same height as Captain Shiki, astonishment washed over them once more. Could Captain Roronoa also wield the powers of the float fruit, akin to Captain Shiki? Indeed, it seemed this ability had never been noted before. However, wasn't it stated in the Navy's bounty notice that Captain Roronoa had consumed a paramecia-type strength fruit? How could he possibly possess the float fruit's capabilities? Moreover, Captain Shiki was still alive. The float fruit's powers couldn't simply be resurrected and consumed again, could they? An outrageous thought crossed their minds. Could Captain Roronoa be one of those legendary dual fruit users? Is that even possible? Dual fruit users, how absurd. I've never heard of such a thing. At this moment, the similarly stunned Mihawk and Crocodile gazed in awe at Roronoa, who appeared godlike as he floated in the sky. Nearby, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin also took note of this bizarre scene. Having spent countless years alongside Captain Shiki, they were certain that the devil fruit ability Roronoa was demonstrating was indeed the float fruit. Yet, what perplexed them was that Captain Shiki was still floating beside them. Where had Roronoa acquired the powers of the float fruit? Could it be that Roronoa, apart from mastering their signature moves, could also absorb others' devil fruit abilities? If so, such a talent would be nothing short of terrifying. Terrifying indeed. It felt as though an extraterrestrial had descended upon their world, wreaking havoc. Truly this is what I, Whitebeard, consider family. Such a terrifying talent is indeed enviable. Regarding Roronoa's potential to possess the float fruit, Whitebeard was taken aback for less than 3 seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. Unlike the others, who were seething with envy, he genuinely felt joy for Roronoa's remarkable gift. Chapter 41, Rocks. Amidst the chorus of astonished cries from the pirate underlings, Roronoa remained indifferent. Having reached a near-peak level of personal strength, his thoughts were solely focused on swiftly joining the grand spectacle that was the God Valley War. As one of the few super battles within the pirate world, the God Valley War would undoubtedly attract countless celestial dragons. If he could seize an opportunity amidst the chaos of the God Valley War, Roronoa would wield the sword of justice to rain devastation upon those wretched beings, fully venting the pent-up hatred that had festered within him for so long. Although he had already slain 3 celestial dragons on Devil Island before joining the Rocks pirates, this was merely an appetizer. The trifling lives of 3 foolish celestial dragons are utterly insufficient to repay the debt. Rojo yearns for utter madness amidst the chaos of battle. He seeks to relinquish his humanity and cast aside all those detestable obstacles fueled by hatred. Activate the data panel. Host, Rojo. Age, 18. Strength, 119777, peak Emperor level. Agility, 108810, peak Emperor level. Stamina, 159,900, peak Emperor level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, top level 5611. Armament Haki, top level 6233. Observation Haki, top level 7396. Martial arts skills, Lion's Might 1000 Cuts Valley, Lion's Might Slash Wave, Eagle Claw Fist, Steelbone Heavy Fist, Thunderous 8 Trigrams, Descent of the 3 Realms. Devil Fruit abilities, Paramecia type Strength Fruit, Paramecia type Float Fruit. Rojo could hardly believe he was no longer that insignificant fisherman standing before the village. Gazing at his extraordinarily luxurious data panel, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In less than a month since venturing into the sea, he had metamorphosed from an ordinary individual into a true pirate, a being on par with the peak of the 4 emperors, and in certain aspects, even surpassing them as a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, at this moment, Rojo did not allow the surge of power to cloud his judgment. Before officially declaring war on the world government, he resolved to fortify his weaknesses. He did not aspire to attain unfathomable strength. He merely aimed to reach the level of Rocks. After all, based on the countless episodes of anime he had absorbed, even the formidable Rocks had been swiftly subdued by the world government in God's Valley. For the sake of his own safety, Rojo deemed it prudent to continue enhancing his strength. Lacking sufficiently powerful adversaries to procure attribute spheres in terms of strength, agility, and stamina. He decided to turn his focus towards the devil fruits. As for the essential 3 types of haki, he would have to seek an opportunity to challenge Captain Rock's one-on-one. Given the current haki levels of Whitebeard and Shiki, the captains of the 1st and 2nd divisions, it was evident that neither possessed additional haki attributes to offer him. Where might he find suitable devil fruit abilities to absorb? After gracefully descending to the ground using the float fruit to control his body, Luo Hou pondered the most suitable devil fruit abilities while making his way towards Whitebeard and Kaido. At that moment, Kaido gazed upon Luo Hou, his eyes sparkling with admiration akin to a starry-eyed fan. Initially, he had greatly revered Luo Hou's formidable talent, and witnessing Luo Hou boldly confront the mighty Shiki without faltering only deepened his respect. Perhaps I should take a moment to visit Skypiea and seek out that divine, even godlike, devil fruit. As he joined a few division captains, a flash of inspiration struck Luo Hou's mind, and he suddenly recalled the most powerful of the Logia-type devil fruits, the rumble fruit. This fruit not only possessed the speed of the world's swiftest lightning, but also wielded the most devastating and unrestrained electrical attacks. In the original narrative, the rumble fruit was consumed by a character known as Enel, who subsequently developed a series of formidable offensive techniques based upon its powers. However, due to Oda's classic narrative contrivances, even Enel, despite having devoured a Logia-type devil fruit, ultimately fell before Luffy's might. Yet, this does not imply that the rumble fruit is ineffective. If Luo Hou could locate such a devil fruit on Skypiea, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. After all, Luo Hou's current single-target attack prowess was already formidable. If he could further augment it with the electrical effects of the rumble fruit, it would be akin to wielding an extraordinarily potent paralyzing ring. Each strike would not only possess immense power, but also incapacitate his opponents with the shock of electricity coursing through them. The enhancement to his strength would be undeniably pronounced. Additionally, apart from its speed and attack capabilities, the rumble fruit would greatly amplify the sensory range of his observation haki. In the original plot, although Enel's conqueror's haki was not particularly remarkable, he was still able to envelop dozens of Scypian islands through the electromagnetic sensing activated by the rumble fruit. Luo Hou could hardly fathom the magnitude of his already exceptional observation haki if it were to receive the amplification of the rumble fruit's abilities. The monitoring range would be extraordinary. He envisioned that even from the East Blue, he could discern the color of Pirate Empress Boa Hancock's undergarments today. Thanks to his enhanced observation haki, the more Luo Hou contemplated, the more feasible this notion appeared. After all, according to Oda's introduction in the SBS, the rumble fruit had not been seen in the Blue Sea for hundreds of years. If it were absent from the Blue Sea, it would most likely manifest in the White Sea or the White Sea regions of Skypiea. However, just as Luo Hou resolved to embark on a journey to Skypiea before the impending battle in God's Valley, a towering man, approximately 4 or 5 meters tall, was unexpectedly leaning against the entrance of the skeletal room in the central area of Hakanosu Island. Upon noticing this imposing figure, the raucous cheers of the surrounding pirates abruptly ceased, their faces paling as they beheld the man who perpetually emanated Conqueror's haki. The very man who had established the Rocks Pirates and brazenly seized a third of the world government's territory. Rocks D. Zebek, you are the pirate who slaughtered 3 celestial dragons, Luo Hou? Realizing that his presence had shattered the jubilant atmosphere, Rocks experienced a rare moment of awkwardness. However, having witnessed the battle firsthand and comprehended Luo Hou's terrifying talent, he felt an unusual exhilaration at the prospect of welcoming such a newcomer to his crew. The ability to rapidly increase one's strength and haki level during battle, and even directly learn the opponent's ultimate techniques, was a remarkable gift. Luo Hou's extraordinary talents left even this great sea overlord feeling somewhat humbled. In fact, Rocks sensed, with a hint of foreboding, that Luo Hou might soon usurp his position and become the new sovereign of the seas. Yet, as a man of ambition, he did not concern himself with such trivialities. The very essence of Rocks D. Zebek's existence was to overthrow the world government, which had dominated this world for 8 centuries. With Luo Hou, a newcomer endowed with such terrifying talents, joining their ranks, the realization of toppling the world government and truly reigning over this world was now within reach. Although Rocks was acutely aware that the sense of belonging among his division captains to the Rocks Pirates was nearly non-existent, he remained undeterred. However, as one who wields absolute power, he pays little heed to the loyalty of his subordinates. Since the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, no one has ever dared to betray him. In the ranks of the Rocks Pirates, treachery unequivocally results in death. Even the so-called great pirates are not exempt from his merciless blade. As for newcomers to piracy, their identity holds little significance. His sole desire is to eradicate all celestial dragons. After a moment of contemplation in response to the inquiry from the formidable pirate Lord Rox, Roa acknowledged his current identity as a pirate. After all, in this world, anyone who acts against the world government is deemed a pirate come nightfall. This implies that one does not need to engage in plunder and slaughter to be labeled a pirate. Often, circumstances dictate their actions. Otherwise, how could so many have sought to overthrow the world government over the centuries? The existence of the celestial dragons is the very root of global turmoil. Their triennial human hunting competitions are ample evidence of their malevolence. According to the world government's doctrine, any nation that does not align with them considers its commoners to be abnormal. In essence, this abnormal designation implies that such nations lack genuine humanity. As the aristocracy of the world, the celestial dragons possess the liberty to slaughter these so-called abnormals. Roa and Whitebeard's past experiences exemplify this grim reality. What a fascinating fellow. Intent on annihilating all celestial dragons. Upon hearing Roa's thoughts, Rox revealed a wicked grin. Roa's ideology resonates profoundly with his own. He aspires to completely dismantle the world government and dominate the world. Meanwhile, Roa seeks to extinguish the lives of all celestial dragons. They are, in essence, two of a kind, sharing the same odious ambition. Moreover, Roa's innate talent is far more formidable than Rox, the so-called pirate overlord. Even in his youth, Roa's strength surged, propelling him into the ranks of true pirates. Such terrifying potential is something Rox himself has yet to attain even after 3 years. In summary, having such a maniacal and extraordinary crew member join the Rox pirates is undeniably a tremendous boon for him. Thus, the captain proclaims, Roa shall be the captain of our 7th division. He shall also possess the right to form his own new pirate crew. Rox's slightly raspy voice resonated through the transponder snail, disseminating this explosive news across Hakinosu and all pirate islands affiliated with the Rox pirates. This shocking announcement immediately stirred a considerable uproar. It is well known that the ranks of the Rox pirates are filled with formidable pirates. To ascend to a true pirate officer, one must not only meet basic strength requirements, but also pass the evaluations of the other division captains. Therefore, Roa's appointment as the captain of the 7th division, sanctioned by Rox himself, unequivocally attests to Roa's strength and status. My word, who would have thought this newcomer would leap to the position of 7th division captain so swiftly? Truly terrifying. At this juncture, to still refer to Captain Roa as a newcomer? That is simply courting disaster. I've heard from the Navy headquarters that Captain Roa is a ruthless pirate, one who slaughters without hesitation and even relishes devouring the heads of his enemies. How enviable. I've been with the Rox pirates for many years and have yet to secure a title. While this newcomer ascends to the role of 7th division captain in less than a day, I wonder what the requirements are to join the 7th division. The benefits of the newly formed division must surely be remarkable. After a brief moment of shock and envy, a throng of pirates began inquiring about the specific requirements to join the 7th division. However, considering Roa had just been appointed captain, no information had yet been disseminated. Even if Roa were to establish criteria for joining his crew, those deemed the dregs of piracy would naturally lack the qualifications to enlist in Roa's ranks. It should be without contention that Roa's ascendance to the captaincy of the 7th division places him on equal footing with the rest of you, correct? If any captain doubts his strength, they may challenge him now, and I shall serve as the referee. Once the announcement was made, Rox cast an imposing gaze around the division captains, including Whitebeard and Shiki, to gauge their reactions. While the opinions of others held little weight, he felt the need to consider the sentiments of these long-time trusted officers. To his surprise, upon hearing his inquiry, the usually chaotic division leaders unanimously chose to acquiesce without any dissent. In fact, except for Shiki and Whitebeard, the other captains dared not voice any objections. After all, the image of Roa effortlessly shattering a mid-sized sky island with a single punch, ensconced in conqueror's haki, was still vividly etched in their minds. Who would dare provoke such a terrifyingly gifted individual? It was already fortunate for John and the others that Roa was not inclined to target them. Ha 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 ha. I have no objections to Roa becoming the 7th division captain, Captain Rox, cackled Shiki. Keek. I am also in agreement. Though I must say, it is quite unreasonable that this brat can even replicate my float fruit. Ah, what a pity that I can't have a proper exchange with Captain Roa for now. But I hold no objections, chimed another. We too have no objections. It reflects positively on us for Captain Roa to assume the role of 7th division captain, they echoed. Seeing that neither Shiki nor Whitebeard had any objections, the remaining captains, including John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, dared not voice further opinions. They were acutely aware that Roa's innate talents would eventually surpass those of Captain Rox himself, and thus, they harbored an inclination to align themselves with him, especially the slender, enchanting Charlotte Linlin, who frequently cast flirtatious glances, subtly revealing her allure to Roa. According to Charlotte Linlin's own conjecture, an engaging exchange with such a gifted youth would surely yield opportunities to produce one or more exceptionally talented offspring. Such progeny, inheriting their illustrious genes, might very well eclipse her current pinnacle of achievement, Charlotte Katakuri. However, Roa, of course, had no intention of casting his gaze upon Charlotte Linlin. While it is undeniable that Charlotte Linlin possesses an impeccable physique and striking looks during this period, Roho is inherently a formidable man with deep-seated convictions, rather than merely a braggart echoing the sentiments of the late Mengda. In contemporary terms, one must strive for excellence. Very well, since that is the case. From this day forth, Roho shall be appointed as the captain of the 7th Division of the Rox Pirates. Observing the unusual unity among the division leaders who typically engage in playful bickering, Rox felt a profound satisfaction in their collective decision, free of dissent. He turned to Roho, beginning to elucidate the established regulations of the Rox Pirates, a crew he had painstakingly built. Naturally, Roho listened intently, as much of the so-called rules pertained largely to the distribution of power. As a division leader within the Rox Pirates, Roho would possess the authority to form his own pirate crew. He could select crew members from any of the pirate crews under the Rox banner, and even recruit directly from the fleets of other division leaders. However, acquiring members from other captains would require demonstrating strength or offering substantial incentives. For instance, if one could best the Golden Lion in combat, then recruiting from his aerial fleet would pose no issue. Alternatively, one could forge a deeper connection with Charlotte Linlin, potentially leading to fruitful exchanges until her team members were available for selection. As for John and Wang Ji, the process was even simpler. One merely needed to wield financial influence to coax them into compliance, while the other could be subdued through sheer force. The remaining figure, Whitebeard, had not formed his own crew due to personal dilemmas, particularly regarding the decision of whether to adopt a son and establish a pirate crew as a father figure. Such was the state of affairs within the Rox Pirates. The rest of the details would be for Roho to uncover gradually. He was advised to remain close, for a significant operation was imminent near the West Sea. After swiftly summarizing the fundamental regulations of the Rox Pirates, Rock's figure flickered and vanished before anyone could react. Roho was left in stunned silence. He had believed that with the absorption of numerous powerful attributes and enhanced agility, he would at least perceive Rock's movements. Yet, it was evident that Rock's prowess transcended the Emperor level, placing him in an entirely superior echelon of strength. Kulalalala. You have yet to grasp the capabilities of Captain Rox, have you? Whitebeard laughed heartily at Roho's bewildered expression, then patiently explained the reason behind Rock's sudden disappearance. Teleportation fruit? Roho inquired, casting an astonished glance at Whitebeard. He had admittedly not been acquainted with this aspect. Based on his own experience watching anime, he had believed that Rox only acquired the power of the dark fruit during the battle at God Valley. However, it seemed that Rox was akin to Blackbeard, an anomaly capable of wielding the powers of 2 devil fruits. It was no wonder that he showed no surprise upon witnessing Rox possessing both the power fruit and the float fruit. Indeed, Captain Rox has mastered the teleportation fruit to the point of awakening, and he is innately endowed with 2 hearts, allowing him to accommodate 2 devil fruits. After cautiously surveying the surroundings, Whitebeard chose to share this insider information with Roho. After all, eavesdropping was a common occurrence, and the Rox Pirates had an informant within the Navy. The Navy headquarters and CP operatives certainly had the capacity to infiltrate the Rox Pirates. If they inadvertently revealed their trump card, it could lead to significant setbacks in the forthcoming operation. I see. Thank you, Newgate, Roho replied politely after absorbing Whitebeard's insights. The still youthful Whitebeard chuckled and patted Roho on the shoulder, exchanging jovial words of camaraderie. Next, focus on assembling your own team. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. With the matter settled, Whitebeard ambled towards his own exclusive spa establishment, reminding Roho of the necessity to establish his pirate crew. No sooner had Whitebeard departed than a throng of eager young pirates swiftly encircled Roho, vying to join the newly formed 7th Division of the Rox Pirates. They had thoroughly gathered intelligence. Roho, the captain of the 7th Division, was renowned for seizing a celestial gold transport vessel from the world government. Beyond the assurance of their captain's strength, Joining such a crew promised abundant rewards and financial prosperity. Yet, more often than not, it was due to the disdain from other division leaders towards these lesser pirates that they clamored to affiliate themselves with Luo Hou's team. Captain Luo Hou, please, allow me to join your crew. I have wandered aimlessly, yet to find a worthy master. Captain, I am an ordinary canine-type Zoan fruit user in the form of a gray wolf. With my addition, the 7th Division shall surely flourish. Captain Luo Hou, I am an ordinary human-type Zoan fruit user with the ability to precisely control my body, ensuring I shall not hinder the 7th Division. Luo Hou gazed numbly at the throng of ordinary pirates surrounding him. Aside from a handful of passable candidates, the majority were indeed subpar members. Otherwise, they would have long been snatched up by other division leaders. Particularly striking was the Zoan fruit user claiming to transform into an average human. What utility did such a devil fruit hold? Aside from becoming a mere mortal, what advantage did it offer? Of course, should this fruit fall into the hands of a Sea King, it might indeed forge a crew member of Emperor caliber. After all, this devil fruit later enabled Tony Chopper, a mere reindeer, to contend with the might of the 4 emperors. Though Luo Hou initially dismissed these ordinary pirates, after careful consideration, he ultimately chose to recruit 30 or so robust individuals capable of labor, alongside a dozen attractive female pirates who could cook and aesthetically enrich his crew. After all, even if these individuals lack considerable strength, they can still be employed for menial tasks within their team. It is unthinkable for someone who has already ascended to the rank of a pirate officer in the Rocks Pirates to personally handle chores like sweeping and cooking, is it not? Therefore, it is imperative to recruit vigorously, allowing oneself to enjoy a more leisurely existence and take on the role of a hands-off manager. Upon discovering that they had indeed been selected to join the 7th Division, the approximately 70 to 80 burly men and the 30 to 40 female pirates could hardly contain their excitement, jumping with joy on the spot. Who is not aware of Captain Roa's terrifying level of talent? He is the man who, at a tender age, defeated the formidable 2nd Division captain, the Golden Lion, merely a day after joining. To sail alongside such a young and capable captain promises not just prosperity, but at the very least, a life free from financial worries. This is akin to being granted admission to a prosperous region's civil service without examination. One could genuinely say the future looks promising. Meanwhile, those pirates who did not secure a place were left lamenting, pounding their chests and sighing in despair. They had initially assumed that entry into the 7th Division would be as challenging as with the previous teams, hence they had not harbored any hopes of participating. Little did they expect that dozens could join the 7th Division so effortlessly, and aside from the few attractive female pirates, most were lacking in strength. However, it was too late. All they could do was shed tears of envy and resentment. After all, Roa's 7th Division had capped its recruitment at a mere 100 members. It must be said that sometimes, luck outweighs the importance of choice. Just as everyone thought the recruitment at the 7th Division had concluded in a haphazard manner. A towering figure, approximately 4 to 5 meters tall and clad in muscles as solid as granite, forcefully parted the crowd, striding toward Roa. Upon lifting his gaze, Roa recognized the individual before him as Kaido, the young man who had previously crossed paths with him at sea, robbing the heavens of gold and wreaking havoc on the celestial dragons on Devil Island. Brother Roa, I wish to join the 7th Division. It's such a waste of time starting as an intern in the Rocks Pirates. Let me follow you instead, Kaido exclaimed, his massive frame contrasting with the earnestness of a fan seeking an idol's autograph. Roa was taken aback. He had initially believed that Kaido would follow the original plot trajectory and become an intern in the Rocks Pirates after boarding Hakanosu, persisting until the disbandment of the crew following the God Valley incident. However, Roa never anticipated that Kaido would wish to join his 7th Division as a crew member. This unexpected twist was indeed a delightful surprise. After all, Kaido is a member of a unique race with exceptional talent, destined to become one of the 4 emperors of the seas in the New World. Naturally, the advantages of having such a powerful and rapidly progressing crew member in his 7th Division were manifold. Of course, no problem. Since you prefer not to start as an intern, come aboard my ship as a combatant instead, Roa replied, welcoming Kaido into his ranks. Nearby, the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, and John, who had not yet moved far, were left drooling with envy at the sight. Although they were unaware that Kaido would ultimately become a dominant emperor of the seas, their keen pirate instincts allowed them to recognize that Kaido's talent far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After all, how could someone who had mastered all 3 forms of haki at such a young age be anything less than extraordinary? In other words, is not the current Kaido merely a diluted version of Roa? Upon first laying eyes on Kaido, the others had attempted to recruit this young member of the Oni tribe into their own divisions, but each had been met with Kaido's merciless refusals. Even Rocks himself, the captain, had been unable to secure Kaido's agreement to join the Rocks pirates as an intern. Initially, they had assumed Kaido was a fiercely ambitious individual looking to establish his own division, but to their astonishment, he seemed so familiar with Roa, even seeking to join his division as a combatant. However, it was understandable that they were unaware of the situation, as Whitebeard was merely responsible for bringing people back to Hakanosu. The intricacies of Roa and Kaido's relationship were likely too mundane for Whitebeard to explain to these raucous individuals. A newly established division had just welcomed an exceptional crew member boasting mastery over all 3 forms of haki. Such a stroke of fortune left the Golden Lion and others nearly in tears of envy. After bringing Kaido into his fold, just as Roa was preparing to head to the Rocks Pirates' designated shipyard to acquire his own personal pirate ship, several youthful figures suddenly dashed toward him. "Captain Roa, please allow me to join the 7th Division. I wish to learn swordsmanship from you. Add me to the list. I also want to join the 7th Division." The figures rushing in alongside Kaido were none other than Dracul Mihawk and Crocodile, whom Roa had encountered earlier. Though still quite young, their determined gazes revealed them to be exceptionally talented youngsters. Recognizing the potential of these 2 future legends, the world's greatest swordsman and the MVP of the Marineford War, Roa had no choice but to welcome them into his ranks. After all, to achieve a stable and continuous output while seeking revenge against the Celestial Dragons, he would need a cadre of subordinates to distract the miscellaneous Navy and CP organizations. Although these 2 boys were indeed quite young, one must not underestimate age in the world of pirates. After all, an 8-year-old Barrett had swept across the battlefield, killing as effortlessly as if slaughtering sheep. Chapter 44, The Sky Island Route. How infuriating. Why do all these young ones choose to join Roa's 7th Division? Is it because our esteemed titles as veteran captains are no longer sufficient? Watching as 2 youths, even praised by Captain Rocks himself, were absorbed into the 7th Division. The Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others were left on the brink of despair. Their crew boasted many renowned pirates, some with bounties exceeding 100 million. Yet when it came to talent, few could hold a candle to these youngsters. Previously, a few of them exhibited remarkable foresight and unanimously extended invitations to Kaido and Mihawk, with the intention of nurturing them diligently. However, Kaido was resolutely unwilling to join their team as an intern. Meanwhile, both Mihawk and Crocodile declined the captain's invitations, stating they were still contemplating their decisions. Once the formation of the 7th Division was complete, Rojo led his crew to partake in a banquet organized by the Rocks Pirates specifically for their newly established 7th Division. This feast boasted an extravagant array of culinary delights from across the globe, even featuring delicacies from Fishman Island, served directly on the table for their indulgence. The newly inducted members of the 7th Division eagerly devoured the unfamiliar gourmet dishes, vocally expressing their gratitude for the captain's generosity. This special banquet had been a long-standing tradition within the Rocks Pirates for many years. Each new division leader, upon successfully establishing their pirate crew, would utilize the vast wealth accumulated by the Rocks Pirates over the years to host a grand feast for all. During this lavish event, while Rojo savored a rare noble wine, the strikingly beautiful Charlotte Lin, her figure accentuated by a well-defined waist, seized the opportunity to approach him, attempting to seduce the young pirate into changing his mind. Despite being momentarily captivated by her seemingly flawless physique, Rojo steadfastly resisted Charlotte Lin, the formidable female pirate. Driven solely by the desire to preserve his status as an untouched bachelor, he possessed strength and charm, and he was the captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. Under such favorable circumstances, what could he possibly lack? His standing within the nations sheltered by the Rocks Pirates would undoubtedly attract numerous princesses, all fervently pursuing him. Why would he waste his time on a mere Charlotte? After firmly dismissing Charlotte Lin, Rojo turned his attention to Kaido, who was simultaneously guzzling from numerous bottles of rum, imparting a meaningful warning to the young pirate to avoid being ensnared by the temptations of the female thief. While the manga hinted that Kaido had never been involved with Charlotte Lin, Rojo found himself unable to erase the troubling images from his mind. He never imagined that Kaido, Charlotte Lin, and Luffy could individually star in their own manga, to prevent such trivial matters from infiltrating his crew. Rojo felt compelled to sternly caution Kaido and the others against associating with Charlotte Lin. After all, in this pirate world, it was rare to find a 2-legged Charlotte. But there was certainly no shortage of beautiful women. Once he had imparted his warnings to the crew, the atmosphere of the banquet erupted into jubilant revelry once more, continuing unabated for 3 days and nights before finally concluding. The following morning, Luo Hou stood before a medium-sized pirate ship, gathering his approximately 100 crew members in preparation for their journey to Sky Island. In this era, countless pirates eagerly dreamed of and fervently believed in the existence of Sky Island. Thus, upon hearing their captain Luo Hou's command to set sail for Sky Island, the crew erupted into cheers and busied themselves with preparations. Each member of this group had clearly defined roles, many being seasoned sailors. However, with Luo Hou possessing the powers of the float fruit, he had no need to navigate like ordinary pirates reliant on ocean currents and winds. After instructing the crew to get ready, Luo Hou placed his palm gently upon the deck of the pristine pirate ship. The moment his hand made contact with the deck, a strange energy from the devil fruit began to swiftly transmit throughout the vessel. Subsequently, a unique anti-gravity force emerged, causing the ship to soar rapidly into the sky under Luo Hou's mental command and gestures. In less than 3 minutes, they ascended to an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Ensure we head towards the location of Gaia Island. With his mastery of the devil fruit powers allowing him to control the flying ship with increasing finesse, Luo Hou directly commanded the female pirate acting as navigator to guide them based on her adept experience. The crew propelled forward at a velocity akin to that of a spaceship. Indeed, there were numerous sky islands scattered throughout the pirate world, with many hidden small islands appearing intermittently in uncharted regions above the seas. Luo Hou's insistence on heading to the area around Gaia Island was solely due to the likelihood of the Thunder fruit appearing there. According to the narrative within the manga, the Thunder fruit had been absent from the Blue Sea for centuries, leaving only the White Sea or the White Sea as potential locations for its emergence. The fortunate individual who had once consumed the Thunder fruit, Enel, was initially just a young boy brought up from the Blue Sea to Sky Island. After enduring humiliation and torment in that realm, he fortuitously partook of the Thunder fruit among the offerings on the altar of a small sky island known as Burka. Upon acquiring such divine power, the darkness within Enel's heart was fully awakened. Having suffered greatly, he declared all inhabitants of Sky Island as targets for his revenge. After annihilating his homeland's populace, much of his hatred dissipated, leading him to Appiato, where he masqueraded as a god, wielding the powers of the natural Thunder fruit. However, none of this mattered now. The Thunder fruit would undoubtedly find its way into Luo Hou's possession. Whether he would return the fruit to its original state after absorbing its attributes would depend on his mood. Rather than leaving the devil fruit for others, it would be more prudent to claim it for himself, to be bestowed upon his talented crew members. While this would undoubtedly prolong Enel's suffering, Luo Hou was no saint and had little concern for such matters. If necessary, he could later dispatch someone to retrieve Enel from the Blue Sea, nurturing him and honing his haki. Yet, all of this was a matter for the future. Who could predict what lay ahead? It was entirely possible that in the next God Valley battle, Luo Hou might find himself engulfed alongside rocks, disappearing entirely into the depths of the ocean. After all, the dangers inherent in the God Valley battle remained uncertain. Luo Hou was even unsure whether the 5 Elder Stars, who represented world power, would be present to participate. Furthermore, he questioned whether the so-called leader of the God Knights was the one who inflicted grievous harm upon rocks. Chapter 45, Arrival at Sky Island. After soaring through the skies at high speed for approximately half a month, as Luo took a gradual motion with his palm, manipulating the ability of the float fruit, the speed of the pirate ship diminished steadily. At this juncture, guided by the map and his recollections of the unique region surrounding Gaia Island, Luo confirmed that his crew had indeed arrived at Gaia Island, a notorious haven for pirates. Although they were not in the frenzied era of the Great Pirate Age, the presence of pirates was still not insignificant. Once the ship had descended to dock in the harbor of Gaia Island, Luo disembarked with his crew to procure the necessary supplies for their journey to Sky Island. According to the provisions prepared by the Straw Hat crew during their initial voyage to Sky Island, the most fundamental requirement was to acquire a guide bird known as the South Bird. Due to environmental magnetic fields and genetic factors, the South Bird appeared somewhat rotund and bore a rather vacuous expression. Its sole purpose was to function as a compass, perpetually pointing southward. Despite Luo's earnest attempts to remain inconspicuous, thereby evading the attention of the Navy headquarters and the world government, he ultimately underestimated the considerable influence of the Rock's Pirates flag on the local pirate populace. Before Luo could issue any commands, a throng of pirates from Gaia Island had already assembled before him, awaiting his instructions. Although these pirates were not formally under the banner of the Rock's Pirates, It was evident that this formidable faction commanded significant respect and allegiance from the local marauders. With their assistance, Ro swiftly gathered all essential supplies for the journey to Sky Island, including the crucial Southbird and a variety of beverages and roasted meats that Kaido desired for the journey. Thanks to his float fruit powers, Ro did not have to wait for the so-called knock-up stream to commence their ascent. After securing the necessary provisions, Ro immediately led his fleet into a rapid ascent, soaring almost vertically towards the heavens. With a vigorous output of energy, he navigated the pirate crew to an area comprised of dense white clouds and numerous small sky islands in under half an hour. This region was known as the White Sea, situated approximately 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea. The air was noticeably thinner here, which could induce discomfort for newcomers, commonly referred to as altitude sickness. In the expanse of the White Sea, an abundance of small sky islands could be discerned. The White Sea could typically be accessed from either the upper reaches of the knock-up stream or the eastern terminus of the clouds. Above the White Sea lay the White Sea, previously visited by Luffy and his companions, which contained a nation referred to as the Holy Land, the realm of Enel. The elevation of the White Sea was around 10,000 meters, hosting Angel Island, the God's Island of Appiato, and other smaller isles. As Ro urged the pirate ship to surge upward, they broke through a sea of clouds, entering the domain of the White Sea. Despite having encountered it through the pages of manga, Ro felt a wave of astonishment upon his first interaction with this peculiar expanse. As the ship breached the cloud cover, it mirrored the oceanic waves of the Grand Line, sending forth a spray akin to billowing waves. What a delightful voyage this is. It turns out that the tales penned by the grand storyteller Rolando about Sky Island are indeed true. The air here was palpably thinner, and if one practiced swordsmanship in this environment, they would surely grasp the essence of the breathing technique spoken of by Captain Rocks. Like Ro, the crew members of his 7th Division were also visiting a place that had only existed in storybooks. At this moment, even Kaido, a man primarily interested in brawling and revelry, was intrigued enough to carry his bottle to the deck and admire the beauty of Sky Island. Just as Ro prepared to activate his observation haki to discern the route to the Holy Land, the seemingly inconsequential crew members noticed a waterfall in the distance, flowing upwards and obscured by clouds. My heavens, how can this be? The water is flowing upwards. This defies logic. It feels like a dream. Captain Ro truly is a remarkable man. I declare that the 7th Division is the most formidable crew within the Rocks Pirates, and Captain Ro is the most exceptional captain. Besides us, who else could ascend to such heights? Observing the jubilant exclamations of the female pirates and crew members, Ro naturally turned his attention towards the west, where the inverted waterfall beckoned. If all went as anticipated, that direction would lead to the entrance of the Holy Land. Ro recalled that when Luffy and his friends arrived at this entrance, they had been swindled by an old woman, pretending as if nothing had occurred. She had turned away only to call for help via a walkie-talkie. This scenario made it clear that one must never show leniency towards those unscrupulous individuals who lack honor, for one can never tell when they might turn against the young and unsuspecting. With Kaido, Mihawk, Crocodile, and the other pirates gazing in astonishment, the pirate ship approached the white waterfall. As they drew near, the obscuring clouds began to disperse, revealing a magnificent golden gate, sharp-edged and resembling a multi-pointed star, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Ro surmised that this structure was likely crafted from pure 99K gold. Hanging from the gate was a plaque akin to a nameplate, boldly inscribed with the characters HEAVNSGET. Behind this golden gate lay the upside-down waterfall leading to the Holy Land. Just as Ro was about to guide the pirate ship upward, soaring over the waterfall towards the White Sea, a squad of armored soldiers wielding long spears emerged rapidly from a small building adjacent to the Golden Gate. Their faces bore severe and enraged expressions, as if they were filled with extreme animosity towards outsiders. Their bodies trembled slightly, resembling a powder keg poised to explode with unbridled fury. Damn Blue Sea dwellers! Get back to where you belong at once. The Holy Land does not welcome your kind. Chapter 46, The God of Sky Island. As these soldiers appeared, they immediately recognized that Ro and his companions lacked the unique winged insignia of the Sky People. This alone was sufficient to ascertain that they were indeed Blue Sea inhabitants from the greedy waters below, now under the benevolent leadership of the god Ganfoer. Their divine realm is steadily repelling the Qinghai people who seek to seize their sacred island, Appiato. Amidst the relentless battles and losses over the years, these soldiers of the Sky Island naturally harbor disdain for any human races, save for their own. Particularly, Kaido, whose head is adorned with peculiar demonic horns. is mercilessly subjected to a torrent of insults from a group of soldiers. The newly arrived crew members of the 7th Division, upon being spat upon by the indigenous people, are poised to draw their swords, ready to retaliate against these Sky Island soldiers. Among them, Kaido is particularly incensed. Although he belongs to a special race, he is, after all, merely a human with 2 horns atop his head. Initially delighted by the picturesque scenery of the Sky Island, his mood quickly soured with the continuous barrage of insults from the soldiers. After enduring several minutes of humiliation, the fury within him reached a volcanic threshold, with prominent veins bulging on his forehead, rendering his expression exceedingly ferocious. "Roronoa, I truly wish to annihilate these bastards," Kaido exclaimed, drawing forth his iron-spiked club, a weapon of formidable length, and cast a menacing glance at Roronoa. Despite his overwhelming desire to reduce these ignorant sky dwellers to mere pulp, he restrained himself, as Captain Roronoa had yet to issue a command. Just then, Roronoa, with an impassive gaze, glanced at the Sky Islanders before casually waving his hand, displaying a complete indifference to their fate. "They are merely a bunch of Jews. Eradicating them would pose no issue," Roronoa stated flatly. The moment his words fell, a cold smile crept across Kaido's face. The atmosphere in the vicinity plummeted to a chilling silence. The Sky Island soldiers, clearly not foolish, quickly realized that those who had ascended to their realm were undoubtedly formidable adventurers. The captain of the soldiers, Holland, hastily grasped the communication device at his waist, attempting to relay a message to their revered god, Ganfor. "Oh ho 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 ho, how amusing," Kaido grinned, gently caressing the chilling spiked club in his hand. "After years of battle, I have lost count of the enemies I have slain on the fields of the Vodka Kingdom. I have even dared to crush the skulls of those from the world government. Yet, over all these years, there have been none bold enough to insult me as brazenly as you winged creatures. So, do you truly wish for death?" Barely had he finished speaking when his colossal frame, towering at 4 to 5 meters, darted towards the group of Sky Island soldiers with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, his massive black spiked club, infused with overwhelming might, descended with a resounding crash, the speed generating a shrill wind. Witnessing this, Captain Holland's face blanched in horror as he felt Kaido's immense shadow enveloping him entirely. As an elite among the Sky Island soldiers, he found himself unable to discern the direction of Kaido's attack. Bang! The club struck true. A blood-curdling scream escaped Holland's lips as a tremendous force radiated from his skull, spreading throughout his entire being in mere moments. The next instant, his body exploded, akin to a red brick succumbing to the pressure beneath a hydraulic press, showering the scene with a mist of blood, bones, and flesh. Standing before him, Kaido was naturally splattered with the remnants of his foe's blood. Wiping the sweet metallic taste from his face, he felt a surge of satisfaction. As a member of a special race, Kaido harbored a profound disdain for those who mocked him for the 2 horns atop his head. The audacity of these vile Sky Islanders to hurl such harsh insults was utterly intolerable. "Captain Holland, that horn bastard has slain Captain Holland. We must report this to God Ganfor and seek vengeance," they shouted, their voices tinged with urgency. Indeed, the great deity must mete out justice upon this monster. Witnessing Holland's brutal demise, the remaining Sky Island soldiers, amidst their frenzied curses, hastily retreated. It appeared they intended to summon their god Ganfor to exact retribution upon Kaido. However, before these soldiers could escape even 10 meters, Kaido's towering form had already positioned itself ahead of them, awaiting their arrival. "What a heartless bunch. Had you uttered a few kind words, I might have spared you," Kaido mused. "But now, with death looming, you dare to insult me. Oh ho 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 ho. Now you all must perish." Bang 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 bang. With a single hand gripping the spiked club, Kaido unleashed a flurry of strikes, reducing the heads of the Sky Island soldiers to mere fragments, painting the scene in a horrific display of blood and carnage. Yet, Roronoa saw no fault in such a bloody spectacle. After all, these so-called Sky Island soldiers were nothing more than ungrateful squids. Chapter 47, The Squid People. Throughout the centuries, the Sky Islands had never known the existence of the divine island of Appiato. This, indeed, is why Roronoa referred to these Sky Islanders as Jews. Appiato was originally part of the landmass of Gaia Island in Qinghai, thrust into the air above the White Seas due to an unprecedented surge of ocean currents centuries ago. It became a component of the divine realm, receiving its name from the Sky Islanders, the most treasured asset for the Sky Dwellers, who have lived above 10,000 meters in the air, has never been golden riches or rare treasures, but rather the fertile soil beneath their feet that nurtures all life and allows for the cultivation of food. In the Sky Islands, soil is a scarce resource, revered by the inhabitants as precious BAS. Only those with sufficient BAS can hope for survival in the sky. Approximately 400 years ago, a storm caused the surging ocean currents from Qinghai to elevate a significant portion of Gaia Island's landmass to 10,000 meters above sea level, amalgamating with numerous smaller sky islands to form the current divine realm. Having lived aloof from the world, the Sky Islanders were utterly unprepared for such an encounter. The vast expanse of land, rich in invaluable BAS, dwarfed their collective small islands, rendering it an astonishing spectacle akin to presenting a poor man with an island forged entirely from pure gold, imbued with an enchanting allure. From that fateful day onward, countless inhabitants of the Sky Islands surged into the divine isle they named Appiato to forge a new existence. Initially, they reveled in exuberance, celebrating the discovery of this hallowed land. However, as days passed, the Sky Islanders unearthed the unsettling truth that other species thrived upon this divinely bestowed territory. The indigenous Qinghai people, who had long inhabited Appiato, welcomed their newfound Sky Island neighbors with open arms upon witnessing their genuine existence. To the Qinghai, the Sky Islanders' so-called base was merely unremarkable soil, devoid of any intrinsic value. Consequently, the two distinctly different human races began cohabitating, intermingling, and producing numerous hybrid bloodlines through intermarriage. Alas, this harmonious existence was short-lived. After a prolonged period of coexistence, the Sky Islanders discerned that the Qinghai natives were not as formidable as they had initially perceived. In fact, few could withstand the assault from the various shellfish unique to the Sky Islands. Thus, the deity of the Sky Islands, upon a sudden change of heart, issued a decree to expel the Qinghai natives from Appiato. Naturally, the Qinghai could not accept the betrayal from their erstwhile allies. Thus, what began as a brief era of amicable coexistence swiftly devolved into a bloody conflict. Both races suffered tremendous losses, with countless lives sacrificed in the relentless struggle for territory. However, the Sky Islanders, a nation composed of numerous small islands, vastly outnumbered the Qinghai on Appiato. Consequently, after nearly 4 centuries of brutal warfare, the Qinghai were driven to the brink of extinction by the Sky Island soldiers. In the wake of history's cruel hand, the remaining Qinghai had long since altered their ethnic designation to the Sandia people. These Sandians, in their quest to reclaim the land that was rightfully theirs, engaged in guerrilla warfare against the Sky Island soldiers daily. Clashes erupted almost incessantly. This animosity explains why the Sky Island Sentinels, upon encountering individuals like Reo and Kaido, who bore the unmistakable features of Qinghai natives, resorted to vehement curses. Reo's reference to these Sky Islanders as Jews stemmed from generations of ingratitude exhibited by the Sky Island deities over the past 4 centuries, who had ruthlessly turned against their benefactors in a desperate bid for more land. Was this not akin to the ongoing massacre of nations? Fortunately, following the demise of the 4th-generation deity, the more pragmatic Gonfer ascended to divinity. Fully aware of the centuries of animosity between the two races, Gonfer dedicated his life to mending the rift. Yet, the bitter enmity cultivated over 400 years was a burden far beyond the capacity of any single Sky Island deity to resolve. Once you've vented your frustrations, return. Our destination lies 3,000 meters above the White Sea, the true realm of the Sky Islands. As Reo observed Kaido dispatching the last of the loquacious assailants, he gradually raised his hand, commanding the pirate ship to ascend higher into the sky. One must concede that the capabilities of the float fruit wielded by the Golden Lion were indeed extraordinarily useful. With this fruit in his possession, Reo found it unnecessary to board the express shrimp destined for the White Sea to reach the apex of the Sky Islands. Before embarking on their journey to the White Sea, Reo had also uprooted the magnificent Golden Gate, crafted from pure gold, and stored it within his system space for future use. Although wealth had become inconsequential to him, as a true earthling, Reo could not resist the allure of such a dazzling treasure. Meanwhile, within the palace of Appiato, a structure of pristine white adorned with countless unique cloud carvings emblematic of Sky Island culture, a middle-aged man clad in iron armor and wielding a long spear sat upon the throne. He scrutinized the real-time footage transmitted by the monitoring shells overseeing the entire Sky Island. He witnessed the confrontation between the Sky Island soldiers and Kaido, only to see them swiftly vanquished. More formidable adventurers have arrived at the Sky Island. Let us hope they do not come seeking trouble. Gonfer muttered with a somber tone before exiting his palace. Despite his fervent desire to end the bitter feud between the Sky Islanders and Sandians during his reign, he found himself constrained by his identity as a Sky Islander. Elected as a deity by his people, he was compelled to prioritize the interests of the Sky Islanders. Thus, while Gonfor personally yearned for reconciliation and coexistence with the Sandians atop Appiato, he felt profoundly powerless in the face of centuries of bloodshed. Just as Gonfor prepared to meet Reo and his companions, a Sky Island soldier abruptly approached him to relay urgent news. Why must this occur at such a moment? Very well, let us address this matter promptly. After hearing the soldier's report, Gonfor furrowed his brow and hastily returned to his palace to retrieve his sharp spear before following the soldier outside. Chapter 48. You Speak Truths. As Gonfor, fully armed, rushed to provide support, Reo and his crew, under the increasingly blinding sun, finally neared the true realm of the Sky Islands. With a resounding boom, the pirate ship surged upward under Reo's command, smoothly docking atop the sea of clouds. What greeted their eyes were colossal vines reminiscent of their animated counterparts, interspersed with numerous small islands woven from white clouds. Each of these diminutive islands boasted uniquely styled dwellings characteristic of Sky Island architecture. However, the vibrant scenes of children frolicking and playing, as depicted in the animated series, were conspicuously absent. Reo, utilizing his observation haki, swiftly pinpointed the location of the assembled crowd. Captain, it seems they are engaged in combat. Shouldn't our 7th Division join the fray and lend a hand? Exclaimed one of the crew members. Those with wings must be the Sky Islanders mentioned in the stories, yet those battling them lack wings. Upon receiving Reo's command, the crew surged forward to observe the fierce battle. As members of the Rocks Pirates, they had long grown accustomed to bloodshed, and soon found themselves eagerly offering unsolicited advice on the combat techniques of both sides. However, pressed for time and anxious to locate the thunder fruit, Reo refrained from indulging in prolonged exchanges, directly leading Kaido to the vicinity of the crowd. The next moment was marked by a suffocating, rhythmic thumping of heartbeats. Luo Hou unleashed his pinnacle haki of conqueror's spirit. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of dark crimson energy erupted from within him. Within less than a second, it rendered all the fighting Sandians and Sky Islanders pale, causing them to collapse to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Stepping with a steady and powerful gait, Luo Hou positioned himself at the center of the conflict. This time, his haki was merely a warning, imbued with a sense of intimidation, without the full exertion of its overwhelming power. Otherwise, given the physical constitution of these minor Kurami, they would likely succumb to a deep slumber under the influence of his haki, or even descend into a vegetative state. After a moment, the leaders of both factions, who had been stunned by the haki, gradually regained consciousness. After exchanging glances, they chose to retract their subordinates and cease hostilities. Taking advantage of the situation, Gonfu Air approached Luo Hou. Out of respect for a formidable opponent, he bowed his head deeply and said, "Esteemed sir, I am Gonfu Air, the deity of this region of Sky Island, and I wish to express the utmost reverence on behalf of all the Sky Islanders." After his words, Gonfu Air remained in his bowed position, awaiting Luo Hou's response. "Rise," Luo Hou stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. Although he held no particular fondness for the Sky Islanders, he recognized that he was in a position of power, rendering any display of base emotions unnecessary. Upon hearing his indifferent words, Gonfu Air's heart tightened. Though Luo Hou said little, the unusual disdain in his tone was unmistakable. Gritting his teeth, Gonfu Air knelt, choosing to abase himself. At that moment, he no longer cared for his so-called divine status. His sole desire was to resolve the animosity between the Sky Islanders and the Sandians. Meanwhile, the Sandian leader, witnessing this scene, swiftly realized the opportunity at hand. Luo Hou and his companions were evidently from the Blue Sea. If they could seize this moment, perhaps they could reclaim the territory of Appiato with Luo Hou's assistance. Thus, the Sandian leader also knelt before Luo Hou. Although bowing to an outsider in front of his people severely undermined his authority, he deemed it a necessary sacrifice. Luo Hou and his companions clearly possessed overwhelming strength. Any act of defiance would be unwise. "Captain from the Blue Sea, please take the time to mediate the long-standing enmity between us Sky Islanders and Sandians," Gonfu Air implored. Still kneeling, "As the current deity of the Sky Island, I am willing to dissolve the hatred between our two races in this generation." Upon hearing Gonfu Air's plea, the Sandian leader exhibited evident disdain. What had caused the centuries-long enmity between their two factions? Was it not merely over a patch of land? If the Sky Islanders truly desired to return Appiato, why would they cling so fiercely to it? Just moments ago, Gonfu Air had pretended to seek peace while simultaneously refusing to relinquish their territory. Such hypocrisy was unbearable. "My lord, do not heed the words of those treacherous Sky Islanders. They are nothing but crocodile tears." These ruffians have forcefully usurped our land, slaughtered our kin, and banished us from our homeland. Now, they dare to speak of reconciliation? My lord, for the sake of our shared origins from the Blue Sea, please take our side. The Sandian leader, clearly adept at manipulating the situation, began to weep profusely in response to Ganfu heir's lamentations. Luo Hou, observing the two kneeling figures before him, felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. He loathed dealing with such matters. To truly resolve the centuries-old hatred between the Sandians and Sky Islanders, only death could serve as a conclusion. Even if he forcibly compelled these two factions to coexist through sheer power, they would inevitably find a reason to clash once more due to some spark. Just as Luo Hou struggled with this dilemma, Crocodile, the young scamp, unexpectedly darted over. Captain Luo Hou, I have an idea. Since neither side is willing to reconcile, why not simply seize all the Sky Islands and claim them as territory for our 7th Division? Let them fight as they please. You only need to maintain control of the broader situation. Luo Hou regarded the young crocodile, whose words bore an air of ambition. At that moment, he realized that this future warlord of the sea, the unique sand crocodile, had been nurtured from a young age. No wonder Crocodile's subsequent plans for the underworld would encompass the vast desert nation of Alabasta. You make a valid point, Luo Hou acknowledged, patting the young crocodile on the back in praise of his theory. The young lad's ideas indeed held merit. Although his strength was formidable, to forcibly intervene in the racial animosities of others would be a profoundly irrational act. Even if these two factions appeared to coexist out of fear of his might, they would undoubtedly harbor resentment against him in private. Thus, it would be far more prudent to heed Crocodile's suggestion and designate all the Sky Islands as his territory. As for the factions within, they could settle their disputes as they wished. After all, they had been at odds for centuries. A few more years under his rule would make little difference. With this in mind, Luo Hou raised his hand, signaling for the Sandian leader and Ganfu heir to rise. There was no need for them to remain on their knees any longer. You both have heard. From this day forth, this region of Sky Island, along with the so-called divine territory of Appiato, shall fall under my jurisdiction. These lands no longer belong to either of your warring factions. In other words, this place no longer belongs to anyone. How you choose to fight from here on is your own affair, Luo Hou proclaimed, surveying the gathered Sandians and Sky Islanders. As his words echoed, both Ganfu heir and the Sandian leader's pupils constricted in shock. The two believed that they could resolve the territorial disputes with the assistance of Rohu. However, they were utterly unprepared for the shocking turn of events when Rohu chose to occupy all the land on both sides. This left them to continue their struggle in vain, rendering all their efforts futile. The people of Sandia could begrudgingly accept this news, as they had little territory to begin with. In stark contrast, the soldiers and civilians from Sky Island found such a development intolerable. Their relentless drive to eradicate the Sandians was fueled by their desire to claim Appiato. Now, not only were they unable to secure Appiato, but their ancestral land, Angel Island, was also threatened to be seized by that despicable Qinghai man, Rohu. The thought of their forefathers' blood-soaked battles to reclaim their homeland being so brazenly violated ignited a fierce anger among the young men of Sky Island, who began to curse and shout. Isolated from the world, they remained oblivious to the vast chasm that existed between individuals, a gap that sometimes dwarfed the disparity between man and beast. They, in their arrogance, believed that their numbers afforded them an advantage and sought to expel figures like Kaido and Mihawk from their territory, just as they had endeavored to drive out the Sandians. You vile Qinghai people, who do you think you are? This land was reclaimed through the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors. Do you think you can seize it with mere words? Do not mistake us Sky Islanders for easy prey. You may be powerful, but our spears are not without their own merit. They rallied. Brothers, let us drive these wretched beings down to that cursed sea below. After a bout of curses, an individual adept at exploiting the collective dissatisfaction emerged among the Sky Islanders, brandishing a spear and inciting the crowd to attack. This reckless act was a harbinger of doom, a sight that nearly caused Ganfuer's heart to cease in terror. Yet, he had no time to calm his fellow citizens. The audacity of the weak drawing their blades against the strong is indeed commendable courage, but it is unwise for ants to bare their fangs at an elephant. Rohu slowly drew his sword. Though he had no desire to take lives, the greed of these squid people left him no choice. Wave cutter, he murmured. And with a swift horizontal slash, a blinding arc of swordlight swept through the air. The profound flying slash, a technique reserved for sword masters of his caliber, effortlessly cleaved through hundreds of the rioting Sky Island soldiers. In an instant, 500 to 600 heads, still spewing blood, tumbled to the ground. Rohu's sword dripped with crimson. showcasing its bloody splendor. Now, who else wishes to provoke me? If you have grievances, step forward and voice them, he declared, his tone indifferent as he surveyed the crowd after wiping the blood from his blade. At that moment, amidst the throngs of people in the vast expanse of Sky Island, an eerie silence fell. All stood agape, gasping in disbelief, while a few faint-hearted individuals crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by fear. They could scarcely fathom the sight before them. A single man had severed the heads of their finest soldiers in mere moments. Ganfuer, horrified, sank to his knees. We, the Sky Islanders, are willing to accept mediation. From this day forth, Angel Island and Appiato shall belong to you. We only ask that you spare my people. He pleaded hoarsely to Rohu. Rohu turned his gaze towards the Sandians, whose leader hastily concurred. We too are willing to accept this arrangement. Compared to the relatively populous Sky Islanders, the Sandians had dwindled in number. If a formidable figure like Rohu turned against them, it would spell the end of their lineage. Very well, it brings me relief that you can recognize the situation, Rohu responded coolly, devoid of any guilt for having slain hundreds of the squid people. Can we, the Sandians, return to our homeland of Appiato? The golden bell of our ancestors has not tolled for many years, the Sandian chief implored Rohu with a sense of longing. For over 4 centuries, the Sandians had fought against the Sky Islanders to reclaim their land and resound the bell left by their forebears. Yet, despite the struggles of countless kin over the years, they had not succeeded. Ganfuer, the current Sky Island deity, outwardly appeared to promote harmony between the two factions. But he understood all too well that he would never relinquish such a vast expanse of land as Appiato. They merely sought to draw the Sandians out under the guise of cohabitation. Perhaps under Ganfuer's leadership, there would be a chance for peaceful coexistence. But who could guarantee that the next Sky Island deity would not seek to eradicate them once more? The tears of crocodiles had been shed before. The Sandians were unwilling to endure such betrayal again. The only means to reclaim their homeland lay in their own strength, or perhaps in finding a new and suitable ally. It was evident that this opportunity with Rohu and his companions was their best chance to return home and sound the golden bell. What you wish to do is of no concern to me. However, before you sound the golden bell, I hope you can locate this place, Rohu stated. Taking a book detailing the tales of Sky Island from a female pirate and pointing to the altar of Baika mentioned within its pages. Chapter 50, Baika. According to the information conveyed in the anime, Enel consumed the natural thunder fruit at this location, subsequently killing his enemies and annihilating Baika before arriving at Angel Island to declare himself a god. Baika should be a small island located in the southeast, right? I recall there being an altar there, created from our stolen gold by those despicable Sky Islanders. The Sandian chief scrutinized the characters spelling Baika in the book, reflecting for a few moments before recalling the geographical context. The entire Sky Island region comprises Angel Island, Appiato, and various large and small islands within a radius of several hundred miles, forming a unique climatic zone. Baika is merely an inconspicuous little island, likely with very few Sky Islanders residing upon it. Under the chief's precise guidance, Rohu immediately harnessed the power of his float fruit, propelling himself swiftly towards the southeast. Meanwhile, Kaido and the others, having regained control of the situation, began to indulge in the unique beverages and specialties of the Sky Island. Numerous crew members sought to enhance their combat abilities by purchasing various powerful shells, such as impact shells and flame shells, from the Sky Island shops. Of course, whenever the flame shell was mentioned, many would inevitably bring up the controversies surrounding the natural fire fruit. In this world, whether human or specter, all possess the capacity to wield fire. Indeed, one would be hard-pressed to find a soul in the new world unacquainted with the flames. In short, even the burning fruit would be rejected by dogs. Meanwhile, after soaring through the skies for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the observation haki of Reo gradually revealed a vague silhouette reminiscent of a pyramid-shaped golden edifice. If all goes as expected, this structure should indeed be the altar atop Baika, as described by the chieftain of the Sandia tribe. Distinct from the modern dwellings found on other Sky Islands, this altar bore the likeness of a scaled-down pyramid. However, it was entirely crafted from gold, which, having been exposed to the elements over the years, had lost some of its original luster. Yet, this tarnish bestowed upon it a sense of ancient solemnity, complemented by the archaic patterns of Sky Island motifs intricately carved into its surface. Upon confirming his target, Reo swiftly maneuvered his body and, after a few moments of flight, landed upon the soil of Baika. The island's inhabitants, filled with curiosity, turned their gazes towards him. A few figures, akin to security personnel, clutched their weapons tightly, ever vigilant against outsiders. At that moment, a sudden wail of a baby emanated from within the altar, followed by a woman's soothing song meant to calm the child. Ignoring the guards stationed outside, Reo strode boldly into the altar's interior. Before him stood a woman of the Sky Island, aged around 40 to 50, with wings sprouting from her back. In her arms, she cradled an infant who appeared to be less than a year old, tenderly nurturing and soothing the child. A closer inspection revealed that this infant was none other than Enel, the god destined to bring ruin to Baika. Emma, please, cease your protection of this cursed aberration. Just look at those ears. He is not of our kind. Indeed, this long-eared infant was brought here from the Blue Sea. He is not one of us Sky Islanders. Burn him, throw him into the altar's flames. As Emma sang softly to the infant, the men beside her could no longer bear the sight. Enel's elongated ears and lack of the distinctive wings of the Sky Islanders rendered him an unacceptable anomaly in their traditional eyes. Chieftain Emma, I beseech you. He is but a child, not some monstrosity. I wish to care for him. I promise, once he reaches adulthood, I will ensure he is expelled from Baika. Should you abandon him now, he will surely perish outside. Upon hearing the chieftain's insistence to abandon Enel or to cast him into the altar's flames, Emma's tender maternal heart shattered into pieces. She longed to plead with the chieftain and the others. Please, let me take care of this child. Just as Emma made her final desperate plea, Reo, who had appeared at the altar's forefront without her notice, spoke up. He hails from the Blue Sea. Allow me to take him back. Reo addressed the kneeling Emma slowly. Although Enel was merely an infant at present, Reo recognized the immense potential he possessed. Given Enel's innate talents and the ability to develop his powers, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the later stages of the narrative. What are you? This creature is clearly an aberration. He must be cast into the altar flames. When did the affairs of Baika become the concern of an outsider like you? Or do you wish to be thrown into the altar alongside this long-eared freak? Chapter 51, The Thunderfruit Acquired. Among the gathered Baika Islanders, a particularly fierce-looking youth, robust and imposing, bellowed loudly. Emma looked up, realizing he was the chieftain's son, the man destined to inherit the island's rulership in the future. Just as Emma prepared to turn and plead once more, Reo's form abruptly vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before the fierce youth, and with a swift motion, unleashed a terrifying force that instantly severed the young man's head from his body. The blood gushed forth, and the severed head dangled from a long spinal cord. Reo carelessly tossed it onto the altar, into the roaring flames. Is there anyone else with dissenting opinions? He asked, his tone unnervingly calm. Do you wish to kill an infant? Speak another word, and I shall annihilate every last one of you. After wiping the blood from his hand on the altar's wall, Reo gently accepted the now sleeping infant from Emma's arms. At that moment, the chieftain of Baika finally comprehended that this unknown intruder had slain his only son and cast him into the altar to be consumed by flames. On this small island, it had always been he and his son who united to safeguard their power by sacrificing others under the guise of worship. Yet this sudden man had proven strong enough to dispatch his son without a moment's resistance. His heart shaken, the chieftain abruptly stood, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged at Reo, determined to avenge his son. Upon witnessing this scene, Reo, uninterested in further dialogue, tightened his fist and struck the chieftain squarely in the face. The overwhelming force shattered the chieftain's body, reducing him to a mass of flesh strewn across the ground. Such a ruthless chieftain, if allowed to remain, would undoubtedly perpetrate further atrocities. Especially Emma, who sought to protect the infant, would become their primary target. To eliminate them would earn him a favorable reputation. This was the principle of saving lives through the act of killing, as espoused by the ancient teachings. Reo mused inwardly. For him, taking a life had become a mere act of convenience, as long as it did not grossly contravene his moral compass. It would hardly stir any ripples within his conscience. This child shall henceforth be under my care, he declared. Oh, and by the way, your information seems quite outdated. The entire expanse of Sky Islands now belongs to me. In a few days, you will receive word of this. From now on, this woman shall be the new chieftain of Baika. Reo addressed the now pale and terrified Baika populace lightly. His intent was singular, to ensure that Emma, with her selfless maternal love, would be spared from the fate of being targeted by others. Once he was certain that all had heard his decree, Reo began to survey the layout of the altar. After dismissing numerous unknown statues crafted entirely from gold, his gaze settled upon a central figure adorned with 3 pairs of golden wings, depicted in a pose of outstretched arms, as if offering a gift. In the palm of the statue, there astonishingly lay a fruit, entirely enveloped in a golden hue, its surface adorned with lightning-like patterns. The thunderfruit. Indeed, it was here in Baika. Thus, this journey was not in vain. Luo Hou swiftly darted forward, leaping into the hand of the golden statue to seize this elusive golden fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of a nature-type thunderfruit. 100. The system's notification resonated, announcing the successful absorption of the thunderfruit's abilities. At that very moment, Luo Hou felt a surge of violent and potent lightning energy flooding into his body, sending tingling sensations through him, revitalizing his muscles and slightly enhancing his strength. A dragon-like smile crept upon Luo Hou's lips. It is well known that the thunderfruit is heralded as the most formidable among all nature-type devil fruits. It possesses the speed of light while embodying the most devastating natural elements known to the world. Luo Hou's fingers spread slightly, and as electricity surged, a delicate stream of deep blue lightning began to crackle around his fingertips, reminiscent of a vividly alive thunder dragon, exuding an air of unfathomable authority. With a sizzling sound, the two corpses that Luo Hou had dispatched were instantly reduced to charred ashes by the searing heat of the lightning. My apologies for the bloodstains left on your altar. You may dispose of these two ashes as you wish, Luo Hou remarked calmly, his robust frame having grown to an impressive 34 meters. As he stepped out of the temple of Baika Island with a smile, this expedition to the Sky Island could be deemed a resounding success. Having claimed the entire region as his domain and successfully acquired a god-tier nature-type devil fruit. Moreover, due to Enel currently being but an infant, Luo Hou harbored the intention of bringing him back to Qinghai. Although this individual exhibited little combat prowess in the storyline, it was merely because he had never encountered the concept of haki, a different realm of knowledge. The mere fact that he could develop the Thunderfruit's abilities to the brink of awakening proves that this long-eared infant is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. With such a gifted mechanism, entrusting him to a mentor like Teacher Kai, who possesses profound insights into haki, would undoubtedly cultivate him into a formidable figure in the future. It is time to return. In this upcoming battle in the Valley of the Gods, all celestial dragons must perish. With his power having received yet another enhancement, Luo Hou's tone was filled with an ominous aura brimming with boundless killing intent. Indeed, although he had already slain 3 celestial dragons on Devil Island, such a meager tally could hardly quell the hatred festering within him. This was a vendetta born from the ashes of his family. Only by unleashing a true extermination war upon 20 celestial dragon families could his thirst for vengeance be satiated. Perhaps, aside from the Nefertari family, who had long departed the Holy Land and no longer identified as celestial dragons, none would escape the impending slaughter. A thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, Luo Hou's powerful form transformed into a swirling sphere of violent lightning, flashing toward Angel Island amidst the astonished gazes of the island's inhabitants. In the blink of an eye, Luo Hou vanished, leaving behind only the acrid scent of burnt air. Had it not been for the still burning corpses within the altar, providing evidence that the recent events were not mere phantoms, the onlookers might have remained skeptical of their Sky Island welcoming a ruler of terrifying strength. However, while the residents of Baika Island harbored a profound fear of Luo Hou as their ruler, they were at least relieved that the chieftain, who had ruthlessly oppressed the populace, exploiting them for sustenance due to his son's robust physique, was now dead. Life still held promise. In the region of the White Sea Angel Island, seizing the opportunity during Luo Hou's absence, Kaido engaged in a barter with the island's residents using various supplies brought from Qinghai, acquiring nearly every type of alcoholic beverage. Under Kaido's influence, the young Mihawk and Crocodile, mere children still, had evidently developed a taste for liquor. However, unlike Kaido, who indulged indiscriminately in all forms of alcohol, Mihawk and Crocodile preferred the sweeter varieties of red wine. In a flash of lightning, Luo Hou returned to the pirate ship assigned to him by the Rocks Pirates' 7th Division. Initially, the journey from Angel Island to Baika Island required approximately 7 to 8 minutes of flight using the Float Fruit's abilities. However, with the speed granted by the Thunder Fruit, Luo Hou now accomplished the round trip in just over a minute, summoning several young, attractive, and well-proportioned female pirates, whose figures rivaled that of the infamous Nami. Luo Hou handed over the infant to these women for care. While he made no guarantees about other matters, he could at least ensure basic sustenance. For he had recruited these 30 or so female pirates not merely for idle company. Beyond their daily culinary tasks, they could easily manage the care of one infant. Just then, a persistent ringing from a den mushy echoed. Beep, beep, beep. Luo Gu, Captain Rocks is on the line, Kaido announced, having paused his raucous drinking to answer. Chapter 52, The Gathering of the Rocks Pirates. On Hakanosu Island, in the latter half of the Grand Line, A powerful sea breeze swept like a hurricane, causing the flag of the Rock's pirates to flutter vigorously above the island. At that moment, all members of this notorious pirate organization, known as the most malevolent in history, had gathered simultaneously within the skeleton chamber of Hakanosu Island. 1st Division Captain, Edward Newgate. 2nd Division Captain, Shiki the Golden Lion. 3rd Division Captain, Charlotte Linlin. Along with Silver Axe, Wang Ji, John, and others, they all sat quietly in the conference room, awaiting something. Haha, what could Captain Rox possibly want by summoning us all during such a tense time? Surely he isn't planning a full-scale assault on the world government. Mused the ever-energetic Shiki, unable to contain his curiosity. Surely not. While the Rock's pirates bear some strength, Captain shouldn't have inflated his ambitions to that extent. Another voice chimed in. You fools, do you not realize that next week marks the Celestial Dragon's triannual human hunting event? Captain summoned us for the Valley of the Gods. John, the most informed among the captains, stated while toying with a gold coin. His explosive revelation undoubtedly captured the attention of Whitebeard and Shiki, among others. Every 3 years, the world aristocracy known as the Celestial Dragons embarks on a harrowing campaign to hunt humans. A plan that instills terror in the hearts of countless civilians from nations not affiliated with the world government. Within the confines of this grim endeavor, the Celestial Dragons personally select a nation that is not part of their dominion, subsequently leading their forces to unleash unrestrained slaughter. This brutal campaign persists until the inhabitants of the chosen nation are driven to absolute extinction. Throughout this period, regardless of age, gender, or physical condition, be it men, women, the elderly, the pregnant, or the disabled, none are spared from the merciless blades of the hunters. Indeed, it could be said that within the scope of this hunting plan, even a mere worm that dares to show itself would be severed in twain without hesitation. As I listen to your words, I begin to feel as though I am no longer a pirate. Given that this hunting initiative is personally orchestrated by the Celestial Dragons, it stands to reason that the Navy would be present to provide escort, does it not? Under such a nefarious hunting scheme, how could those in the Navy dare to call themselves champions of justice? After John's exposition, the Golden Lion scratched his abundant golden mane, momentarily feeling that his identity as a pirate seemed rather ludicrous in the presence of the Celestial Dragons. Despite having risen from obscurity to become a notorious pirate responsible for countless deaths, when compared to the Celestial Dragons, who obliterate entire nations, he felt as insignificant as a mere fly. Furthermore, if John's assertions hold true, the number of lives extinguished by the world government over its 800-year reign, in accordance with the Celestial Dragon's practice of annihilating a nation every 3 years, is immeasurable. Just as the atmosphere thickened with astonishment, the grand door of the conference room swung open, and the towering figure of Rox, standing over 4 meters tall, seemingly teleported to the head of the table in an instant. Have all gathered? He inquired, his bloodshot eyes scanning the assembled captains with a hint of excitement. Where's Roronoa? Wasn't he supposed to be here by now? He mentioned he would arrive shortly. Just as Rox was about to unveil his plans, he suddenly noted the absence of Roronoa, who was expected to occupy the newly established 7th seat at the table. Captain Rox, you may proceed with the announcement of the plan. I can inform Roronoa once he arrives, suggested Whitebeard, striving to alleviate the tension engulfing the meeting. At that moment, a pirate ship descended slowly into the port waters surrounding Hakanosu, belonging to the 7th Division led by Roronoa. Once the vessel of the 7th Division anchored, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted from it, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder. Within 30 seconds, Roronoa soared into the conference room and took his rightful place in the 7th seat. Apologies, Captain Rox. I was delayed by some matters on the way, Roronoa declared. As his words resonated, the other captains of the Rock's pirates gazed at him in shock, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief and confusion. Just moments prior, Rox had mentioned someone was absent, and now, a brilliant bolt of lightning heralded Roronoa's miraculous appearance in the chair. With years of battle experience, the captains quickly deduced that Roronoa had acquired a new devil fruit power. If their eyes did not deceive them, it was the legendary thunder fruit, reputed to be the most potent within the Logia category. However, a lingering question remained. Where had Roronoa discovered this elusive devil fruit? The thunder fruit had been shrouded in myth for centuries, with no sightings for hundreds of years. Moreover, had he not already possessed the powers of a paramecia-type fruit and the float fruit of the Golden Lion? How had he come to acquire this divine thunder fruit? The captain stared, somewhat numbly, at Roronoa, who sat with an air of confidence. For an ordinary individual to be fortunate enough to obtain a single devil fruit was already a remarkable stroke of luck. Yet here was Roronoa, boasting 3 formidable powers. The Thunder Fruit, indeed, was an exceptional ability. As Rox prepared to announce his strategy, he recognized the long-lost Thunder Fruit the moment Roronoa appeared in a blaze of lightning. Once a part of his own plans, the Thunder Fruit had eluded him in his relentless search. Yet, he was surprised that one of his subordinates had chanced upon such an extraordinary power. Nevertheless, Rox held no resentment. After all, in this world, true strength ultimately derives from haki mastery. Haki strength is categorized into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Beyond the supreme level lies a realm of ultimate haki, unattainable by the vast majority. Should one master all 3 forms of haki to perfection, they would become virtually invincible, even in the absence of a devil fruit. The devil fruits merely serve as auxiliary tools. Returning to the matter at hand, I have summoned you, esteemed captains, for a significant undertaking. Observing the astonished expressions of the Golden Lion, John, Wang Ji, and Charlotte Lin, Rox resignedly rapped his knuckles on the table, redirecting everyone's attention. He then pointed to a map laid out upon the conference table, revealing an island located in the West Blue, the Island of the Gods. Chapter 53, The Gifted Navy. At this moment, within the Marine headquarters at Marineford, nearly all naval vessels of various ranks had been requisitioned to bolster the main base. This was to ensure a robust escort during the forthcoming period when the world aristocracy would be collectively absent. Based on historical patterns, whenever the celestial dragons ventured forth, the Rox pirates would inevitably mobilize, drawn like flies to rotting meat. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that this particular operation by the Rox pirates would be of even greater magnitude, especially with the addition of another malevolent force that regarded the celestial dragons with disdain joining their ranks. The already formidable Rox pirates had now incorporated the 7th Division, tipping the balance of power on the seas even further. In addition to the giant Marine Vice Admiral stationed at the headquarters, numerous officers flocked to the vast conference room, awaiting the arrival of Marine Fleet Admiral Netania. The first 3 rows of the conference room were occupied by the most prominent figures in the Navy: the highly acclaimed Admiral Steelbone, the seasoned and respected Vice Admiral Carp, who had forsworn promotion to Admiral, and the youngest among the admirals, the recently appointed Admiral Blackarm Zephr. These 3 were regarded as the most powerful figures of this generation in the Navy. Though Carp held a vice admiral's rank, none amongst the Navy found it inappropriate for him to be in such esteemed company. Kapu simply does not aspire to ascend to the rank of admiral. In terms of prowess, he is nearly on par with the legendary Kong, if not slightly superior. Aside from these 3 admirals of formidable combat capabilities, the prospective candidates for admiralcy, such as Admiral Sengoku and the capable Vice Admiral Tsuru, are also gathered in the conference room, awaiting proceedings. Tsuru, alongside Kapu and Sengoku, entered the Navy during the same period, having risen from ordinary seamen in the naval training camp to become part of the esteemed Iron Triangle of the Navy. Tsuru is regarded as one of the contemporary candidates for admiral due to her profound insights into strategic planning and her remarkable proficiency in observation haki, making her a formidable sniper. This quintet is arguably the most powerful assembly within the Navy headquarters. However, as of now, the Navy still lacks 1 admiral and 1 candidate for admiral. Despite the Navy's continuous efforts to recruit strong individuals from various military factions of the world government, the rapid rise of the Rox pirates in recent years has inadvertently dampened the enthusiasm of many to join the Navy. After all, who would dare to enlist in the Navy during such perilous times when dark forces are burgeoning? It's akin to joining the National Army in the year 1949. Kapu-sensei, hasn't Team Marshal Netania been eager for you to be promoted to admiral? That position represents the pinnacle of the Navy's combat strength, yet you have chosen to decline. As the atmosphere in the room thickened with anticipation, Kapu, the most carefree among the assembly, casually seized a pack of snacks and began munching away. His utterly nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with the gravity expected of a Navy officer, yet the others had grown accustomed to it, and no one dared to intervene. Behind Kapu stood a tall, slender youth clad in a deep blue naval jacket, named Kazan, originally an ordinary seaman from the South China Sea branch. His extraordinary talent during training led to his rapid promotion within the Navy, culminating in his current position as a colonel at Navy headquarters under Kapu's command. Earlier, 2 exceptionally gifted young individuals had also been recommended from the North China Sea branch, Sakazuki and Borsellino. Currently, Sakazuki is training under Vice Admiral Tsuru, while Borsellino is honing his skills under the tutelage of Admiral Sengoku. These 3 youngsters have garnered a reputation as the new generation of monstrous talents within the Navy headquarters. In fact, The current Navy Marshal has expressed a desire to create an additional admiral position to systematically train and cultivate these exceptional youths. However, due to the current tense circumstances, such plans must be temporarily shelved. Ha! Kazan, the reason I refuse to become an admiral is simply to enjoy a bit more freedom. To seek freedom, one does not require immense power. He then inquired, by the way, would you care for some sunbae? Upon hearing Kazan's question, Kapu jovially elucidated his rationale. Within the Navy, it is well known that Kapu harbors a deep disdain for the celestial dragons. To ascend to the rank of admiral would necessitate serving them directly, a prospect that Kapu finds tenfold more excruciating than any form of torture. The mere thought of waiting on those celestial dragons sends shivers through his muscular frame. It is, to him, the most terrifying ordeal imaginable. After absorbing Kapu's explanation, Kazan appeared to plunge into contemplative silence. For him, still enkindled by the flames of justice, the intricate relationship between the Navy's ideals and the world government remains elusive. However, Sakazuki, standing nearby, cast a keen glance in Kapu's direction. Though he harbors little admiration for Kapu's apparent disregard for military decorum, he cannot deny that Kapu's words resonate with undeniable truth. Having been raised by a father who served as an officer in the North China Sea branch, Sakazuki has developed a profound aversion to the hollow justice espoused by the Navy. Indeed, just a few years ago, upon becoming a seaman, he vowed that once he ascended to the rank of Navy Marshal, he would confront the powers that be at the world government headquarters and denounce them openly. Yet, for now, that aspiration feels distant and unattainable. Chapter 54, Marshal Netania. As the minds of the attendees wandered in various directions, a group of figures adorned with black patterned masks and cloaked in white capes mysteriously gathered at the entrance of the conference room. Among them was Marshal Netania, who hastily entered the room to convene the meeting. After clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly of Navy personnel. In a few days, we will embark on the world government's triennial human hunting operation, targeting the island of Goddess Valley in the West Blue. The Gorosei have urgently requested that our Navy immediately mobilize forces to secure Goddess Valley and ensure the hunting operation proceeds as planned. The Marshal's pronouncement elicited frowns from the self-proclaimed champions of justice among the naval officers. While they are all acutely aware that the Navy's notion of justice is far from pure, the prospect of upholding such a nefarious plan under the guise of justice makes them question their integrity. Consequently, a chorus of discontent erupted within the conference room. Recognizing the shift in sentiment among his officers, Marshal Netania noted that they no longer exhibited the unwavering commitment to the world government that they once did. The increasingly formidable Navy headquarters, when faced with such an unjust choice, inevitably weighs its options. In other words, the current cadre of naval officers seems to believe they have gained the strength to assert their independence. Nevertheless, Marshal Netania is not inclined to heed the dissenting voices of these naval officers. The paramount force for world domination remains the top-tier combat strength. As long as the Admiral-level combatants remain loyal, the lesser ranks of the Navy are of minimal concern. They are merely cannon fodder. The ability to attain Admiral-level prowess clearly illustrates the Navy's current standing within the world government. Should the Navy lose the financial support of the world government, its operational mechanisms would likely collapse within a year. The Navy, which controls the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, incurs exorbitant daily military expenses. Without the world government's funding, the Navy would struggle to sustain salaries, benefits, and even essential projects such as ship repairs and disability allowances for its personnel. Marshal Netania was entirely indifferent to the opinions of those so-called naval officers beneath the rank of admiral, deeming them utterly inconsequential. Silence. If you no longer wish to serve in the Navy, you may withdraw at this very moment. Submit your forms, and I shall promptly sign and stamp them, he declared, his voice resonating with authority. Maintaining justice is far from a trivial endeavor. God Valley is merely a non-member nation, one that has not aligned with the government. Such extraterritorial entities are not recognized by the government. They are merely a congregation of barbarians. This operation is a preemptive measure to prevent these rogues from venturing down the treacherous path of piracy. After expressing his dissatisfaction with a stern reprimand, Marshal Netania proceeded to announce the subsequent task assignments. Kong, Karp, Zephr, and Sengoku were each to command 10 warships, forming a demon-slaying fleet that would set sail for God Valley without delay. Commander Tsuru and I, along with the CP organization's governor, have already advanced to the mission site to deploy our armaments. This operations plan is not only to ensure the hunting mission proceeds without a hitch, but we must also deliver a significant blow to that lawless rocks pirates. Marshal Netania proclaimed in a gravelly voice, issuing a series of commands. According to intelligence provided by the CP organization, the esteemed 5 elders, who wield the highest authority in the world, had made the necessary preparations. At a critical juncture in the battle, the 5 elders would also make their appearance to eliminate Roxd, Jibek. After a few more minutes of assigning additional tasks to the other officers, Marshal Netania, accompanied by Commander Tsuru, hastily exited the conference room. At that moment, a masked figure who had been waiting silently outside the meeting room began to gesture through the air with both hands. In the next instant, this masked individual opened a luminous portal that seemed to lead to another world. One by one, the group entered, and the portal gradually vanished. To the astonishment of the naval officers present, including Marshal Netania, the entire group had vanished without a trace. Even the keenest observation could not detect a whisper of their presence. It was the power of the Dordor fruit. Who would have imagined that the CP organization had acquired such a strategically potent devil fruit ability? Sengoku murmured to himself amidst the naval officers. This devil fruit, capable of transporting a formidable force across the barriers of space directly to their destination, was an invaluable asset for any organization. Just imagine if the Navy could summon a top-tier admiral to the battlefield through the abilities of a Dordor fruit user in the midst of capturing a notorious pirate. Such an event would be a terrifying development for any pirate crew. The sudden ambush by the Navy's highest combat power would be an insurmountable challenge. The CP organization, in comparison to our Navy, garners greater attention from the 5 elders. It is not surprising that they possess any extraordinary devil fruit abilities. Observing Sengoku's deeply contemplative demeanor, Kong extended his broad, calloused hand and patted his shoulder. Though our actions may not be just, we must heed the government's orders to preserve the essence of the Navy's existence. With that, Kong strode out of the conference room with resolute steps. Karp and Zephyr soon followed suit, no longer lingering, as they set off to mobilize their respective fleets. The remaining naval officers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. An overwhelming sense of foreboding settled upon them. This time, the Navy was mobilizing against an enemy unlike any other, the Rocks Pirates, a formidable organization that could stand against the world government itself. The sheer scale of their power transcended the definition of a mere pirate crew. Would many lives be lost in this conflict? Alas, who could say? Yet, one could not help but blame the celestial dragons. Had it not been for their insidious human hunting plan, the Navy would not be compelled to confront the Rocks Pirates head-on. The tension was palpable. Was I, a mere rear admiral, truly equipped to handle such a scenario? Would I become fodder the moment I stepped onto the battlefield? Perhaps, but certainty eluded us. I could not shake the feeling that there was a greater malevolence at play. A cadre of naval officers murmured amongst themselves before departing to rally their forces, setting their sights on the West Sea. In Chapter 55, titled All Are Villains, we find ourselves on the island of Hakanosu in the latter half of the Grand Line. The captains of the 7 divisions of the Rocks Pirates, along with other crew members affiliated with the Rocks Pirates group, had all converged upon the port area of Hakanosu, under the captain's dire command. It was a day when nearly the entire populace of Hakanosu was mobilized. In the years since the founding of the Rocks Pirates, there had been few days with an atmosphere as oppressive as this. For on these waters, few adversaries could stand against the might of the Rocks Pirates. Only this time, the Navy and the world government were poised to engage in battle. The Celestial Dragon's human hunting event, held every 3 years, would soon commence. It was inevitable that the Celestial Dragons, gathered in their holy land of Mariawa, would descend upon God Valley to execute their annihilation plan. One could only imagine the formidable defenses that would be arrayed at God Valley in anticipation. At the Hakanosu port, the captains were as follows. 1st Division Captain, Edward Newgate. 2nd Division Captain, Shiki the Lion. 3rd Division Captain, Charlotte Linlin, alongside the remaining captains, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and the 7th Division Captain, Roa, all assembled. The stature, influence, and strength of these 7 individuals could easily overshadow any organization in the world. Even the so-called most violent organization upon the seas, the Navy, dared not provoke their wrath lightly. Roa cast a discerning gaze upon the members of the Rocks Pirates standing beside Whitebeard and the others. Most striking among them was Miss Bakken, adorned in fishnet stockings, gracefully perched upon Whitebeard's shoulder. Bakken was an ordinary crew member of the Rocks Pirates. Yet her unique scientific talents rendered her the sole scientist of the crew. Alongside her were 2 other striking women, the intelligence officer and navigator, Shaki, and the combatant, Girolioza, both hailing from the former and current empresses of the Daughters Island in the Calm Belt. according to whispers exchanged between Whitebeard and Roa. Roa often regarded the so-called Empress Giurliosa with a degree of astonishment. Whitebeard had mentioned that this woman, initially content to reside within Daughter's Island, had found herself irresistibly drawn to Captain Rox, ultimately leading her to join the ranks of the Rox pirates. Regrettably, even when faced with such alluring beauty, Captain Rox remains as steadfast as a rock, diligently preparing for his endeavors. His infatuation with Empress Gold Roger is but a fleeting dalliance for him. Nevertheless, despite this, Gold Roger finds herself ensnared in the throes of passion, utterly unable to extricate herself. On Whitebeard's shoulder, Bakine is perched like a watchful guardian. Beyond the formidable members of the Rox pirates, there are at least 100 other pirate captains restlessly awaiting their chance. Each of these men is a notorious figure from the latter half of the Grand Line, with nearly every captain boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Yet, despite their considerable prowess, they pale in comparison to the 7 commanders, including Roju, who stand before them. Only those who have attained the level of an admiral at the Navy headquarters possess any hope of becoming a commander. There are but 2 pathways to ascend as a commander of the Rox pirates. The first is to directly defeat an admiral in battle. The second is to challenge an existing commander at random. Victory entitles one to establish a new command, thereby gaining power, renown, status, and wealth. Each of these conditions presents a challenge of almost infernal proportions. Indeed, throughout the history of the Rox pirates, no other captain has managed to fulfill either of these challenges, except for the recently emerged Roju. Roju is the sole individual to have repelled the 2nd Division commander, the formidable Shiki, and at such a tender age, one can only imagine the prodigious talent that lies within him. As time slipped away, the once gentle sun had ascended high into the sky, transforming into a blazing orb. At that moment, Rox's figure suddenly flickered like a specter. Everyone has arrived. Let us prepare to set sail. After confirming that all the commanders, including Roju, were present, Rox turned his gaze towards Shiki. Prior to Whitebeard's invitation to Roju to join the Rox pirates, Rox had already informed Shiki to utilize the float fruit to control all the other pirate crews. When Rox had left Shiki alone in the room, he had nearly frightened him with his intensity. The 2 men locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension. However, as Shiki waved his hand, nearly 300 pirate ships floated into the air, approximately 1,000 meters high. Roju, utilizing the unique electromagnetic waves of the thunder fruit, suddenly sensed a pirate crew bearing a long-nosed skull flag approaching near Hakanosu. Roger is here, Roju remarked, observing the gradually materializing silhouette of the Golden Jackson. At the bow of that ship stood a man, robust and muscular, donning a straw hat. Gold Roger, a newcomer who had only recently risen to prominence in the latter half of the Grand Line, with nearly every crew member boasting bounties exceeding 200 million. And having declined the invitation to join the Rox pirates, they garnered significant attention, as Roju's words echoed. The other commanders also took note of the arrival of Roger's crew. Rox raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the intentions of this fellow D-clan member who had consistently refused to ally with him. Ha, Captain Rox. Could it be that Roger has come to seek you out at this moment? Shiki exclaimed, having crossed swords with Roger before and acknowledging him as a formidable opponent. Of course, if he seeks to compare himself to you, Captain, he would undoubtedly fall short, he added, hands on his hips, floating a few meters above the ground in anticipation of Roger's crew. Perhaps he has come looking for me, but I hope he is not seeking his own demise. Rox mused, gripping his blackened blade, Blood Slaughter, which had been steeped in Conqueror's haki. This top-tier sword of the Supreme Great Blade series bore the haunting aura of countless lives it had taken. Upon closer inspection, it was far more chilling than any so-called cursed blade. Rox was prepared. Should Roger dare to utter words of discouragement against igniting war, he would personally take the head of this kin as an offering to his blade. Chapter 56. The Arrival of the Roger Pirates. As the commanders awaited, the Roger Pirates soon arrived at the harbor of Hakanosu Island. Roger, Shanks, and Dayton. Upon seeing his old rival Roger stepping onto the island, Shiki could not contain his excitement. Roger, ever the jovial spirit, responded warmly to Shiki. However, apart from Roger's carefree demeanor, Rayleigh appeared somewhat serious. From the moment they set foot on Hakanosu, he had already spotted dozens of pirate captains, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. It was worth noting that pirates with such bounties could be considered elite members of Roger's crew. Yet, astonishingly, these high-caliber pirates were relegated to the status of inconsequential captains within the Rox pirates. Furthermore, the infrastructure of the Rox pirates on Hakanosu was nothing short of exemplary. The hundreds of ships floating in midair projected an imposing presence. The members of Roger's crew appeared as country bumpkins in the city, gazing around in awe and exclaiming in astonishment. In comparison to the world-renowned Rocks pirates, Roger's crew felt as insignificant as ants. Although Roger himself was formidable within the ranks of the Rocks pirates, he could only hope to measure up to the commander-level pirates, an utterly terrifying thought. Rayleigh silently prepared himself, acutely aware that relying on Roger would be futile. Such a captain was the most unreliable of companions. However, as Rayleigh remained vigilant towards each commander of the Rocks pirates, his keen eyes suddenly caught sight of a striking young woman clad in a pink top and tight shorts with short hair. "This is the intelligence officer of the Rocks pirates, Shiki," Rayleigh exclaimed internally, feeling a rush of excitement as he recognized her face, which, despite her mature demeanor, stirred a sense of infatuation within him. Meanwhile, Shiki, who had been waiting with her arms crossed, also noticed Rayleigh's flustered expression. Observing his golden hair, muscular physique, and uniquely marked beard, Shiki suddenly found herself making an impulsive gesture that even she could not comprehend. She cast a flirtatious glance at Rayleigh. Their youthful eyes locked in an intense gaze, connecting in an unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Rocks was keenly aware of the peculiar dynamics between the two. According to whispers among fans, it was said that Shiki's betrayal of the Rocks pirates stemmed from her infatuation with Rayleigh. It could be said that they fell in love at first sight. Subsequently, under Rayleigh's influence, Shiki joined the Roger pirates, and after the dissolution of the Roger pirates, the two retired together on Sabaody Archipelago, indulging in a life devoid of shame. However, it seemed that this idyllic existence was disrupted by Rox's premature entry into the Rocks pirates, resulting in some unforeseen changes. At this moment, the Roger pirates should have been en route to God Valley. Yet here they were, recklessly charging into the headquarters of the Rocks pirates at Hakanosu. Did this fellow truly not fear Rox's wrath? Rox pondered this unprecedented turn of events in silence. Nonetheless, these were merely minor interludes. In contrast to such romantic entanglements, Rox was far more eager to storm into God Valley and wreak havoc, decapitating celestial dragons one by one, smashing their heads to pieces. At this juncture, Rox's gaze fortuitously fell upon Rox. "I shall negotiate first. If that fails, I will eliminate them," he mused, determined that the God Valley plan must not be obstructed. After meeting Rox's gaze, he strode confidently toward Roger. For Rox, he held no particular fondness for Roger. In the original storyline, had it not been for Roger's disruptive crew suddenly invading God Valley to join forces with the Marines against Rox, the Rocks pirates might never have faced defeat in that era. It could be said that all of this was due to Roger, who transformed the world government into an unchallenged maritime overlord. Subsequently, this individual audaciously initiated the so-called Great Pirate Era, allowing a multitude of ignorant and inept pirates to flood the Grand Line, engaging in rampant pillaging and slaughter, all while a throng of admirers upheld his image as the Pirate King. It was utterly laughable. Although life under Rox's dominion was not necessarily idyllic for the world's populace, at least Rox would not exhibit the same deranged brutality as the Celestial Dragons, who demanded the slaughter of an entire nation every 3 years. A nation comprises a significant number of infants and women. While the Rocks pirates may outwardly appear as a band of ruthless marauders, they were far from being as depraved as the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, the protection fees collected from the islands under the Rocks pirates' aegis were substantially lower than the exorbitant demands of the Celestial Dragons. According to Rox's understanding, the member nations of the world government had long wished to withdraw from the alliance during this period. Yet, alas, the Rocks pirates were unwilling to accept them or provide protection, leaving these nations no choice but to continue funneling vast wealth to the Celestial Dragons for their extravagant indulgences. GOLD. Roger, why have you come to Hakanosu instead of embarking on your grand adventure across the Grand Line? Do you not wish to journey to the fabled final island to uncover the so-called truth of the century? Rox inquired, gazing at the diminutive figure of Roger, who stood barely reaching the height of Whitebeard's thigh. "Ah ha ha. It is the guidance of fate that has led me to meet you, Rox. Although I understand it may seem peculiar, my instincts have never led me astray. You are indeed headed to God Valley, correct? The Roger pirates shall join the fray. Let us together turn this chaotic world upside down," Roger exclaimed, his signature smile illuminating his face as he boldly proclaimed his intention for the Roger pirates to join the Rocks pirates in the battle at God Valley. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Rox, who had been prepared to sever Roger's head from his shoulders, cast a sideways glance at him. For as soon as Roger voiced his desire to join the battle, an overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from him. Countless notorious pirate captains with bounties exceeding 1 billion marines were left in awe. This was the new king, Gold, Roger. His commanding presence rivaled that of Captain Whitebeard and Captain Shiki. What connection did he have with our 7th Division captain, Rox? They seemed remarkably familiar with one another. Furthermore, their first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, and their third-in-command, Jabba, exhibited a might that was not inferior to our own Captain Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. If these individuals were to join our ranks, what could the Marine headquarters possibly muster against us? The crowd buzzed with speculation as they observed Roger's exuberant declarations. Meanwhile, Rox regarded Roger with a hint of surprise, noting a subtle shift in the narrative upon his arrival. Originally, Roger would have been expected to prevent the Rox pirates from participating. Yet now, he seemed to have reversed course, opting to join forces with the Rox pirates in their expedition to God Valley. Nonetheless, Rox did not delve too deeply into this unexpected turn of events. The arrival of the Roger pirates was fortuitous. More hands would bolster their resistance against the world government, allowing him to focus on exterminating the celestial dragons. If you wish to join the fray, then so be it. A slight smile graced Rox's lips as he casually reached out to touch the Roger pirate's ship, the Oro Jackson. The moment his fingers made contact, the Oro Jackson appeared to lose gravity, rising majestically into the air amidst a flurry of waves. Ah ha ha ha. Thank you, Mr. Rox. Roger laughed heartily as he drew his sword, Ace, and pointed it toward the sky, turning to his crew with excitement. Set sail, brothers. Let us together turn this world upside down. Chapter 57, God Valley. With the Roger pirates officially deciding to join the battle at God Valley, Rox wasted no time. Lightly uttering a command to mobilize, the massive pirate ship, the Sword of Jibek, crafted from Adam's wood and as resilient as iron, swiftly ascended to approximately 3,000 meters before soaring toward the West Sea. Following the trajectory of the Sword of Jibek, the remaining pirate ships of various factions naturally fell into formation. In the blazing sunlit sky, a multitude of dark spots filled the air, all belonging to the Rox pirates. On the masts of the ships, the unique skull flag of the Rox pirates fluttered triumphantly in the sea breeze. Such a colossal pirate force moving in unison was enough to obliterate any opposition, whether from rival pirates or the Marines. All would be struck with terror at the sheer scale of the Rox pirates, wishing they could sprout 8 legs and flee. Inside the conference room of the Sword of Jibek, Whitebeard, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and others had all gathered together. As for the later arrivals, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and others, they took their seats beside Roronoa. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a bout with that fellow carp. Ha 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 ha. Newgate, he is but a mere cannon. The moment I take to the skies, he will be utterly powerless against me. He exclaimed, Mamma. I can only hope this time we capture a man of superior talent. Within the conference room, the various captains harbored diverse thoughts, all eagerly anticipating the impending grand conflict. Ever since the Rox pirates had risen, they had scarcely had any opportunity to exert themselves. In this world, aside from the world government and the Marine headquarters, no force could thwart their advance. Ah, Rayleigh, do you not see that I speak the truth? This is the guidance of will. To partake in such a frenzied war would leave no room for regret, even in death. Observing the assembly of formidable warriors, Roger felt a surge of excitement. Although he had little interest in dominion, he was willing to assist in overthrowing the oppressive world government. Yet, all these events were instigated by Roronoa. Had it not been for the tumultuous incident a few months prior, perhaps Roger would have ventured directly to God Valley instead of meeting Roronoa here. Subsequently, due to an ill-fated encounter with Rox and the prevailing tides of fate, he had unexpectedly allied with Carp to obliterate the Rox pirates. Enough of this nonsense, Roger. You always say such things without a shred of thought. Rayleigh, who had been drinking in silence, could not restrain himself upon hearing Roger's irresponsible words, and promptly struck him on the head with a bottle. However, despite Rayleigh's words, it was evident from his expression and the frequent glances he cast toward Shaki that dismissing him would not be so simple. These two were indeed akin to two turtles, gazing at one another with mutual interest. Roronoa remained silent as he surveyed the assembly of these kingly warriors. He understood that during the upcoming battle at God Valley, hundreds of celestial dragons would emerge. The mere thought of slashing through hundreds of celestial dragons and crushing their skulls beneath the polished soles of his black shoes sent tremors of exhilaration coursing through Roronoa's heart. Were it not for his outward calm, one might have assumed he had lost his sanity. Amid the rapid flight facilitated by the float fruit's abilities, the surrounding air churned with a sound reminiscent of wailing spirits. At that moment, Shaki, casting a lingering gaze at Rayleigh while occasionally checking the sea chart, interjected everyone. Please pay attention. We are nearing God Valley. The mountainous island ahead is indeed God Valley. As Shaki's words resonated, the previously inebriated group instantly regained their senses. They had been soaring through the skies for 2 or 3 days, and their anticipation had reached a fever pitch. Upon hearing they were about to arrive at God Valley, the group could scarcely contain their excitement. Brothers, heed my command. As soon as our pirate ship touches the sea, we shall launch a full-scale assault and charge in with utmost speed. The world government's forces cannot withstand us. Once this battle is concluded, we shall feast and revel at Mariewa tomorrow. With the outline of God Valley now visible, Rox waved his hand and activated his transponder snail, issuing orders to the captains of hundreds of pirate ships. Meanwhile, the ship the captains were aboard, the Jaibeck Sword, sped towards God Valley with unparalleled haste. At the periphery of God Valley, a dense throng of Navy soldiers and CP agents simultaneously noticed the sky, filled with pirate ships resembling a swarm of bees. The sight of such a terrifying concentration of forces left the lookout Navy soldiers and CP agents pale with fear. They understood that this war would be brutal, but they never anticipated the Rox pirates would mobilize in such numbers. All units, attention. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The Rox pirates have truly arrived. In a state of heightened anxiety, the lookout officers frantically repeated the signal through their transponder snails. Without delay, they pulled the alarm for the entire island. Suddenly, the air was filled with the shrill and oppressive sound of alarms echoing throughout God Valley. Concurrently, in a room at the very center of God Valley, a young man clad in a black shirt, sporting an oddly shaped red crescent hairstyle, raised his head with an expression of calm. What a nuisance, he remarked. Chapter 58, The Future 3 Admirals. The incessant blaring of alarms forced everyone's hearts to race. Oh, I just joined the Navy not long ago, and now I must participate in a war of this magnitude? How terrifying. I've heard that every captain in the Rox Pirates is akin to a monster. At this moment, the 3 Navy recruits hailed as the most likely successors to future admiral positions stood together, quietly hiding behind the seasoned veterans such as Karp, Kong, and Zephr, assessing the impending threat of the Rox Pirates. At their tender age, they had yet to grasp the true nature of the Rox Pirates. In their limited understanding, they believed that the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, the Admirals, was a pinnacle rarely surpassed. And indeed, this was true. The current 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters possessed combat strength that could directly confront the 3 strongest captains of the Rox Pirates. They are merely a bunch of scum. The power of justice will surely annihilate them. The foremost figure, Sakazuki, disdainfully observed the densely packed pirate fleet above. From his perspective, with the entirety of the Marine headquarters combat strength deployed, alongside the combat capabilities of CP agents, God Valley was fortified with an impregnable defense. Should the Rox pirates dare to approach, they would undoubtedly meet their doom. However, before his words could settle, the officer leading his training, Vice Admiral Tsuru, gently cautioned him. Do not underestimate the Rox pirates, Sakazuki. They are the most fearsome pirate organization in the world. Their strength is formidable enough to obliterate our Marine headquarters. With her light blue hair tied in a ponytail, Vice Admiral Tsuru's youthful beauty was marred by a furrowed brow of concern. Truth be told, Tsuru harbored doubts about their chances of victory in this war. The Rox pirates were simply too powerful. Moreover, the Navy, embroiled in what can only be termed an unjust war, finds itself plagued by internal discord. Despite the arrival of 3 supreme CP governors sent to curb their adversaries, who can assure us that the Rox pirates are devoid of external assistance? It is crucial to remember that during this era dominated by the Rox pirates, the infamous rogues that roam the seas are not to be underestimated. The formidable swordsman Bartholomew Clydefield, the founder of the 8 Treasures Water Army, the great pirate Green Pepper, the world destroyer Bondewald, and many more powerful pirates vanished when the Rox pirates mobilized. Should these illustrious figures decide to intervene recklessly at the onset of battle, one can hardly fathom the catastrophic losses the Navy headquarters would sustain. The maritime overlords, Rox D, Zebek, Whitebeard, Shiki, Silver Axe, Captain John, Charlotte Linlin, and the newly formed 7th Division led by Roa, are all present. What audacity the Rox pirates possess. Such an assembly could feasibly storm the holy land of Mariewa without exaggeration. Amidst the crowd, the Admiral Sora, upon noticing the 7 ships emblematic of the Rox pirates divisions, gasped in disbelief. The 7 top commanders, along with the legendary Rox himself, the world's most powerful pirate crew, is fully assembled. This hunting expedition orchestrated by the nobles cannot be interrupted, even if it costs the Navy headquarters every last life. They must thwart their advance. Yet, there is no need for undue concern, as the five elders have sent word that they will arrive at God Valley at a pivotal moment in the battle. At the Navy headquarters, standing beside the current three admirals is Fleet Admiral Netania, who has held his rank for over a decade. Long before the Rocks pirates made their name, Netania, wielding the superhuman diamond fruit, had already carved a path through the ranks of pirates, establishing a formidable reputation that led to his promotion to admiral. Subsequently, he distinguished himself in numerous battles, ultimately ascending to the position of Fleet Admiral, just as Netania intended to bolster the morale of the Navy soldiers. The golden lion on the sword of Zebek suddenly erupted into action. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned an island made entirely of hard reef stones, propelling it towards them. This fiend, the wise and strategic Sengoku, having attained the rank of Rear Admiral, felt his pupils contract in shock as he beheld the massive island threatening to engulf half of God Valley. Should such a colossal mass be dropped from the skies, the devastation inflicted upon the Navy troops would be catastrophic. With no time to waste, he summoned the power of the Buddha fruit, transforming into a towering golden Buddha. Following his lead, Sora and Carp activated their formidable haki, fixating their attention on the looming island. If the golden lion were to release this behemoth, they would need to muster their greatest strength to shatter it and avert disaster for the soldiers below. Captain of the 2nd Division, the Golden Lion Shiki, had long been known as the Flying Pirate Admiral before joining the Rocks Pirates, a notorious rogue who commanded floating islands. Is this the true extent of his power? To control such a massive island, Yasukaski, the Flying Pirate Golden Lion Shiki, truly resembles a monstrous being. In the crowd, Borsellino's face turned pale as he gazed at the ominous island looming above him. His eyes widened, and a golden aura radiated from him. As a newly inducted recruit, he was determined not to perish on this unjust battlefield. Borsellino silently vowed that should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would swiftly vanish in a flash of light. "Ha! This magnificent gift is for you." With a maniacal laugh, the Golden Lion thrust forward, relinquishing his control and allowing the island to plummet downward. "Carp, I'll catch this island. You and Admiral Sora must find a way to shatter it. Otherwise, if it strikes God Valley, our Navy soldiers will be annihilated." Transformed into the Golden Buddha, Sengoku's voice boomed like thunder as he looked skyward and raised his gleaming arms, preparing to deflect the impending disaster. Meanwhile, Borsellino's legs shimmered with a resplendent light, ready to flee at any moment. Chapter 60. The God Valley War commences just as tension enveloped the air. A deep crimson, terrifying sword energy suddenly cleaved through the central area of God Valley. Boom. Upon contact with the island, the sword energy surged forth with incredible speed, slicing through the entire island as if it were in an uninhabited realm, cleaving it in two. As everyone stood in astonishment, pondering the identity of the formidable being capable of unleashing such potent sword energy, the crimson energy did not dissipate. Instead, it morphed into a peculiar red orb pulsating with strange energy. In that moment, the once massive island, now severed, was transformed into a myriad of minute particles by the sheer force of the energy. The scene was instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust, punctuated by the sounds of violent coughing. At this juncture, the Golden Lion, soaring high above, felt his triumphant grin falter. He could hardly believe that his prized tactic of hurling islands had been so effortlessly dismantled by an unknown adversary. Meanwhile, Rocks, having emerged from the ship's cabin, also took note of the deep crimson sword energy. It seems a formidable ally from the world government has arrived. A devil fruit ability I have never encountered, Rocks mused calmly, yet his aura began to swell, exuding a menacing presence akin to an abyss. Thud, thud. Thud. The atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive, and all present could hear the very rhythm of their own blood coursing through their veins, coupled with the drumming of their hearts. The once clear skies over God Valley transformed into a tempestuous storm, dark clouds gathering ominously. The tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves, and the air was filled with the low rumble of thunder tearing through the pitch-black clouds above. Moments later, under the dread aura emitted by Rocks, the tens of thousands of elite Navy forces stationed on the periphery crumpled, with 5,000 to 6,000 collapsing in an instant. Many others, devoid of the will to resist, fell into a profound slumber, unable to awaken. Damn it! How can this guy's conqueror's haki be so overpowering? Even stronger than it was a few years ago. Marshal Netania gazed with a grim expression at the elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters and the agents of CP, who were falling in rows, utterly helpless. He lacked the conqueror's haki. In fact, within the entire Navy headquarters, only Kong, Garp, and Sengoku possessed the conqueror's haki. there was a severe scarcity of it. Or rather, there were hardly any individuals on their side capable of awakening it. Although they possessed sufficient willpower to reach such levels of strength, they were sorely lacking in the audacity that could intimidate the heavens and inspire fearlessness. This fellow hoped that the government's security forces could withstand the onslaught. Sengoku, somewhat dumbfounded, felt the overwhelming presence of Rock's formidable conqueror's haki. This aura surged like a tempest, an unstoppable force that blotted out the sun. However, Sengoku, being one of the few in the Navy headquarters who wielded all three types of haki, knew he had to act decisively. After taking a deep breath, Kong, Sengoku, and Garp unleashed their conqueror's haki and charged towards Rock's. Yet, despite their desperate efforts, the best they could achieve was to barely match Rock's might. Had Rock's conqueror's haki truly ascended to such a level? The ultimate conqueror's haki. It truly exists. Sengoku's pupils constricted, a wave of shock washing over him as he broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing Rock's unleash his conqueror's haki from such an extraordinary distance. He could scarcely fathom the overwhelming power that Rock's haki would possess if it had indeed reached the ultimate tier. Based on past experiences, it had always taken two individuals with top-tier conqueror's haki to contend with Rock's. Yet now, even with Kong and Garp at his side, they could only barely maintain their footing, teetering on the brink of collapse. Rock's was far too powerful. You can no longer impede my progress. From this day forth, the Rock's pirates shall become the dominators of the world. Golden Lion, let our men commence the attack. Annihilate them. As Rock's brutal voice reverberated through the air, Sengoku and Garp's conqueror's haki was instantly shattered. Only Kong remained, but even he was swiftly overwhelmed and sent flying aside. At this moment of chaos, the Golden Lion wasted no time, extending his finger with a swift gesture, commanding hundreds of pirate ships to plummet from the sky. They crashed onto the shores of God Valley. This sudden maneuver resulted in thousands of Navy soldiers being crushed beneath the weight of the heavy pirate vessels, mercilessly killed on the spot. But that was merely the beginning. As the pirate ships descended, waves of pirates poured out from the holds like a swarm of ants. The Navy and pirates clashed violently. Amidst the clash of swords, blood spattered everywhere, and the entirety of God Valley was engulfed by the pirates. Even though the Rock's pirates were outnumbered by the combined forces of the Navy headquarters and CP agents, the atmosphere was charged with an indomitable fighting spirit. Once infused with the will to battle, numbers became irrelevant, and the resolve to fight remained unshaken. The throngs of combatants collided, igniting a fierce conflict. Brothers, for justice. The Rock's pirates shall be vanquished here. Indeed, eliminate these accursed pirates. If we, the Navy, retreat, then justice will cease to exist in this world. The CP organization looks down upon us, and now the pirates wish to join the fray. Let us fight. We shall forge anew the glory of our Navy. A high-ranking officer, seemingly a devil fruit user, raised a megaphone and shouted passionately, igniting the dormant fighting spirit within countless Navy personnel. In an instant, the roar of battle filled the air. The Navy and Rock's pirates clashed fiercely, fingers, severed limbs, and shattered bodies flying everywhere, creating a truly shocking spectacle. Nevertheless, even in the face of such chaos, the numerous Navy and CP elites refrained from intervening. Their sole purpose was to thwart the captain of the Rock's pirates. Should they intervene, and if the Rock's pirates were to join the melee, the casualties would only escalate. This unspoken agreement had become a tacit understanding among the powerful of both sides. Navy, it is not too late to abandon your position. As long as I successfully ascend to the holy land of the celestial dragons, you can still fight for justice, though your actions today are far from just. Ha 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 ha. With the advantage of his conqueror's haki, Rox charged boldly toward the heart of God Valley. How dare you? Rox, do you take the Navy for fools? Justice shall not be reduced to the lackey of pirates. You are audacious. Do you truly believe there is no one who can stand against you? As Rox appeared on the land of God Valley with a speed akin to teleportation, Marshal Netania positioned himself, enveloped in a diamond-like glow that radiated impenetrable strength, resolutely blocking his path. Chapter 61, A Flaw Revealed to Rox. Oh, Netania, just a defeated foe. And you dare to show your face? Upon seeing the man standing in his way, Rox remembered their previous encounter, when he had once grievously injured this insolent fellow's heart with a single sword strike. However, it seemed that after such a long period of recuperation, Netania's injuries had healed remarkably well. Previously, it was my oversight not to pierce your heart. This time, should I catch you again, you shall surely perish. Rox gazed disdainfully at Netania, now fully encased in diamond, every inch of his skin covered. A man who had already lost the will to resist was hardly worthy of a second glance. Blast it. Steel Bone Kong. Come help me. We need two to hold this man off. Before the government's reinforcements could arrive, they must stake their lives on justice to prevent this man from advancing. Marshal Netania's gaze was resolute. He summoned Kong to his side, combining their might against Rock's overwhelming aura. Ha ha ha. Justice? Is what you Navy do today truly just? You slaughter countless innocents in service of the celestial dragons, annihilating an entire island's populace. Even I, Rox, would not dare such a thing. You are utterly shameless. Every minute you delay me, countless innocents perish at your hands, one by one. Merely a lapdog of the world government, a vile hound of the celestial dragons. And yet he dares to speak of justice? Rox smirked impudently, his aura swelling with an overwhelming intensity. Netanya, observing Rock's disdainful demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety within. He had never anticipated that this individual would be such a blusterer. If he continued unimpeded, even though their high-ranking combatants might remain unaffected, the lower-ranking naval soldiers would surely be swayed. After all, this was an inherently unjust war. As the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had to intervene and silence this sharp-tongued adversary. Without hesitation, Netanya charged forward alongside Steel Bone Kong, initiating their assault from either side. Boom, 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 boom. Faced with the circular onslaught from both sides, Rox acted swiftly, raising his hands to unleash a crimson-black hue of haki, effortlessly intercepting their powerful blows. His mastery of haki reaching an unparalleled zenith. Steel Bone Kong was gripped by a profound dread, yet he had no choice but to press on with relentless aggression. The chaos erupted among the three, each punch and kick embodying the pinnacle of combat awareness. This was a clash among the ocean's most formidable titans, where each collision of haki wrought tremendous devastation. The combatants exchanged blows, engaging in a whirlwind of encounters, with the battle escalating into the hundreds within moments. Within a radius of several kilometers, the once dense ranks of Navy and pirates were instantly obliterated, swept away by the aftershocks of their frenzied combat, transforming the area into a mist of blood. Under such terrifying circumstances, the rugged surface of God Valley Island cracked open, fissures stretching for miles. Remarkably, despite engaging in a 2-on-1 scenario, Rox exhibited no signs of disadvantage. Suddenly, Netanya perceived a shift in the dynamics and shouted, "Rox has revealed a flaw. Diamond impact." Though Steel Bone Kong was uncertain of the exact nature of the flaw, he harbored no doubts. In an instant, he enveloped his fist with Conqueror's haki. Steel Bone's heavy punch. Bang, bang. Following two resounding impacts, Netanya, clad in diamond armor, was sent hurtling backward by Rock's haki-infused strike. The impenetrable diamond breastplate was cleaved open, leaving a gaping wound several centimeters deep, exposing the pulsing of his innards. Meanwhile, Steel Bone Kong, who had also joined the fray, found Rock's left hand firmly blocking his haki-imbued heavy punch. The impact was considerable, yet the damage was minimal. Just as Steel Bone Kong prepared to launch another punch, Rox swiftly lifted his leg and delivered a brutal kick to his groin. Sensing the imminent threat through his observation haki, Steel Bone Kong's expression shifted as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Rock's dual-colored haki, viciously entwined, sent him soaring over 1,000 meters. Akin to a chicken being sent flying, Captain Rock's prowess truly was monstrous. After such a blow, Steel Bone Kong must have felt utterly defeated. Meanwhile, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, who had yet to engage in battle, gazed in awe at the invincible Rox. They were undoubtedly the weakest members of the Rox pirates. Even the newly inducted 7th Division Captain, Luo Hou, proved to be stronger than they. In this perilous era, pirate strength was generally formidable. However, it seemed that the Navy headquarters admirals had also experienced a degree of enhancement. Both sides appeared to be ensnared in an inexplicable state of control. As the pirates grew stronger, so too did the admirals of the Navy. Occasionally, even powers like Conqueror's haki, which were not traditionally associated with the Navy, emerged. Yet, while all eyes remained glued to Rox, who effortlessly held his ground against two adversaries, the newcomer Luo Hou stood dumbfounded on the deck of the Gaebek's sword, astonished by the notifications from his system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's haki attribute. Top tier, 4,696. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's haki attribute. Top tier, 7,396. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's haki attribute. Top tier 100. At that moment, as Rox unleashed a terrifying surge of Conqueror's haki, Luo Hou absorbed a massive wave of its attributes. With Rox's indirect assistance, Luo Hou's conqueror's haki skyrocketed to an astonishing 100. With just a bit more effort, he could attain the ultimate haki possessed by Rocks himself. Feeling the surge of power within him, Luo Hou was elated. His destructive capabilities had effectively tripled. However, upon receiving this revelation, Luo Hou promptly positioned himself behind Rocks, eager to absorb more of the conqueror's haki. Alas, no additional attributes fell from Rocks, not even the basic stats of strength, agility, or stamina. It seemed that to fully absorb Rocks' attributes, a genuine confrontation was necessary. Luo Hou planned to challenge Rocks directly after the God Valley battle. Once his haki reached Rocks' level, combined with the myriad of devil fruit abilities at his disposal, he would be unstoppable. At that point, even the celestial dragons would find themselves at his mercy. Steel Bone Kong, are you alright? Medics, hurry and check on him. Sengoku, having shed his devil fruit powers and reverted to his human form, rushed to assist the fallen Steel Bone Kong. I'm fine. It's not severe, Steel Bone Kong replied, his face grim as he regained his footing. Rock's strength was overwhelmingly potent. It required 3 of them to contend with him. Once assured there were no lingering effects, Sengoku joined the fray, flanking Netanya and Steel Bone Kong in a triangular formation, surrounding Rocks. However, just as they prepared to launch their assault, a deep, mocking laughter echoed. Sengoku froze in shock. It was Whitebeard. In the next instant, the towering figure of the 666-centimeter-tall, monstrous Whitebeard leaped beside Rocks, officially entering the battle. Gururara. Sengoku, how many times has it been that you've been defeated by me? I've lost count, but it must be over 10 times by now. At this moment, although he had yet to harness the extraordinary powers of the Tremor fruit, Whitebeard was unshackled by the constraints of a devil fruit and could better unleash his haki abilities. After jesting about Sengoku, the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral who had repeatedly suffered defeat at his hands, Whitebeard's arm muscles tensed, veins protruding. The massive blade, Yonko, was enveloped in a dark, ink-like coating of armament haki, and beneath the blade's edge, waves of Conqueror's haki surged with volatile energy. After a brief moment of brewing, he swung downwards with ferocity towards Sengoku's crown. The concentrated armament haki, combined with the explosive force of the Conqueror's haki, descended upon Sengoku like a cataclysmic nuclear blast. Do not be too arrogant, Newgate. Today, you shall witness how your defeat unfolds. Sengoku bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, transforming into a colossal Buddha. He took a step forward, causing the earth to crack beneath him, gathering all his strength, radiating a resplendent golden light. Buddha's light impact. Boom! The blade, imbued with armament and Conqueror's haki, clashed fiercely against Sengoku's Buddha light. Both combatants, unwilling to yield, locked their strengths in a titanic struggle until the suppressed energy erupted violently. Sengoku's face flushed crimson as he spat a mouthful of blood, his figure hurtling backward like a rocket. Whitebeard, though only retreating a few steps, bore an equally pained expression, a hint of crimson blood lingering in his mouth. Yet, he chose not to expel it. Instead, he calmly swallowed it down, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the restored Sengoku in the distance. Ah, your prowess has scarcely improved, Sengoku. Perhaps you should return to the Marines and sing a birthday song, one for you and one for me. Facing the taunts of Whitebeard, Sengoku's forehead instantly bulged with veins. With a flick of his hand, dark armament haki surged forth, and his pupils shifted from black to a vivid red. This was the manifestation of Conqueror's haki entwined in an attack. Newgate, I shall not allow your existence to persist alongside mine. As Sengoku's words fell, Whitebeard acted with swiftness, raising his blade without a moment's hesitation. Both warriors wielded top-tier Conqueror's haki. There was a slight disparity, yet the distance between them remained minimal. Boom! The clash of the blade and Sengoku's palm, enhanced by their respective haki, resonated with a tremendous impact. A colossal mushroom cloud, interspersed with the lightning of Conqueror's haki, erupted into the sky. The very air felt heavier. This duel between two titans at the Emperor level created a nightmarish tableau for the Marines and pirates engaged in battle nearby. Even those several kilometers away were affected, their souls shaken by the oppressive aura of Conqueror's haki, causing many to collapse, eyes rolling back in their heads. Lion's might. Wave slash. Just as Whitebeard and Sengoku clashed relentlessly, the airborne golden lion directly engaged Carp, who, despite appearing somewhat impatient, was forced into action. The golden lion, wielding swords in both hands, executed a sweeping arc, unleashing a wave of razor-sharp sword energy towards Carp. Hey, golden lion, you truly are an unruly one. Initially intending to remain idle, Carp was compelled to respond, unleashing a mighty fist that shattered the sword energy into fragments. However, the flying golden lion was undeterred, continually swinging his blades to unleash successive slashes. Carp found himself in a relentless exchange of blows, the air thick with chaos, as sword energy surged outward, severing limbs and torsos in its wake. Haha, Carp, I'm sorry, but being airborne gives me an undeniable advantage. The golden lion, high in the sky, sheathed his renowned blades, Kuragami and Sakuraju, and laughed maniacally from his elevated position. Suddenly, Carp cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing sharply. After loosening each joint, armament haki enveloped him, his pupils turning a fierce red. Let us see how you handle this, golden lion. With a thunderous boom, Carp, invigorated and laughing, stomped down onto the solid ground, unleashing a fearsome upward force. To the multitude of marine soldiers, the figure adorned in a white coat of justice appeared as an unstoppable hero, soaring into the air. In an instant, he closed in on the airborne golden lion. 5 robust fingers rapidly spread wide, and before the golden lion could react, Carp seized his face with astounding speed. The arrogance that once graced the golden lion's features froze in an instant. Yet, there was no time for him to escape Carp's unyielding grasp. Crackle! The explosive black and red lightning of Conqueror's haki erupted from Carp's fist, creating a terrifying spectacle, as if he were dragging a storm of fury with him. Iron Fist. Bottom of the sea. Descend. Boom! A deafening sound akin to a collapsing mountain reverberated through the air. The esteemed captain of the Rocks Pirates' 2nd Division, known as the airborne pirate admiral, the Golden Lion, was forcefully hurled to the ground by Carp's mighty strike. The debris scattered like a spiderweb across the earth, bearing testament to the power of Carp's iron fist. The scene erupted like the apocalypse, waves of force washing over countless pirates and marines alike. Humph! Carp, I will kill you! The Golden Lion's sharp voice roared, as he leaped from the crater created by the impact, swiftly drawing his sword and charging towards Carp's landing position. In that moment, a profound armament haki enveloped him. The black and red Conqueror's haki coiled around his dual blades, Sakuraju and Kuragami, transforming them into the fearsome fangs of a lion, glimmering with deadly intent. Observing the wild, murderous aura emanating from the Golden Lion, Carp's expression turned grave. His previous advantage in swiftly striking down the airborne adversary had stemmed from the Golden Lion's momentary lapse in vigilance. Otherwise, given the speed conferred by the float fruit, Carp doubted he could have seized the opportunity to catch the Golden Lion off guard. In truth, with the Golden Lion's formidable strength in this world, should he choose to flee, none would be able to pursue him effectively. Even if a select few with special devil fruit abilities managed to keep pace, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage against him. In summary, this is an exceedingly troublesome individual. Carp clenched his fists tightly, adopting a boxing stance, as the dark crimson color of his Conqueror's haki enveloped his hands, transforming his black pupils into a vivid blood red. Subsequently, the two locked eyes, and with an unimaginable velocity and an overwhelming sense of pressure, they charged towards each other. Each punch and slash represented the mightiest attacks known to this world. As they exchanged blows, the clash of their hardened haki erupted in a shower of fine sparks, and the confrontation of Conqueror's haki sent tremors rippling across the surrounding seas. On the other side, the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Black Arm Zephr, observed that Carp and the Golden Lion were at a stalemate and hastily rushed forward to provide assistance. However, the Rocks Pirates were not merely composed of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Although the captains of their ranks were typically proud and reluctant to engage with one another, the current circumstances were dictated by the chaos of war. They had to see this battle through to its conclusion. Mama. Zephr, do you treat me as if I do not exist? You seem rather handsome. Should you wish to submit and become my 21st husband to pass on the legacy of strength to my next child, I might just spare your life. As Zephr prepared to disrupt the Golden Lion's duel, Charlotte Linlin swiftly mounted Zeus and charged forward. Along the way, her tall and slender figure wielded Napoleon with great finesse, cleaving through dozens of elite Marine soldiers with ease. Even the officers of the Marine Headquarters, of the rank of Brigadier General, fell before her in an instant. As she approached the battlefield, a glimmer of madness and greed flickered in Charlotte Linlin's beautiful eyes. Upon finishing her words, her gaze fixated on a particular spot beneath Zephr. Charlotte Linlin, you already have 21 husbands. Are you not satisfied? To be fixated on me is rather unfortunate. Had you asked sooner, I might have consented. However, I am now a married man, and such indulgences are no longer feasible, Zephr replied, his expression relaxed. completely disregarding Lin's status as the captain of the 3rd Division of the Rocks Pirates. There was no denying that Charlotte Linlin possessed remarkable strength and talent. Yet, Zephr was no slouch either. At the age of 14, aspiring to be a hero in the eyes of the people, he chose to join the Marines. At 18, he participated in his first real battle and earned his first Medal of Honor. By the age of 28, he had risen from a mere soldier to the rank of corporal and mastered the complete set of Marine 6 styles, gaining widespread acclaim within the headquarters. At 34, already a master of haki, he achieved the rank of Rear Admiral and earned the title of Black Arm Zephr. This year at 38, he received another promotion due to his mastery of haki, attaining the level of Admiral as per Marine headquarters standards, thus being nominated as the highest combat power of the Marines. Furthermore, Zephr held the rare distinction of being the youngest admiral in the history of the Marine headquarters. Thus, even when facing a monstrous figure like Charlotte Linlin, he maintained his pride. Although he might lack the assurance of victory due to not wielding Conqueror's haki, he believed he could hold her off for a considerable time with his own strength. Mama, what does it matter if you are married? If you are willing, we could enjoy an evening of familial bliss together. Lin's desires surged as she perceived a glimmer of opportunity. At that moment, she envisioned herself, after a night of wild revelry, obtaining the powerful genes of Zephr, the highest combat force of the Marine headquarters, thus giving birth to an unparalleled child. Come now, do you not wish to experience the pleasures my body has to offer? As she spoke, Charlotte Linlin began to display her graceful form, accentuated by her tight-fitting jeans that highlighted her alluring physique. She exuberantly spread her arms, causing the waves of her bosom to undulate with the bold motion. Chapter 64. The Terrifying Charlotte Linlin. As long as you agree to my terms, after tonight, the fusion of our extraordinary genes will undoubtedly produce the strongest being upon these seas. With our bloodlines intertwined, our child's innate talents shall surpass even that of the current sea overlord, Rocks. At that point, you need not continue to toil within the Marine headquarters as a figure of little consequence. Simply join me in creating more children, and in no time, these offspring will grow to forge a formidable force born of familial ties. They will establish a true nation encompassing all races of the world. I have already envisioned a name for this nation, all nations. A grand kingdom devoid of oppression and violence, embodying true freedom, equality, and harmonious coexistence. As Charlotte Linlin passionately described her dream while caressing her long legs, Zephr's expression was one of utter disbelief. It was clear that, despite being in his 30s and considered a worldly man, he was thoroughly taken aback by Lin's declarations. Was it truly possible for someone of his age to continue procreating? That notion was utterly terrifying. Even if he were willing, his body would not permit it. Moreover, Charlotte Lin's unabashedly suggestive gaze and her overtly provocative gestures filled him with a sense of dread. Perhaps it would be best for you to seek out someone younger. While they may lack strength, they possess the vigor and willingness to indulge you, he replied, attempting to calm his emotions while hastily declining her shameless advances. Yet Charlotte Linlin, having made up her mind, was not so easily deterred. Her gaze towards Zephr had taken on an intensity that seemed capable of stripping away his clothing to reveal his muscular physique. Overcome by her exuberance, she sensed her own body becoming increasingly frenzied. Mama, refusing is futile. You might as well yield to me. Mama. Charlotte Lin's youthful form erupted in laughter as she soared from the storm clouds, her right hand wielding a blade, while her left clutched her storm cloud, Zeus. The next moment, a deluge of purple lightning filled Zephyr's vision, an awe-inspiring sight that could instill fear in any onlooker. But that was not the end. With the chaos of thunder raging, Charlotte Linlin raised her hand once more, summoning a cloud that shone like the blazing sun from the heavens. Prometheus, the harbinger of celestial fire. Oh, mother! As the Prometheus bearing the same name as the sun god, upon receiving the command from Charlotte Linlin, unleashed a terrifying heat akin to the sun itself upon Zephr. Under the scorching rays of this temperature, any Navy soldier caught unawares would instantly be reduced to a desiccated corpse. Even the pirates engaged in fierce combat would fall victim to Charlotte Lin's indiscriminate release, succumbing to the same fiery demise. The trio of thundercloud Zeus, the sun god Prometheus, and Napoleon, all transformed from the soul fruit into formidable homies, represent Charlotte Lin's most potent arsenal. It can be said that she has exhausted every means at her disposal to capture Zephr and drag him back to Hakanosu. How infuriating! Such a troublesome devil fruit ability. Enveloped in both thunder and flame, Zephyr's expression turned grave as he deftly leaped and utilized the shave technique to evade attacks. From time to time, he had to devise ways to kick away the Navy's soldiers who could not escape the relentless flames, preventing them from being consumed by the inferno. Mama, at such a critical juncture, are you still contemplating saving these ordinary Navy men? It seems you genuinely wish to accompany me back and release your pin-up energy. Observing Zephr, who could have easily evaded the attacks, but was instead scorched by the flames in his attempt to rescue the Navy soldiers, Charlotte Lean's excitement grew. She tightened her grip on the imposing, face-carved blade, Napoleon. Her pupils flared crimson. The conqueror's haki surged forth. Seizing the moment while Zephr was preoccupied, she swung her blade with ferocity, aiming to cleave him in two. However, as the representative of the Navy's highest combat strength, Zephr, who had served alongside the likes of Carp and Sengoku, was not easily subdued. As Charlotte Lean's blade, imbued with both armament and conqueror's haki, descended, it was met with Zephr's formidable armament haki, locking in a fierce stalemate in midair. The dark red aura of conqueror's haki erupted, shattering the surrounding stones, while the clash between them generated powerful shockwaves that swept through the vicinity. Your mastery of armament haki is still lacking. You rely too heavily on your fruit abilities. Zephr maintained his composure. The thick, dark aura of haki coiled tightly around his muscular wrists, a testament to his rigorous training. Each muscle, engorged with blood, resembled that of a powerful sailor. With a fierce roar, Zephr summoned his strength and delivered a punch that sent Charlotte Lean staggering back several paces. Although he lacked the enhancement of conqueror's haki, his proficiency in armament haki rendered his combat prowess on par with Charlotte Lean. Additionally, throughout their confrontation, Zephr discerned that Charlotte Lean's use of haki and combat techniques was, in fact, rather unrefined. She lacked any semblance of form or strategy, merely slashing wildly. However, upon reflection, he understood. After all, even if he spent his days idly waiting for missions at the Navy headquarters, he still heard the frequent rumors of Charlotte Lean from the Rocks pirates being married and giving birth. With such a whirlwind of pregnancies, how could she possibly dedicate herself to rigorous training and mastering haki? Yet, just as Zephr prepared to pursue further, Charlotte Lean, having retreated a few steps, turned once more to unleash her blade. Elbaf spear Wigo. In the next moment, a cataclysmic sword strike, unseen by Zephr in decades, erupted forth. The speed of this sword energy was staggering, its reach extensive. In an instant, it claimed the lives of thousands of pirates and Navy soldiers alike. The scene transformed into a veritable mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, as blood sprayed forth. The battlefield, spanning several kilometers, was almost instantaneously cleared. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates, their faces awash with terror, fled in all directions, desperate to distance themselves from the fearsome pirate queen, Charlotte Lean. However, as they fled, wisps of pure white soul energy surged forth from the tops of their heads. Mere seconds passed, and hundreds of lives were abruptly aged, their bodies transforming into frail shadows of their former selves. Clearly, this was but one of the effects of Charlotte Lean's paramecia-type soul fruit ability. It allowed her to absorb the life force of enemies overcome by fear, replenishing her own vitality and significantly augmenting her power. Witnessing the catastrophic toll that sword energy inflicted upon the Navy soldiers, Zephr clenched his fists and stepped forward. A dense aura of armament haki enveloped him, turning him into a figure of darkness. I am Black Arm Zephr. With a furious roar, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that met Charlotte Lean's terrifying attack head-on. After several minutes of intense struggle, he tore through the massive sword energy. To better protect the Navy soldiers around him, Zephr chose not to hold back any longer, surging forward with an imposing presence to engage in a fierce clash with the seemingly deranged Charlotte Lean. Chapter 65, CP Admiral. In stark contrast to the fierce battles unfolding among the formidable captains of Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and Charlotte Lean, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, who had been dragged into a mire by the aftermath of the conflict, found themselves ensnared by three masked men. These tall, muscular figures, their faces obscured by ornate masks, exuded an aura that bespoke their formidable nature. Judging by their attire, John and his companions realized they had encountered powerful agents from another CP organization under the world government, tasked with executing assassination missions. The strength of these CP agents was comparable to that of the admirals at Navy headquarters, all commanded by three top-tier governors. At this juncture, the world government had dispatched nearly all of its visible high-tier combatants. Yet, even with this formidable force, they could not stem the tide of the Rocks pirates' onslaught. After all, during this battle at God Valley, 3 high-tier combatants from the Roger Pirates had yet to make their appearance. Ah, Commander Tsuru. It seems we hold the advantage in this battle. Due to their still developing combat prowess, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borisolino were relegated to the rear, observing and learning under Commander Tsuru's guidance. How terrifying. Each captain of the Rocks Pirates is like a monster, faced with the seemingly indifferent demeanor of these 3 young men. Commander Tsuru could only let out a resigned sigh. It was hardly their fault, after all. Their lack of experience rendered it quite normal for them to be unable to perceive the battlefield's intricacies. In this latest conflict at God Valley, the Rocks Pirates have inexplicably unleashed their full might, leaving no room for retreat. The Navy headquarters has dispatched all its high-ranking combatants, and only with the assistance of 3 governors from the CP organization can they barely withstand the initial onslaught from their adversaries. It is worth noting that the Rocks Pirates have allied with the recently renowned Roger Pirates, a crew boasting 2 formidable individuals with bounties exceeding 700 million berries. Furthermore, the captain of the Roger Pirates, Gold, Roger, is an exceptionally formidable character, rumored to possess combat capabilities that rival even the highest-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters. If such a formidable crew were to capitalize on the Navy headquarters and CP organization's governor's moment of vulnerability to launch an attack, the strategist Crane's pupils would constrict in an instant. She could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences of a defeat in this war. Moreover, she has not forgotten that one of the division commanders from the Rocks Pirates has yet to make an appearance, the fearsome captain of the 7th Division, the demon Luo Hou. This terrifying newcomer, initially rewarded with a bounty of 100 million berries, subsequently gained a bounty of 1 billion berries from the world government after massacring 3 celestial dragons on Devil Island. Do not underestimate them. We currently hold no advantage. As she reprimanded 3 exceptionally talented recruits, Crane continued to manipulate the Din Din Mushi in a desperate bid to request reinforcements from the world government. She understood that if the Roger Pirates chose to intervene in this tumultuous battlefield at this very moment, then the Navy headquarters, along with the CP organization, could face annihilation, with tens of thousands perishing on this island. Furthermore, should Luo Hou, this captain as fearsome as a demon who dares to slay celestial dragons, join the fray, the remaining vice admirals of the Navy headquarters and the generally unremarkable CP0 agents would be eradicated in the blink of an eye. Having thoroughly investigated Luo Hou's background, Crane would not entertain the notion that such an unencumbered man would choose to spare the Navy and CP organization in such a critical moment. Since the Navy headquarters has chosen to engage in this unjust war, they must be prepared for the possibility of extermination. Soon, the sounds of the Din Din Mushi dialing emerged. Beep, 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 beep. An incessant busy tone echoed. Yet no one answered the call. A trace of cold sweat began to bead on Crane's youthful, yet strikingly beautiful visage, as the Din Din Mushi had been dialed numerous times without a response. Moreover, within the depths of her superior Kinbunshiko haki, she sensed the signal of the Roger Pirates mobilizing, and that demon, Luo Hou, unbeknownst to her, he had transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing at the fringes of the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 346 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 546 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of Busashoka Haki, top tier. Current progress, 993. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of Kinbunshika Haki, top tier. Current progress, 716. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of Haushika Haki, top tier. Current progress, 100. At this moment, Luo Hou, embodying lightning as he navigated the tumultuous battlefield among the powerful and the rocks, absorbed wave after wave of foundational attributes and Haki properties. It could be said that, apart from the already maxed out Haushika Haki, he had not received any additional enhancements. All other attributes were rapidly escalating. The cacophony of notifications was akin to the most exquisite symphony, each sound heralding the continuous rise of his strength, agility, stamina, and the levels of his 3 Haki types. In this extraordinary era, true mastery of the royal level 3 Haki types should be at their apex, with advanced application techniques simultaneously honed. While reveling in the surging power, Luo Hou eagerly continued to traverse and absorb the attributes that fell from his surroundings. Though the concept of a Sea Emperor had yet to emerge in this world, Luo Hou, as a devoted fan of the manga from another realm, could draw clearer comparisons. The combat prowess of the three admirals, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, during this era could undoubtedly rival that of a sea emperor, thereby categorizing them as admirals of the highest caliber. As for the three admirals from the Great Pirate era, that is a different discussion altogether. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 931 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 476 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 999 points of stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of Busashoka Haki, top tier. Current progress, 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of Kenbunshika Haki, top tier. Current progress, 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of Haushika Haki, top tier. Current progress, 100. Having transformed into a being of lightning, Roro absorbed a portion of attributes amidst the aftermath of battles fought by powerful adversaries. His mastery of the three haki types reached a pinnacle level. Furthermore, the potential for enhancement of his foundational attributes of strength, agility, and stamina was gradually diminishing. Under such circumstances, to continue advancing, he would need to seek out stronger opponents, engaging in direct confrontations to absorb even more formidable attributes. Alternatively, he could achieve breakthroughs through slaying adversaries of equal standing, thereby absorbing all the attribute orbs that would drop upon their demise, a viable method to transcend limitations. Just as Roro was preparing to select suitable targets for his dark intentions, 9 formidable figures unexpectedly approached along the central path of God Valley. Moreover, trailing closely behind these 9 individuals was a throng of figures clad in bubble helmets and resembling divers. The God Knights? Have the celestial dragons finally made their appearance? It seems they could no longer contain their curiosity. Roro regarded the striking figures emerging in the distance, his tone devoid of any hint of retreat. From the outset of his decision to partake in the God Valley War, he had been aware that the God Knights, including their captain, had stationed all 9 members in God Valley in advance, tasked with safeguarding over 1,000 celestial dragons who had come to participate in the human hunting competition to win devil fruits on behalf of their families. As these figures drew closer, the excitement within Roro intensified, and his grip on the sword tightened. He had tirelessly amassed so many powerful attributes, all for the purpose of ruthlessly slaying the celestial dragons at this very moment. The moment has arrived. We must deliver a resounding blow to the Navy headquarters, or we would be unworthy of the title of demon they have bestowed upon us. Members of the 7th Division, clear away the Navy's riffraff surrounding us. Hunt down the celestial dragons. After a resounding shout, Roronoa Zoro charged forward, followed by hundreds of elite pirates wielding cutlasses of varying sizes. Leading the charge, Zoro plunged into the throng of Navy soldiers, swinging his massive sword with a series of precise slashes that cleaved through the air. The white sword energy erupted forth, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, effortlessly severing the lives of 70 to 80 elite Navy soldiers in an instant, leaving the scene drenched in blood and entrails. How fortunate I was to evade that strike. It would have certainly cleaved my head in two. The strength of the captains within the Rocks Pirates is truly terrifying. Unmatched by ordinary folk. Where are the admirals? Only the highest-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters possessed the might to withstand him. In the blink of an eye, Zoro had extinguished 70 to 80 lives. Nearby, the fortunate Navy soldiers, untouched by the deadly sword energy, turned pale with terror, their cries mingling with the sounds of blood and urine flowing freely. Only those at the heart of the battlefield comprehended the true brutality of this war. Officers of the same rank within the Navy headquarters could only hope to survive as long as they did by sheer luck, with no opportunity for resistance whatsoever. Wave. Zoro's tone remained calm, yet his actions were swift. In that moment, he unleashed another devastating strike. His mastery of swordsmanship had reached a level on par with that of the legendary Shiki. As a top-tier dual-wielding swordsman, Zoro dispatched the so-called elite Navy soldiers with the ease of cutting through mere chaff. In the next instant, the soldiers who had narrowly escaped death realized their luck had run out. The swift and merciless sword energy descended upon them, and they had no time even for last words before half their skulls were cleaved away. The speed at which the crowd fell was akin to a horde of zombies in a mobile game, swiftly clearing a vast expanse of space. In less than a minute, the number of Navy soldiers Zoro had slain soared to 300 or 400. Such an astonishing pace of slaughter caused even the distant strategist, Vice Admiral Tsuru, to furrow her brow in alarm. Chapter 67. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki Unleashed. Amidst the crowd, Kaido, though still quite young, was a prodigious member of the Oni clan. Having already honed his 3 types of haki to an advanced stage, his strikes against the Navy, who had subjected him to inhumane experiments, were delivered with brutal force. Ororo. Brothers, follow Zoro and eliminate these scoundrel Navy officers. If they wish to be the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, let them savor the pleasure of being slaughtered. With a series of savage blows, Kaido sent several Navy soldiers' brains splattering everywhere, igniting an insatiable bloodlust within him. He charged into the throng, twirling his club like a whirlwind, sending waves of Navy soldiers and CP agents flying. Under the influence of his flowing armament haki, each of Kaido's attacks left the unfortunate Navy soldiers beneath him incapacitated. Writhing in agony, should they be struck in a fatal location, their heads would certainly explode. Kill, kill, kill. Thunder. Bagua. The more Kaido fought, the more exhilarated he became, plunging headlong into the fray, swinging his iron club down onto the ground. Boom. The flowing haki penetrated deep into the earth, causing significant internal damage. In an instant, the ground within a 100-meter radius collapsed, fissures resembling spider webs appearing across the surface. Debris flew, and violent gusts whipped up the capes of justice. It was the Navy's rear admirals and captains who stepped forward to counter Kaido's onslaught. Countless fists, imbued with dark energy, thrust upward in a desperate attempt to withstand Kaido's assault. Suddenly, the collective effort pushed Kaido back several steps. Do not underestimate the Navy. You are overstepping, Kaido. Do not think you can roam free after escaping the laboratory. We will capture you again. The Navy officers looked disdainfully at the retreating Kaido, mocking him. Yet, before their triumphant expressions could settle, Kaido surged back into the fray, leaping high into the air, raising his spiked club to deliver a devastating blow. In that moment, his once pitch-black pupils flickered with hints of crimson, descending of the 3rd generation. Kaido roared with fury, his killing intent palpable as he gritted his teeth. Gripping the spiked club tightly, the muscles in his arm bulged with power. Upon impact, the earth within several kilometers was struck, creating a crater several stories deep. I am Kaido. Retract your hypocritical faces. I will never again be a subject of your experiments. After unleashing this wide-ranging attack, Kaido landed in the massive pit, gasping for breath, leaning on his club for support. Meanwhile, the Navy officers who had mocked him lay in a heap, reduced to a bloody pulp. The remnants of their pristine capes of justice lay scattered among the carnage. How terrifying! Has he truly learned to wield haki in the midst of battle? They are like monsters. Alas, Vice Admiral Tsuru. This pirate known as Kaido seems to harbor a deep-seated grudge against the Navy. One of the 3 new recruits beside Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked. Sakazuki surveyed the chaotic battlefield in silence. Borsellino maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, commenting on the horror of the situation while remaining firmly planted in place. Meanwhile, Kazan, cloaked in a chill, sank into deep contemplation, pondering whether the Navy's justice held any significance on this battlefield. Standing in the crater, Kaido panted heavily, feeling as if he were a drifting leaf. The immense power of that last attack had taken a toll on him. It was his first time mastering the technique of Conqueror's haki, and he had not yet learned to control his energy output, leaving him drained and struggling to adapt. Yet, even in his exhausted state, no Navy officer dared to provoke him. Conqueror's haki. This man undoubtedly possesses the potential to become a great pirate. Countless Navy soldiers and CP agents gazed in awe at the blood-soaked Kaido, murmuring among themselves. Not far from Kaido, Zoro also took note of this scene. At this moment, he could not help but admire Kaido's terrifying and unique potential, the future emperor of the seas. In the midst of battle, the ability to directly learn the Conqueror's haki is nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling even the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy. However, at this moment, Rob Lucci has no time to dwell on such matters. His singular focus is on the distant celestial dragons, who have audaciously begun to set up their stools to enjoy the spectacle. Do they truly believe that with the protection of the God Knights, they can comfortably witness the clash between the lowly pirates and the Navy? It is imperative that these self-proclaimed deities experience firsthand the burdens of the world. With a mere flick of his sword, Lucci has already dispatched over 200 Navy soldiers and CP agents, advancing further into the fray. At this moment, the expression on Commander Tsuru's face unmistakably betrays her alarm. Her keen intuition has led her to realize that Lucci is intent on reaching the celestial dragons. Presently, within the entirety of the Navy headquarters and the CP organization, she stands as the sole individual capable of mounting any form of resistance. Despite her esteemed reputation, often regarded alongside Sengoku and Garp as part of the Navy's Iron Triangle, Tsuru knows all too well that she lacks the innate combat prowess of someone like Garp. Her haki leans more towards observation, rendering her combat abilities less pronounced. Damn it, the God Knights, whose sole purpose is to protect the celestial dragons, show no inclination to intervene. Tsuru awkwardly turns her gaze towards the 9 members of the God Knights, who remain as immovable as ever. These selfish beings, having witnessed the continuous collapse of the Navy and CP forces, still offer no support. Do they truly value the lives of the celestial dragons over those of ordinary Navy soldiers? The more Tsuru contemplates, the more her rage intensifies. Her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Commander Tsuru, Chapter 68. You go first, I'll cover you. Watching as Lucci, the demon, continues to wield his blade, mercilessly claiming the lives of countless Navy soldiers, she can no longer remain passive. Demon Lucci, are you truly so devoid of discernment? These soldiers harbor no significant enmity towards you. Why must you exact such lethal retribution? They too are flesh and blood, with families. Show them mercy. Slaying these soldiers serves no beneficial purpose for you. In a tone laden with desperation, Tsuru implores Lucci to spare the Navy soldiers and cease his relentless slaughter. Yet, at this very moment, across the battlefield of God Valley, the cumulative deaths inflicted by all the captains of the Rocks pirates pale in comparison to those claimed by Lucci alone. In this brief span, over 3,000 Navy soldiers have met a gruesome end at the hands of this demon. What a gruesome toll it is. However, the reality is far removed from Tsuru's assumptions. Lucci is not swayed by her pleas. Instead, he continues to swing his blade with relentless precision, mowing down wave after wave of crimson life, be they ordinary sailors, officers, or CP agents. Anyone bold enough to obstruct his path meets a swift and brutal demise. Without a hint of mercy. Haha, they too have flesh and blood and families. Alas, I seem to have lost mine. Care to guess why? Lucci's cold, ruthless laughter echoes ominously beneath the tumultuous skies, his tone deceptively calm, yet reminiscent of the whispers of a demon from the apocalypse, sending chills down the spines of all who hear it. An overwhelming sense of dread envelopes the atmosphere. Let me be clear. The ones who destroyed your families are not the Navy. This has nothing to do with them. You are truly targeting the wrong individuals. Before Tsuru can finish her protest, a deafening rumble erupts. Suddenly, the skies open up, unleashing torrential rain, drenching the blood-soaked battlefield. Targeting the wrong individuals? I beg to differ. If I truly intended to confront you, Navy, when we seized the sky gold from the world government, how could your vessels have escaped back to headquarters unscathed? Is this not a consequence of your own actions? I merely wish to carve a path to the celestial dragons. It is your Navy that persists in buzzing about like a swarm of flies. The world believes I revel in violence and bloodshed. If only you had the audacity to command these worthless Navy soldiers to clear the way, I would have spared them. As he speaks, Lucci coldly laughs while once again cleaving through hundreds of Navy soldiers and CP agents, warm blood spraying onto his hair before coalescing and dripping down. At this juncture, Lucci no longer perceives himself as a hero. His only purpose in this world is vengeance. Anyone who dares to obstruct his path towards retribution against the celestial dragons is destined to be annihilated, regardless of their virtue or villainy. All who stand in his way must perish. Tsuru gazes in helpless despair at Lucci, who again swings his deadly sword against the Navy soldiers, rendered speechless. Clearly, Lucci's words have left her at a loss. Indeed, since the onset of the conflict, he has not actively pursued the Navy soldiers. The ones he has slain are merely those compelled to confront him by the orders of the world government. Nevertheless, even with this realization, Tsuru finds herself powerless to issue a command to halt the advance of the Navy soldiers against Lucci. She lacks the authority. The world government evidently seeks to expend the lives of their numerous Navy personnel and CP agents to wear down the captains of the Rocks pirates. Even a slight depletion of their strength would be deemed worthwhile. Only when these captain-level pirates have exhausted their stamina will the world government seize the opportunity to strike. As for how many lives will be sacrificed in this process, 5,000, 10,000, or perhaps 100,000, to the world government, such numbers are inconsequential. For them, apart from the celestial dragons, every other race is merely expendable. Should the Navy perish, they can always recruit anew to re-establish the headquarters. The CP agents who fall can be retrained, but should the Rocks pirates be overwhelmed, their existence would be irrevocably erased. Damn it. It seems I must cleanse the darkness that has tainted your soul. As she watches hundreds of Navy soldiers fall, their bodies cleaved asunder, Tsuru can no longer maintain her composure as the orchestrator from the shadows. She is compelled to step forth and confront the demon Lucci. Even though she is acutely aware that without the strength of a Garp or Zephr, she stands no chance against someone already dubbed the captain of the 7th Division. Yet, the urgency of the situation brooks no hesitation. Should she choose not to intervene, the very structure of the Navy headquarters would be left in a calamitous state of disarray. In this war, the Rocks pirates stand no chance of victory. The only concern for Admiral Tsuru is how to mitigate the losses sustained by the Navy headquarters during this conflict. At this moment, the 3 newly enlisted sailors standing behind her sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly stepped forward to block the opposing force. Oh my! Admiral Tsuru is indeed a precious flower within our Navy headquarters. Allow us to handle this, they declared. Indeed, the 3 of them are all adept users of the Logia-type devil fruits, and within the Navy training camp, they have been dubbed as monsters. Kazan and Borsalino were the first to express their intentions, preparing to charge forward and intercept Rob Lucci. Beside them, Sakazuki remained silent. Yet the molten magma dripping from his fists betrayed his thoughts. Oh dear, there is no need for hesitation, Admiral Tsuru. Even if this war lacks righteousness, it is imperative for us to step in to uphold justice in the future, Sakazuki urged, observing Tsuru's indecision. Although the 3 of them were recently inducted into the Navy, their exceptional physical prowess and their mastery of Logia-type devil fruits have marked them as key candidates for future development. According to the current fleet admiral, Admiral Netanya, once the situation at sea stabilizes, a top-tier admiral will be appointed to establish an elite training academy for Navy officers and provide direct guidance in their training. The roster has even been drafted, with Sakazuki and Borsalino being slightly older, slated for the initial session, while Kazan, still in need of experience, will be arranged for a later date. The extraordinary attention and substantial resources afforded to these new recruits instilled in them an unparalleled sense of significance. Consequently, the fervor of youthful justice burned passionately within them. Even Borsalino, typically known for his slippery demeanor, chose to stand firm rather than retreat. In comparison to the other formidable captains of the Rocks pirates, Rob Lucci's displayed combat prowess was, in truth, rather unremarkable. He merely slaughtered wave after wave of Navy soldiers. The most formidable adversary he encountered thus far was merely a rear admiral of the Navy. Though Rob Lucci's abilities might indeed be formidable, they did not evoke the same dread as those of seasoned captains who could effortlessly ravage the very terrain. Thus, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino believed that, with their Logia-type devil fruit powers, they could delay Rob Lucci for a short while. Since you 3 are so determined to proceed, I can only advise you to exercise utmost caution and avoid direct confrontation. The commanders of the Rocks pirates are genuine powerhouses. Admiral Tsuru earnestly cautioned the 3 monster-level recruits. Should circumstances permit, these 3 would undoubtedly be poised to assume the roles of the Navy headquarters' most formidable admirals. If not for the necessity of the situation, Admiral Tsuru would have been loath to send these new recruits into peril. However, she was the only one capable of seeking assistance from the Knights of God. Ordinary Navy personnel lacked the privilege to approach the members of the Knights. The trio, having adeptly mastered and applied the 6 powers of the Navy, swiftly traversed the air to confront Rob Lucci. Gazing upon the aura of bloodlust emanating from Rob Lucci, whose entire being was drenched in the blood of Navy soldiers, Borsalino gulped, his earlier bravado evaporating. Sakazuki, you go first, and I'll cover you, he stated. In response to Borsalino's words, Sakazuki remained taciturn. Taking a serious step forward, the temperature of the magma encasing his fists intensifying. Oh dear, let us all engage together. After all, he is the commander of the Rocks pirates, they agreed. After a brief discussion, the 3 esteemed recruits aligned themselves, each choosing their respective positions to face Rob Lucci. Observing this spectacle, the Navy soldiers collectively gasped in astonishment. What is this? 3 monsters who graduated from the training camp in less than a week. Indeed, my second aunt works as a cook in the training camp. These 3 are recognized as the most formidable new recruits in the Navy. Furthermore, they are all exceptionally powerful users of Logia-type devil fruits. If all goes well, the highest-ranking admiral position in the Navy headquarters is destined to fall to them. The Navy soldiers and officers, already shaken by the onslaught of Rob Lucci and his 7th Division, recognized the serious demeanor of Sakazuki and his companions. The 3 individuals standing before Rob Lucci were none other than the notorious monster recruits from the Navy headquarters. It is said that these 3 recruits, after less than a week of systematic training, have already proven capable of defeating rear admirals and even vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. Such prowess is truly terrifying. The justice of the Navy shall not be desecrated. We have decided to stand against you, the demon Rob, they proclaimed. Oh dear. You are undoubtedly the strongest opponent I have faced thus far. How terrifying. You are indeed the notorious demon of the seas, akin to a monster. Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan. Their abilities manifesting in torrents of magma, solidified ice, and flashing lasers, presented an imposing front. Were it not for their youthful ages somewhat undermining their formidable presence, they would undoubtedly be regarded as admirals already. Ha, the blue chicken, the red dog, and the yellow monkey? You three new recruits dare to confront me? If you wish to fight, at least have someone of the caliber of Garp or Sengoku come forth. What are you three, mere chickens and monkeys, doing here? Rob Lucci, initially engrossed in his slaughter, momentarily grew serious at the emergence of three threats. However, upon recognizing that the figures before him were merely young recruits, he could not suppress his derisive laughter. It is undeniable that these three may hold some potential in the future, yet, at present, they are nothing more than trifling nuisances. Even if they were to reach their peak, they would only be admirals of the Navy headquarters in the era of the Great Pirates. In the age of the Rocks Pirates, which Admiral did not possess the capability to safeguard their territory, the disparity in power between the admirals of these two eras cannot be overstated. In the Battle of Hive Island, although the legendary marine hero Garp, who had boasted of his prowess for countless levels, ultimately met a fate of uncertainty, it must be acknowledged that during that period, he truly showcased the splendor of a bygone era. With a single, iron-fisted blow, a substantial portion of Hive Island was cleaved asunder. So-called formidable foes like Pizarro, the Big Drunkard, and the Reign of Shiryu were effortlessly dispatched with a mere punch. As for the most potent combatant in the Blackbeard Pirates, the former Marine Admiral Akiji, he was merely obliterated by a single plunge from the depths. Indeed, had it not been for the need to protect the inept Kobe, Garp could have single-handedly taken on Blackbeard's Yonko crew with ease. In other words, Luffy did not regard these three individuals with any seriousness. Apart from their somewhat respectable devil fruit abilities, they possessed virtually no commendable traits whatsoever. With his top-tier observation haki swiftly scanning the trio of seemingly imposing recruits before him, Luffy disdainfully remarked, "You insufferable brutes. Do not be too arrogant. Even as rookies, we could easily sever your head and send it flying. Justice shall not be desecrated. Even if we cannot defeat you, the three of us together can at least impede your advance." Observing Luffy's contemptuous demeanor, the trio of emotionally volatile recruits were undoubtedly incensed. Among them, the most explosive, Sakazuki, brandished his molten fist and charged directly at Luffy. Firestorm, clenching his right fist tightly, Sakazuki hurled it forward after closing the distance. In that instant, his searing magma fist erupted forth, aimed squarely at Luffy's head. "Danger, Sakazuki. Commander Tsuru said we merely need to utilize our devil fruit powers to hold him back. Engaging him head-on is futile. How terrifying, Sakazuki. He remains as impulsive as he was in the North Sea. Such reckless and imprudent behavior." The original plan for the trio was to utilize their devil fruit abilities from a distance to dismantle the 7th Division of the pirates, thereby hindering Luffy. However, they had utterly underestimated Sakazuki's impulsiveness. With just a hint of provocation from Luffy, Sakazuki could not restrain himself and charged in. After all, he was the captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates. Such a colossal pirate was far beyond the capacity of these three recruits to confront. At such a close range, he was bound to be captured or even killed. In this critical moment, both Borsalino and Kazan, without hesitation, transformed into ice and light, swiftly advancing towards Luffy. Ice Blade. Forming a triangular formation to encircle Luffy, Kazan was the first to conjure a blade of ice, sharp and exuding an aura of frost. The mere appearance of this icy weapon sent chills through those nearby. Following suit, Borsalino teleported behind Luffy, lifting his long leg, shining with golden light. The closer he got, the more daunting the captain of the 7th Division of the Rocks Pirates appeared. Have you ever experienced the sensation of being kicked away at the speed of light? Though seemingly the most timid, Borsalino surged forth the quickest upon witnessing Sakazuki's perilous situation. Both had journeyed from the North Sea to the Marine headquarters and shared a bond as fellow recruits. Now, he was but a young man, filled with fiery passion. Since consuming the Logia-type glint-glint fruit, Borsalino had never encountered failure, and he could not endure Luffy's derisive expression any longer. In an instant, before Luffy appeared a torrent of magma, an ice blade, and the rapidly approaching speed of light. Each of their attacks wielded tremendous power, capable of overwhelming even some officers within the Marine headquarters. Alas, they faced Luffy, who had now amassed the powers of the Strength Fruit, the Float Fruit, and the formidable Thunder Fruit. Though your actions are laughable, since you obstruct my path, prepare to meet your demise. With that pronouncement, Luffy's pupils turned crimson. Grasping the bloodied sword of justice tightly in his right hand, he unleashed the power of the strength fruit. The muscles in his wrist tensed, and veins surged along his entire right arm. The dark haki coalesced, and the black-red conqueror's haki manifested. He swung forward with a ferocious strike. Lion's roar. Slash wave. This dual haki-infused flying slash ascended effortlessly, cleaving through all of Sakazuki and Kazan's abilities. With a thunderous crash, the terrifying destructive force of the dual haki shattered Kazan's ice blade into countless fragments, while the magma fists hurled by Sakazuki were obliterated, scattered like debris. Yet, this was far from over. The haki-wrapped sword energy, having dismantled the two's consecutive onslaught of Logia powers, continued unabated, targeting the midsection of both Sakazuki and Kazan. With no time to evade, the expressions of Kazan and Sakazuki shifted to one of sheer terror, as an overwhelming sense of death permeated their being. 6 powers. Iron block. 6 powers. Iron block. Both men sank their bodies, adopting a solid stance, their faces grave, awaiting Luffy's assault. The next moment, the razor-sharp sword energy sliced mercilessly through. In an instant, Sakazuki and Kazan were sent flying hundreds of meters, their midsections nearly severed in twain. The fractured region revealed shattered innards writhing within, desperately attempting to stanch the wounds. After a singular strike that left them grievously injured, Luffy, amidst a crackling cacophony of thunder, slowly turned to face Borsalino, who was poised to deliver a kick. The speed between the Logia-type glint-glint fruit and the thunder fruit was nearly identical. But Luffy's superior strength rendered his speed far beyond that of Borsalino. Thus, in that moment, Borsalino, still suspended in midair, witnessed a horrifying scene. The one known for his speed, he saw Luffy rapidly clenching his fist, accompanied by a malevolent grin. Chapter 70, a leg shattered. How terrifying. Borsalino's face turned pale, his body frozen in shock. The next instant, Luffy's fist, enveloped in armament haki and conqueror's haki, struck his calf with a speed that was almost blinding. A single blow sent him hurtling towards the other two recruits. Crack. In the raucous chaos, the only sound discernible was the faint crack of bone. Borsalino's expression contorted in agony, his long leg flailing wildly, struggling to evade. Yet after a flurry of desperate movements, he realized his legs had been twisted into grotesque angles. The speed of Ryoa's punches surpassed even that of his light-speed kicks by several folds. How is this possible for my legs? How can his speed exceed mine? After all, I am a user of the flash fruit. Borsalino, in utter shock, was dragging his severely fractured right leg and retreating. Beside him, both Sakazuki and Kazan were equally taken aback. The three of them, known as the monstrous new recruits, found their full-force attacks effortlessly dismantled by Ryo within mere punches and kicks, if not for their mastery of the Marine 6 styles and their prior elemental transformation. Their impulsive assault might have led to the demise of all three on this very island. Damn it. Hasn't this guy only been at sea for less than half a year? Why is there such a vast difference? Is it truly the case that the gap in talent between individuals can be this immense? Despite our relentless efforts, we are merely fortunate to witness such a prodigy in God's Valley. As they retreated, their injured bodies weighed down by the immense shock. The trio put aside their pride as the Marine headquarters geniuses. It was only at this moment that they deeply understood that the disparity between individuals could sometimes surpass even that between dogs. In the Marine headquarters training camp, the three of them had been invincible, setting record after record as monstrous recruits. Yet, even as such exceptional new recruits arrived in God's Valley, a battleground teeming with experts, they found themselves unable to maintain their footing. They were nearly cut down in an instant. Damn it, Lord Garling, if you do not intervene to resolve this conflict, the Marine headquarters will surely face annihilation. You can see that, with just the 3 governors from the Marine headquarters and the CP organization, we cannot possibly halt the Rocks pirates. Even if you wish to remain uninvolved in this war, you must consider the numerous celestial dragons at stake, right? If the Rocks pirates claim victory, what will become of the many world nobles on this island? Watching as 3 exceptionally gifted Marine recruits were so easily injured by Ryo, unable to last even 3 seconds, the advisor Crane was immediately drenched in cold sweat. The Roger pirates had already landed on the island. If Ryo chose to rush over and support Rocks now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of the Logia Magma, Fruit 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of the Logia Ice Fruit 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of the Logia Flash Fruit 100. With a swift closure of the system's notifications, Reo brandished his twin blades, preparing to pursue the trio of marine recruits. Though these three were merely new recruits now, they would undoubtedly become loyal hounds and protectors of the celestial dragons in the future. Anyone who dares to protect such a repugnant race as the celestial dragons must face execution at Reo's hands. Thunder roared as Reo transformed into a burst of explosive lightning, rapidly closing in on Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino. In an instant, Reo's menacing figure had appeared right before the trio. With his blade poised, he was ready to sever the first head. It's over. Just join the Marines, and now I am to sacrifice myself for justice. There is no time to evade this strike. The three, pale-faced and devoid of color, tightly shut their eyes, choosing not to witness the final moments before their demise. The next instant, a crimson figure darted past, raising a bloodied western sword to firmly intercept Reo's downward strike. The startled businessman quickly opened his eyes to assess the situation. It was government reinforcements. Saved. How terrifying. I almost died. Seizing this fortuitous moment, the trio hastily grabbed Borsalino's severed leg and fled the scene under his speed. Reo felt a twinge of disappointment at not having dispatched Sakazuki and the others with a single strike. It seemed that these future top-tier marine forces were indeed favored by fortune. Otherwise, how could the most enigmatic man in the play have appeared personally to save them? Gradually retracting his blade, Reo scrutinized the man before him, whose crimson hair was styled into a crescent shape. Figeland Garling. How could someone like you come to rescue a few marine recruits? Chapter 71, The Beast's Presence. Oh, you actually know of my esteemed name? However, I have no obligation to respond to a lowly peasant like you, nor is your status worthy of my words. Garling raised his head slightly, surprised, and cast a glance at Reo. Rarely venturing out, he usually remained within the holy grounds on the Red Earth continent, and thus had no knowledge of his reputation outside. Yet, he was taken aback to encounter a peasant who recognized him so soon after his departure. Before he could finish his thought, a piercing aura of killing intent locked onto every inch of his skin. I recall that you so-called Knights of God also belong to the despicable race of celestial dragons, don't you? It truly is a revolting attitude passed down through centuries. Reo's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a chilling murderous intent. Since this individual belonged to the celestial dragons, he had already made it onto Reo's kill list. Clad in a black jacket, Garling's expression turned to one of fury upon hearing Reo's disdainful remarks about the world nobles. And he bellowed, "What are you? The world nobles are not to be judged by lowly peasants like you." However, as soon as Garling's words fell, Reo's muscles, enhanced by the powers of the strength fruit, tensed and bulged, revealing thick veins that surged like dragons, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, reaching an extreme pinnacle. At this moment, Reo's height had surpassed 370 centimeters, looking down upon the Figeland Garling, who stood nearly 2 meters shorter than him, as if he were a mere shrimp. Since he was a celestial dragon, he was destined to die. Observing Reo's transformation, Garling revealed a cruel smile, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on Reo. His tone chilling. "What a lowly peasant. Your aura is impressive, but I wonder how strong you truly are." In the next instant, Garling's figure vanished in a blink. His speed was astonishing. When he reappeared, he emanated a fierce swordsmanship aura, his western sword glowing with a strange red light, slashing directly at Reo. The sword, radiating a chilling gleam, was evidently no ordinary blade, at least ranking among the supreme treasures of the 12 great blades. In that fleeting moment, the sharp sword energy produced a sound akin to a violent gale, resonating impressively. Having already mastered the dual-wielding swordsmanship of a great swordsman, Reo responded swiftly. At the moment the opponent unsheathed his sword, Rahu had already devised a countermeasure. He leaped into the air, executing a powerful downward slash reminiscent of the legendary Huashan strike, infused with a ferocious conqueror's haki that unleashed a tremendous and fierce wave of energy. The two combatants did not physically clash. Instead, they engaged in a fierce contest of haki from a distance, each attempting to overpower the other with sheer force. Countless tendrils of black lightning, as thick as arms, radiated outward, creating numerous craters in the ground, each the size of a human head. With all his might, Rahu exerted his strength, pressing down forcefully on the dual blades he wielded. Thanks to the powers of the strength fruit, Rahu steadily gained the upper hand, pushing his adversary into an increasingly precarious position. Throughout the battle, he incessantly absorbed the three-dimensional attributes that fell from Galanshang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1991 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1432 points of agility. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 10,012 points of stamina. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of the one-sword style master. 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the powers of the Paramecia-type destruction fruit. 100. Feeling the power coursing through him. It seemed as though every single second Rahu grew stronger. At that moment, a fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on Galanshung's forehead. He had initially perceived Rahu as merely an inexperienced commoner, but after the first exchange, he came to grasp the undeniable truth. This man was no ordinary foe. The killing intent in Rahu's gaze was laid bare, unmasked and raw. Moreover, it appeared that the opponent's strength indeed increased with every blow, just as the information suggested. How infuriating! At such a young age, possessing such innate talent, if left unchecked, he would pose an immense threat to the government's future dominion. It seems I cannot allow you to live. Gritting his teeth, Galanshung abruptly withdrew his blade and, after creating some distance, shouted in alarm. As his words fell, two formidable men appeared at his side, like guardians. Both were clad in matching attire, draped in dark cloaks. Clearly, these two were also members of the 9 Divine Knights. Just as Rahu anticipated a fierce battle akin to that faced by Rox, the members of the Roger Pirates, who had mysteriously joined the fray, came charging in. Ahaha, Rahu, I come to lend you a hand. You wish to slay the celestial dragons? Then allow us, the Roger Pirates, to impede these scoundrels. I can already smell the scent of beasts, Roger exclaimed, laughing heartily as he barreled forward with a determined Rayleigh and Jabba, cutting down dozens of marines before confronting Galanshung. With his sword raised high, a dark gleam flashed as Roger, wielding his blade with one hand, unleashed a torrent of black-red lightning that danced around the blade. He executed a swift 180-degree turn and struck with unparalleled ferocity. God's avoidance. Kong Shami. Although Roger did not recognize Galanshung, he understood that Rahu was a friend of the Roger Pirates, and friends must assist one another. Therefore, he had no hesitation in coming to Ra's aid. As he faced Roger's strike, Galanshung's pupils constricted in an instant, cold sweat streaming down his brow. In the reflection of his eyes, the haki contained in Roger's strike surpassed even the pinnacle, reaching the ultimate level. His own haki was merely at the peak. It was well known that each incremental improvement in haki could dramatically alter the tide of battle. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over Galanshung, flooding his mind. He had no time to react further and instinctively retaliated with his own conqueror's haki. The two were not on the same level as swordmasters, but the only disparity lay in the superior strength of Roger's haki. However, merely this slight difference made it nearly impossible to decisively overcome Galanshung. Yet, at this moment, Rahu remained steadfast, unperturbed by the altercation surrounding him. He shifted his gaze slightly toward the throngs of celestial dragons, surrounded by numerous CP agents, attempting to flee from the Valley of the Gods. It turned out that after providing support, Galanshung had issued orders for the CP agents to evacuate the celestial dragons from the Valley of the Gods. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 members of the Divine Knights had already joined the central battlefield, mired in chaos and unable to retreat due to the onslaught of the Rox pirates. Thinking to escape, with a cold snort, Rahu abandoned his intention to intervene in the battle between the Roger Pirates and Galanshung. Then, he transformed into a resounding bolt of lightning, charging toward the cluster of celestial dragons. God's avoidance.